Again, Hussein and welcome to the YouTube channel. So in this video, I'm going to be teaching you every single thing that I know about Python, and by the end of this course you are going to be calling yourself as a Python superstar. So at first I decided to include all of these topics in this single video, but then I realized that this course will become my JavaScript course, which you can see right here. This course is amazing, but at the same time, this course is more than 15 hours of content. And a lot of people told me that, Hussein, you gotta make your courses short. So this is what I'm gonna be doing right now. First, we are going to be learning about the Python, like the course which you are currently watching right now. Then we are going to be jumping into the data analysis and visualization, then machine learning, LangChain, Django, data structures and algorithms, and finally artificial intelligence. So this is what we are going to be covering throughout this entire playlist. And now let's get into the course content. So in the first level, you are going to be learning every single thing that you have to know to get started with Python, like what is a variable, identifier, numbers, and so on and so forth. So this is going to be the content of the level 1. Then we are going to be jumping into the next level, in which we are going to be discussing the data structures and also the functions. So we are going to be learning about the list, dictionaries, tuples, sets, and also the functions. Okay, and finally we are going to be jumping into the level 3, and this is going to be the most advanced part of this course, in which we are going to be learning about like classes, OOP, inheritance, encapsulation, polymorphism, duck typing, and module, user defined module, built-in modules, files and folders, and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of things that we have to cover. So without wasting any further time, let's get into the course and let's learn Python. So now let's talk about how we are going to be installing Python in your machine. So I want you to just search for a Python in your favorite browser. So it's gonna just brings us to this python.org, and I'm gonna just click on that, and I'm gonna just hover my mouse over to there, and here you can see we have like download for Windows. So it's gonna automatically detect your operating system. So then just click on this Python, and in my case I'm using 3.12.2. It's gonna ask me where to store that, so I'm gonna just store that in my desktop, and I'm gonna just click on this save. Now I just open that, and here is my installation wizard right here. So I'm going to just click on add python.exe to the path. So I'm going to just check this one, and I'm going to just click on the install now right here. Okay, so it's going to install a Python in my machine in a few seconds, and there we go, everything is now successfully installed. So I'm going to just close there, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create some sort of a folder, and inside that folder we are going to be storing all of our code. So I'm going to just create a folder right here, and yeah, I'm gonna just create my folder right here, and I'm gonna just give it the name of like Python course or something like that. You can give it any name you like, that's totally on you. And I'm gonna open this folder in the VS Code. And by the way, if you guys don't know what a VS Code is, so I want you to just search for the VS Code. So here you can see it's gonna brings us to this code.vscode.com, and this is going to be the code editor in which we are going to be writing all of our code. And you can choose like any kind of code editor that you like. So you can choose the cursor, you can use like, I don't know, JetBrains product or something like that. Once you come to this landing page, so it's going to also automatically detect your operating system right here. Or you can also just click on this drop down menu, and you can download that for the Mac OS, for the Windows, and also for the Linux as well if you wanted to. So I already downloaded and installed there, and I did a lot of configuration inside there which you don't have to worry about. So I'm going to just right click on my folder, and let me just open this folder in my VS Code. So I'm going to just open this folder in my VS Code right here, and here you can see we have that VS Code right here. So chances are your code editor will be totally different than mine, because I have changed a lot of stuff in my VS Code. And if you want to make your VS Code exactly the same like mine, so I have an entire video on there, you can check it out if you wanted to. So yeah, this is how we are going to be installing a Python and also VS Code. And now let's talk about the extension which you are going to be using. So in your case, you can just click on this icon right here. Let me just highlight there for you. In your case, you can just click on this icon right here, and it's going to bring you to this extension area right here. Okay, so here you can see I have installed a lot of extensions. So I have all of these extensions right here, and I want you to just search for 2 extensions. So first of all, I want you to just install the Python. Okay, so you just have to search for that. Once again, you just have to click on this icon, so it's going to just bring you to this area right here. Then you just have to type the Python and then install the first link, which is, I don't know, 115 million or something downloads. So I'm going to just click on this install, so it's going to install there in my machine. So this is going to be the first extension that you're going to be installing. So here you can see my installation is totally done, and I'm going to just remove that from here, and it install a few things. So it install like pylons, Python and also the Python debugger. Okay, so I want you to just search for something else, which is the Python black or black Python or something like that. You know, let me just search for the Python format. Okay, so once I do, then it's gonna brings us to, oh, there we go. So we have this black formatter. Okay, so I'm going to also install that. So I'm gonna just click on there, and here you can see my installation is now successfully done. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want you to just hold Control if you are on Windows, or Command if you are on Mac, and then hit comma. So hold Control or Command, then hit comma, and once you do, so it's gonna bring you to this interface right here, and then I want you to just type like format. Okay, so once you type there, and here you can see in my case I already set that to black format, but in your case it may be either none or something else. So if this is set to something else, so you should set that to the black formatter right here. And I want you to also check this one, which is format on save. Anytime you save your code, it will format that for you. So now let me just close there. And now the final thing which I want to do is that I want to write a code runner. So once I search for that, and here you can see we have this code runner right here, and I'm going to also install that. So now let me just click on this install. So it's going to also install that in my machine, and that's successfully done. And now the next thing which I want you to do is that I want you to just hit F1, and once you do, then I want you to just type like what do we call it, shortcuts or keyboard shortcuts rather, and then you just have to choose this open keyboard shortcuts. And once you click on that, and here you can see it's going to bring you a lot of keyboard shortcuts right here, and then I want you to just search for the code runner. So I'm going to just double click on this run code. So now let me just highlight that for you. So I'm going to just double click on this one right here. Let me just double click on there, and you can just provide your own shortcut, but in my case I'm going to be just providing command and then hit enter. Okay, so once you do that and then just hit enter one more time, so it's going to just bind that shortcut for you. So anytime you want to run your code, so for that you're going to be just using control and enter, so it's going to just run your code. Okay, so that's there, and yeah, we are now totally set up. So now the final thing that I want to do is that I want to create a file. So now let me just create a file right here, and you can give it any name you like, but in my case I'm gonna just give it the name of like index, and then I want you to type this .py at the end. Like, this is the most important thing that you're going to be doing. You can give it any name you like, but in my case I just give it the name of like index, and then you have to write this dot and then py at the end, and then once you hit enter, and here you can see it's gonna just open this file for us. And now I want you to write the same code with me. So you just have to write this print, and then the opening parenthesis, and then the closing parenthesis. And now inside there I want you to just hold shift and hit on the code. So it's gonna just give you that codes right here, and then just type hello and world. You can type anything that you like, but in my case I'm gonna just write like hello world, and I'm going to just save that. And anytime I want to save this file, so I'm going to be just holding command or control and then hit S. Okay, so I want you to just focus on this area right here. So this is now currently set to this kind of a circle icon right here, but anytime I save this file, so it's going to be just set to this X right here. So I want you to just hold control or command and then hit S, and once you do, so this file is now successfully saved in my machine. So now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to run this code. So how in the world I'm going to be running this code? Well, there are two ways to run this code, so I'm going to show you the most easiest one. So you can either click on this icon right here. So once I click on there, and here you can see we are now getting this hello world right here, and we already bind our own binder. So I'm going to just hold control and hit enter, and there you have it. Okay, so it's gonna also give us that hello world right here. But now the final thing which I want to do is that I want to make this terminal like side by side. So I'm going to just right click on this problems area, then I'm gonna go ahead and go to the panel, and then I'm gonna just set that to right. So once I do, so here you can see I'm gonna be writing my code on this side, and I'm going to be getting the result on this side right here. So now if I want to clear this screen, I can just click on this icon right here, so which is clear output. So I'm going to just click on there, and it will clear out my screen right here. So I can totally write like something else. Like in my case, I'm going to just type my own name like Hussein 2.0. So now if I want to run this code, so you can either click on this icon, or you can just hold control and hit enter. Okay, so once you do, and here you can see it's going to give you that hello world right here, which is supremely amazing. So yeah, that was the entire setup of Python. So now let's talk about variables in Python. So what in the world are variables and why should you care about them? So variable is a symbolic name that is used to store and represents a data values, and it is essentially a label or identifier for memory location where the value is stored. And I know that's a lot of buzzwords and you don't have to worry about any of them. You don't have to keep this definition in mind, but throughout the course you're going to be learning every single thing which is mentioned right here. Okay, so what I want you to keep in mind is that a variable is some sort of a container in which we are going to be storing some sort of a values. So throughout the course we are going to be learning about a lot of values, but for now we are going to be just creating some sort of a variable with the name of age, and we are going to be storing the value of 20 inside there. So that was just a basic theory of what a variable is, but now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. And now if I want to create some sort of a variable, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to provide some sort of a name for that variable. So let's suppose if I want to create some sort of a variable with the name of like age, and we can store the value of 20 inside there. You can store like 30, you can store like 1000, and you can store any kind of values. And by the way, you are not just limited to write age. You can give your variable as a name of like banana, you can give it the name of like orange, you can give it mango, you can give it my name, you can give it any name that you like. But in my case, I'm going to be creating some sort of a variable with the name of age, and I'm going to be storing the value of 20 inside there. And now if I want to see the result of this variable, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be just using our print function, and now inside there we just have to pass our variable name right here. Okay, so once I do that, and now let me just save my file, and now let me just run there, and here you can see we are now getting the value of 20 right here, which is super amazing. But now let's suppose if I want to change that to like 40, and now let me just save there once again. Here you can see this file is not saved, so that's why we are now getting this circle. But as soon as I save this file by hitting Control or Command S, here you can see it will now become as X right here. So now let me just clear this out, and now let me just rerun that. So we are now getting the value of 40 right here. So what's going on? The first thing which we are doing is that we are creating some sort of a variable right here with the name of age, and then we are specifying the value of 40 to it. And finally we are now just printing out this variable, so that's why we are now getting the result of 40 right here inside our console. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our variable. But now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be changing the value of this variable. Like currently we have the value of 20 right here. Let's suppose we have the value of 20. Later if you want to change the value of this variable right here, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, the first thing which you have to do is that we have to rewrite our variable name. Then we have to write this equal to sign, and then we can give it any new value that we like. So let's suppose if I want to change that to like 10, so instead of 20, at this point we are going to be getting 10. So now let me just save that, and what do you think is going to happen if I run this code? If I run this code, so we are going to be getting only 10 right here. Why is that? Because first of all we are creating our variable, and then we are assigning a new value for that variable. Here you can see we are now assigning a new value for that variable, so that's why we are now getting 10 right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a variable, and this is how we are going to be changing the actual value of that variable. But before I end this lecture, I want to talk to you about the comments. So what in the world are comments and why you should care about this? So comments are nothing. So what do I mean by nothing? Comments are used to document our code. Like let's suppose if you want to just write a comment for yourself, so you just have to write this pound symbol or whatever you want to call that, and then you can write anything right here, and that will be not compiled, which means like the result of this thing, or you can say the comment, will not affect our program. So let's suppose if I just write this gibberish, save our file and run that, and here you can see nothing is happening right here. Like we are writing something. Let's suppose if I just remove this comment symbol right here, and if I just write this gibberish, so now let me just save that, and it's gonna give us an error right here, and here you can see we are now getting this error. That's because we did not comment this line out. So now let me just comment there, and now let me just save there, and now let me just clear that and run that, and here you can see we are not getting the result of this coding or whatever this is. So now let me just remove that from here, and now let me just write some sort of an actual comment for myself. So I'm gonna just write like creating a variable or something like that, changing the value of variable or something like that, and then I can just write like printing out the result of variables or something like this. So now let me just save that, and now let me just clear this out, and now let me just run there, and still we are only getting the result of the actual coding, but we are not getting the result of these comments right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be creating a variable, and this is how we are going to be changing the value of variable. This is how we are going to be outputting that variable, and this is how we are going to be specifying a comment for ourselves. You don't have to do that. You can totally remove that if you want to. You don't have to do that, but if you want to do that, so you can totally do that. So I want you to sit back and relax for a few seconds, because I'm about to show you a bit of theory. And these stuff are important. I can't even say that word, but these stuff are important. You have to keep that in mind. So now let's talk about identifiers. So what in the world are identifier, and why you should care about that? So identifier is the name given to the entity like variable. We only learned about the variables, but we did not learn about these stuff right here. So now let me just say that once again. Identifier is the name given to the entity like variable, functions, classes, or modules, something which we are going to be learning throughout this course, but not right now, etc. It helps to uniquely identify these entities in the program. So yeah, we already learned that how in the world we are going to be storing some sort of a data inside a variable, and we provide some sort of a identifier or some sort of a name for our variable. Okay, something which I'm going to be also showing you in a few seconds. So what are the rules of identifiers? So it must start with the letters either in lowercase or in uppercase, or you can also use the underscore, something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. And the remaining characters can be letters, underscores, or digits from 0 through 9. And Python is a case sensitive, so which means that variable and variable are totally different identifiers. So what's the difference between this variable, and what's the difference between this variable or identifier, whatever you want to call that? So this one has a lowercase v and this one has the uppercase v, so that's why both of these variables are totally different than each other in Python. So this is what we call a case sensitivity in Python as well. So result keywords are not allowed. So this is going to be something which I'm going to be explaining in a few seconds. So now let's talk about conventions for naming identifiers. So these are just a convention, not a hard rules. Like you don't have to follow that if you don't want to follow that. But if you want to become a Python developer, so it is a great idea to follow these conventions right here. So use descriptive names to make the code more readable. Avoid using names that are too short or cryptic. For example, like X and Y. And if you want to store, like for example, some sort of a username, so you cannot just write like UN or just a U name or something like that. So that's allowed, like you can totally do that, but you don't have to do that. That would be better if you follow these conventions. So use underscore or separate words in multi-words identifier. For example, like, so let's suppose if you are working with some sort of a variable or identifier which will have two words as a name, like for example a snake and cat. So you cannot provide minus right here or dash, whatever you want to call that. You cannot provide a spaces right here. Python will think that this is going to be one variable and this is going to be another variable, so you cannot do that. If you want to separate out these names, so for that you are going to be just using either the underscore or you can use the kebab case, or there are a lot of conventions. And for the constants, spoiler alert, we don't have any constants in Python, but we do have the concept of constants. So for constants, use all capital letters with underscore separating the word. Like here you can see we have the example of upper, and then we have this underscore right here, and then we have a case. For example, we have a max size, so we are now separating there. So these are just a few conventions, and these are just identifier rules and all of that. Alright, so now let's talk about a case sensitivity. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to create some sort of a variable with the name of password, and I'm going to be storing the password of like 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 right here. And now if I print this, you already know the result, so it's going to give us that password. And now let me just save that, and now let me just run this. So it's going to give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right here. And yeah, this is going to be the first variable. But let's suppose if I just write uppercase PASSWORD, and now let me just write like, I don't know, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 or something like that. And now let me just save my file. So what do you think the result of this variable will be? So now if I just run my code, so it's going to only give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And why is that? That's because we are now outputting this password variable right here, not this one, because this one is in uppercase and this one is in lowercase, so it's going to only give us the result of this one right here. So if you want to also print out this one, so now let me just copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and now let me just save my file, and now let me just clear this out and run there. So it's going to give us 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this is what we call a case sensitivity in Python. So yeah, And by the way, let me just rename that to like the first letter will be in uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So we have a password. So what do you think is going to happen right now if I copy and paste it right here? So I want you to guess what will happen. And my guess is it's going to give us 5 4 3 2 1. And now let me just run there. And here you can see we are now getting 5 4 3 2 1. I'm going to briefly mention something called the reserved words, but you don't have to worry about any of that right now, because later on in this course we are going to be covering all of them. So what in the world are reserved keywords and why you should care about that? So a reserved keyword in programming in general just simply means a keyword which will have some sort of a special meaning to it. For example, if I just write like while, and it's going to be equals to 20 right here, and now let me just print this out. Don't provide this indentation right now. So now let me just remove that from here. And now if I just provide a while right here, so what do you think is going to happen? First thing which you can notice is that my VS Code is freaking out and it is giving me some sort of an error right here, but I'm going to ignore this error. And now let me just save this file and now let me just run there. So it's going to give us this error right here that for the while, this is going to be the invalid syntax, because while is a reserved keyword, which means that it has some sort of a special meaning to it. In Python, you cannot use that. This is a special word. Okay, so now let me just change that to if. So now let me just change that to if, and I'm going to also copy this if right here. And now let me just place that, save my file and run there. It's gonna still gives us that error right here, which means that if is also a reserved keyword, you cannot use. And there are a lot of them which we are going to be exploring throughout the course, but you don't have to worry about that for now. So now let me just remove that from here, save my file and clear this out. And now let's talk about something called the underscores, and you already know what in the world are underscores. Let's suppose you have some sort of a variable with the name of like user password, and it's going to be equals to 20 right here. And now let me just print out the user password right here. So what do you think is going to be happening right now? So here you can see my VS Code is already freaking out and it is saying like, what the hell are you doing? And now if I hover my mouse over to that, so it's going to give us that user is not defined. And now if I hover my mouse over to the password, so the statement must be separated by a new line or a semicolon right here. So Python is thinking that this is going to be one variable and this is another variable. And why is that? That's because we are now providing a space right here. So Python will think that this is going to be one variable and this is going to be another variable. Okay, so if you want to ignore that, so for that you can either remove this space and it will work totally fine. So now let me just copy that. And now let me just remove this space from here, and now let me just save my file, and now let's just run there. And here you can see we are now getting the result of 20 right here, which is totally cool. But let's suppose if you come to this code maybe 3 or 4 months later, or maybe a week later or something like that, and if you check out this variable name, and you might be thinking like, what the hell is this thing? Okay, so it will just confuses you a lot. And not to mention if you are working with a huge project, so it's going to confuse you a lot. So what's the solution to that? The solution is, if you are a JavaScript developer, so you're going to be just changing this P to the uppercase P, and now let me just change that to P right here. So now this is giving us some sort of idea like this is the first name and this is going to be the last name right here. Now let me just save my file and run that. So here you can see the result is totally the same, but in Python world, this is not a best way to go. In Python, we only write an underscore right here to separate our word. So now let me just copy that, and now let me just place that right here, save my file, and now let me just run that. So it's going to give us that 20 right here. You can choose whichever kind of convention that you like, but in my case, and a lot of Python developers prefer this underscore right here. So this is how you're going to be working with the underscore. And yeah, this is the identifier, and this is the value which we are storing inside this identifier or variable, whatever you want to call that. Let's discuss numbers in Python. So in this section, we're going to be learning about basic arithmetics in Python and also exponents and how to work with the floats and all of that. Okay, so Python provides various ways to work with numbers, including integers, floating point numbers, and also complex numbers. So let's talk about a basic arithmetics. And you know what, I'm not going to be wasting your time by showing you these theoretical topics. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. First of all, let's talk about the addition, like how in the world you're going to be adding two numbers. For example, if you have 5 and if you want to add a 3, so how in the world you're going to be adding both of these numbers? And to do that, this is going to be the basic arithmetic operation which we are going to be performing in Python. And to do that, we are going to be just using a plus symbol, and there you have it. Now if you want to store this value inside some sort of identifier or a variable, so this is how we are going to be doing this. So I'm going to just write like some result right here is going to be equals to this value right here. So what we are doing is that we are creating some sort of a variable with the name of some result, and we are now storing the value of 5 plus 3. And now let me just save this file. And now if you want to see the result of this value, so we are going to be just using like print and then sum and then result right here. So now let me just save there, and now let's just run there. So it's going to give us 8 right here. Like 5 plus 3 is 8, so that's why we are now getting 8 right here. So yeah, that was the first one, and you can give it any name you like. You can just provide like sum, you can provide plus, you can provide like any name that you like, but in my case I'm gonna just stick with this sum result right here. So that was the first one, but now let's talk about the subtraction. So I'm going to just provide my subtraction right here. I'm gonna just comment this line out. How in the order we're going to be subtracting two values, so we are going to be just using like 7 minus 4 and this is how we are going to be subtracting two values or two numbers from each other. So now let me just store that in some sort of a difference, a mathematical word difference, and now let's just print out this difference right here. And now let me just save that, or you know what, let me just remove that from here. Yeah, I'm gonna just remove that because I know it will confuse you. So now let's just remove that, and now let me just save this file, and now let me just run that. So it's gonna only gives us 3 right here. Why is that? Because 7 minus 4 will give us 3, so that's why we are now getting 3 right here. So now let me just remove that from here. So now let's talk about the multiplication, like how in the order you're going to be multiplying two numbers. So let's suppose if you want to multiply 2 with 6, so we are going to be just using this asterisk or star, whatever you want to call that, and you can also call it like multiplication symbol, but a lot of people call it like asterisk or whatever. I can't remember the name, but yeah, so this is how you're going to be multiplying two numbers with each other in Python. So I'm going to just write like product, and it's going to be equals to their value. So now let me just write a print, and let's just print out this product right here. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run that. So it's going to give us 12 right here, which is exactly correct. So yeah, that's that. And now let's talk about the division, like how in the order you're going to be dividing two numbers. And to do that, we are going to be just using like let's suppose if you want to divide 10 by 2 people, so we are going to be just using this slash, and it means division. Okay, so now let me just print that in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just write like quotient, and the quotient will be the result of their division. So let's just write a quotient, and now let's just save that. And by the way, I keep saying that, but I know it will confuse a lot of people, but you can give it any name that you like. You can give it like any name that you like, but in my case I'm using these mathematical term because I want to be just a bit precise. So that's why you can give it any name you like if you wanted to. And now let me just run this code. So it's going to give us 5.0 right here with the decimal. But let's suppose if you don't want to get this decimal, and if you just want to get this 5, so you can just write these two slashes right here, save my file and rerun there. So it's going to give us 5 right here instead of a 5.0. It's going to only give us the rounded value right here in this case. So yeah, that's the. And now let's talk about the exponentiation. We very rarely use this term, but I shouldn't have to say rarely because throughout the course we are going to be jumping into the NumPy and scikit-learn and all of that, so I shouldn't have said that. Anyways, so if you want to provide a power, so you're going to be just using two asterisk symbols right here, so which means like 2 I mean like 3 to the power of 2. 2 will be the actual number, and this 3 will be the power. So to put it in a simple word, so this is what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm going to just write like a power and result. Come on, what the hell did I just do? Power and then result, and now result. Oh, that's because I forgot to provide this equal to sign. And now let me just write like power result right here, save my file, and now let me just run that. So it's going to only give us 8 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing a power or exponentiation, whatever you want to call that. And now let's discuss the modulo operator, and which is called this mod. So basically it will give us the remainder. That's it. So I'm going to just write like mod and 38 and divide it by 10. So it's going to also give us the remainder as well. So we are going to be just using like print and mod. So now let me just save that, and 38 divided by 10, so it's going to give us 8 as the remainder. So now let me just run this code, and here you can see we are now getting the remainder of 8 right here. So yeah, that's the. And now let me just remove that from here. And by the way, I was just working with the rounded values like 100 and 200 and 1000 and something like that, but you can also work with the floating point values if you wanted to. So like 3.14 and something like that, and I don't know, maybe 10.20 and something like that. So you can also work with this. So now let me just show you that as well. So I'm going to just write like float, and then num is going to be equals to 3.14 or 15, whatever you want to call that, and I'm gonna just write like float number. And now let me just save that, and now let me just check this out. So here you can see we can also work with the floating point numbers in Python if you are just curious about that. I guess I'm not going to be showing anything else than that, because throughout the course we are going to be learning every single thing, but not right now. But now let me just show you all of them in action, or in one slide, or whatever you want to call that. So here you can see I have all of them, and let me just clear this out. So here you can see, first of all, we learn about addition, then subtraction, then multiplication, then we learn about a division, then rounding, like how we are going to be rounding that, then we learn about exponentiation, and then finally the mod. So yeah, that was just a basic arithmetic operation in Python. So now let's talk about how we are going to be getting an input from the user. And to do that, we are going to be using something called the input function. So the input function is used to take the input from the user, and you don't have to worry about the rest of this stuff right here, because later on in this course you are going to be learning about every single thing, but not right now. Okay, so what I want you to keep in mind is that input is a function which allows us to take an input from the user. So that was just a basic theory, and now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I want to do is that I want to remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to be writing like user input, and it's going to be equals to the input function. And now inside there we have to provide some sort of a message for our user. So I'm going to just write like enter something or something like that, and it's going to give us something called the string, but you don't have to worry about that for now. Okay, so now let me just print out that you entered, and now let me provide a comma and then the user input right here. And I'm going to be explaining this syntax in a few seconds, but now let me just save this file. And now if I try to run this code using a code runner, it will not work. So now let me just run this code right here. So it's going to ask us like enter something, but if I try to enter something, I hope you can hear me out. This is me typing something, and it will not work. So now if you want to run this code, first of all, I'm going to have to stop there, and then I'm going to clear this out, and then we have to open our own terminal. So if you want to open your own terminal, so for that I want you to just hold control or command and then hit tilde. So tilde will be the symbol underneath your escape key and beside your 1 key. So it's going to open your terminal right here, and then I want you to just write like ls right here. So here you can see we only have this index.py right here, and now if I want to run that, so we are going to be using Python, and then we have to write our file name. In this case we only have this index file right here. So if you want to execute that, so for that we are going to be using like Python, and now if I just write like in, and if I hit tab, so it's going to auto complete that for me. And now if I hit enter right here, so here you can see I can type whatever I want to type right here. So yeah, now it is asking that we have to provide something right here, so I'm going to just provide like something, and now let me just hit enter right here. So here you can see it's going to give us that you entered, and then it's going to give us that whatever we enter right here. So now let me just rerun there once again, and now let me just run there, and I'm going to just provide my own name, and now let me just hit enter right here. So it's going to give us that result that you entered Hussein 2.0 right here. So that's why we are now getting that. So this is how we are going to be getting an input from the user, and this is how we are going to be specifying some sort of a message for the user. So we can provide a message for the user or for ourselves. So I can totally remove that, and now let me just rerun that once again. So now let me just type like I am Hussein, and now let me just hit enter right here. It's going to only give us that same result right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be getting an input from the user. Right, so now let's talk about assignment operators. So what in the world are assignment operator and why you should care about that? But first of all, we are going to be discussing a bit of theory, then we are going to be jumping into the coding. So yeah, what is assignment operator? So as the name suggests, that it will allow us to assign some sort of a value for or variable right here. So first of all, we have a equal, then we have a plus equal, then we have a minus equal, then we have a times, then we have a division, we have a rounded division, then we have a power, then we have a modulo right here, something which we already learned, but now let's just discuss that in a bit more detail. So we already learned about this equal to. So this equal to allows us to provide a value for our variable. Then we have a plus equal to, and it's going to add the value on the right to the current value of the variable on the left and assign the result to the variable, and it is equivalent to the x is equal to x plus 5 right here. And this is going to be the shorthand. If you want to write there like in this way, you can totally write there by using the shorter way, or you can also just write this longer way right here. Then we have a minus equal to, it will work exactly the same, but now in this case we are adding 5, and now in this case we are now subtracting 3 right here. And here you can see then we have a times, then we have division, and we already learned about the rest of them. But now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like x is equal to 10, and it's going to just allows us to provide a 10 value to our variable with the name of x. So now let me just run there. So it's going to only gives us that 10 right here as expected. So that was simple and easy. But now let's talk about x plus equal to 5. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? So now let me just save my file and run there. So it's going to give us 15 right here. Why is that? Because initially we assigned the value of 10 to our variable, and now we are adding or appending 5 to that, so the result will be 15 right here. So that's why we are now getting 15. So that was the first one. But now let's talk about the minus right here. So let's suppose if you have the initial value of 20 and we want to subtract 3 from there, so we can just use like y right here. So now let me just save there, and what do you think is going to be the result of that? So now let me just run there. So initially we had the value of 20 and now we subtracted 3 from there, so it's going to give us 17 right here. And here is a bit of comment. So it is equivalent to the y is equal to y minus 3, if you are curious about that. So this syntax is totally equivalent to this syntax right here. Okay, so I hope it helps. So if it didn't, you don't even have to worry about that, because these are just a simple things which we rarely use. And I assigned the value of 5 to there. But now if I want to just use the times equal to, now let me just use the times equal to 2, and now let me just print this out, and now let me just save that and run that. So it's going to give us the 10 right here. Okay, so 2 times 5, so it's going to give us 10. That's totally correct. But now let's talk about the division. So you know, instead of writing this time symbol, I'm going to just divide there and save my file. So now let me just run there. So it's going to give us the floating point number right here, or a decimal for the mathematician. So now let me just rerun there. So it's going to give us the decimal right here. But now if I want to round this up, so we are going to be using, come on, what the hell did I just do? So we are going to be using these 2 slashes right here. Save my file and run there. So it's going to just round this value, 2.5 value, to just simply using 2 value right here. Okay, so we already discussed all of that stuff, so I'm not going to be wasting a lot of your time by repeating myself again and again. Now I'm going to just change that to the times right here, or the power, whatever you want to call that. Now let me just run that. So it's going to give us 25, and I can also change that to the modulus operator right here. So now let me just run that. So it's going to give us the remainder of 1. And I guess that's it. That was it about the assignment operator in Python. So now let's talk about strings in Python. So a string is a sequence of characters, and it is one of the fundamental data types used to represent a textual data. Okay, so anytime you want to work with some sort of a textual data, so for that you are going to be using a string. So let's suppose if you are working with some sort of a, I don't know, maybe a chatting application where people can send and receive messages. So for that you are going to have to store that in some sort of a string. Okay, so here you can see we have a single quotes, we have a double quotes, we have a multi-line quotes, then we have a concatenation, the length, indexing and slicing, methods, formatting, and escape characters, which we are going to be learning in a few seconds. But I don't want to waste your time by just showing you all of that slide. So you know what, let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So let's suppose if I want to print out this message like my name is Hussein. Okay, so now if I just write like print and my name is Hussein right here. Now let me just save my file. So what do you think is going to happen now if I just run my code? If I run there, it's going to give us an error like my compiler doesn't have any idea like what the hell is my name is Hussein. It doesn't have any idea. So now if you want to store it in some sort of a string, so we can either use the single quote, we can either use a double quote, or we can also use the multi-line, which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds. But let's suppose if you want to store that in some sort of a single quote, so we will just write a single opening quote and then the single closing quote, and there you have it. So I'm going to just store this value in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just write like single quoted string right here. It's going to be equals to this data. So now let me just copy there, and I'm going to explain that in a few seconds. So now let me just save my file and run there. So it's going to give us that my name is Hussein right here. So what's going on? The first thing which we are doing is that we are creating some sort of a variable with the name of like single quoted string, and then we are assigning this value to there, and this value is a string value. You can provide anything you like right here. You can write like blah blah blah, you can write anything you like, and as soon as you save your file and run your code, so it's going to give you that same result right here. Okay, so this is what we call a string or textual content, whatever you want to call that. I guess you didn't notice, but as soon as I save my file, my single quote will be converted to a double quote. And why is that? That's because I already set up my Python formatter, so that's why we are now getting double quotes right here. And by the way, you can just use like either a single quote. Let me just write a single quote right here, or you can also store that in a double quote. It doesn't really matter. Okay, so like you can use any one you like. So yeah, that was the single quote, or let me just change that to the double quote, because we are now currently working with a double quote. So now let me just provide this, save my file and run there. Doesn't really matter. So yeah, that was the first one, but now let me just remove all of that stuff, and now we are going to be working with the multi-line string using triple quotes. So how in the world we are going to be working with a multi-line string? So I'm going to create a variable with the name of like multi-line string is going to be equals to the triple single quote. So I'm going to just write like 1, 2 and then 3. So let me just count this out for you. So here you can see we have a 3 opening quotes, and then we have a 3 closing quotes right here. So it's going to allow us to work with a multi-line string. So let's suppose if I want to write like this message like this is A, and now I'm going to hit enter right here, multi-line, and now let me just hit one more time, and then I'm going to just write a string right here. So it's going to give us this same result. So I'm going to just write like print and multi-line string, and now let me just save my file. And as soon as I save my file, so it's going to just change that to like a double quotes right here. But yeah, you get the idea. So let's just copy there, let's just place it right here, and now let me just run this code. So it's going to give us like this is a multi-line strings, and here I want you to notice that we are also getting that new line right here. This will be in a new line, this one will be also in another new line, and these will be in a separate line. Okay, so now let me just remove that from here. But let's suppose if we weren't using these quotes, and now let me just write a single quote right here, and I'm going to also write a single quote right here. So watch what happened if I save my file and run that. So we are now going to be getting some sort of error right here. Okay, so it's going to give us that error, and why is that? That's because if you are using a single quote or a double quote, so we cannot provide a new lines right here. It's going to just give us an error. So now let me just remove that from here. So this is how we are going to be working with a single quotes, double quotes, and a multi-line quotes or string, whatever you want to call that. So now let me just remove that from here, and now let's talk about the string concatenation. So what in the world are string concatenation, and why you should care about that? So let's suppose if you want to concatenate or combine both of these words, so like let's suppose we have a hello and then we have the words. So if you want to combine both of these strings, so how in the world you are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be using something called the string concatenation. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to be just creating a variable with the name of like string1, and it's going to be holding the value of hello right here. And now underneath that, we're going to be creating a string2, and it's going to be holding the value of world right here. So now if you want to combine both of these values into one variable, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? So we are going to be just creating yet another variable. So I'm going to just give it the name of like concatenated string. Okay, so it's going to be holding the value of string1 plus string2. Okay, so now let me just print this out. So I'm going to be using like concatenated. This name is supremely awful, so I'm going to have to copy and place it right here. So what we are basically doing is that we are now taking the string1 and we are now combining that with the string2, and we are now storing both of these variables result in this single variable right here. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run that. So what are we getting? You know what, let me just rerun that once again. So what are we getting? We are now getting hello, and we are also getting the word right here, but we don't have any space right here. So if you want to get a space, so we can do that in a few ways. So we can just provide like quotes right here, and we can just provide a space, and now let me just provide another plus right here. So it's going to first of all provide hello. It's going to take this hello value. Let me just cut that from here. It's going to first of all provide this hello value, then it's going to provide that space which you can see right here, and then it's going to provide their word right here. So it's going to give us hello world in this fashion. So now let me just undo that, and here you can see we are now providing the string 1, then empty space, then the string 2, and now let me just run that. So we are now getting hello and then space and then word right here. So this is what we call a string concatenation in Python. So I'm going to remove that from here, and now let's talk about the string length. So how in the world we are going to be getting the length of the string? So we can just do that, like let's suppose we have a string length and it's going to be equals to like some sort of a string. So I'm going to just write like Python my length will be fine or something like that. So I'm going to be using the length function, and this length function will take some sort of a string, and as a result it's going to give us the length of that string. So I'm going to just put like str length. So I'm going to copy that, and now let me just place it right here, and now let me just print out, let's just print out my length right here. So what are we doing? We are first of all creating a variable, and we are assigning the value of Python to that. Then we are creating another variable. Now inside this variable we are storing the length of this string right here. So I know that sounds a bit confusing, but now let me just run that. So we are now getting 6 right here. So we are now getting like P1 2 3 4 5 6, and now we are getting the result of 6 right here. So this is how we are going to be getting a result of our string. So we can totally do that by just removing that from here. And now let me just use my length function right here inside the Python, and I'm going to be just providing like Python right here. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run that. So here you can see we're now getting 6 right here. I can also write like this is an apple or something like that, save my file and rerun that. So it's going to also gives us the length of that. So it's going to give us 16 right here. Why is that? So we have 1 2 3 4, and then including spaces we have 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 and 16 right here, which is totally correct. And now let me just remove that from here, and now let's talk about the string indexing and slicing. So let's suppose we have some sort of a text, and it's going to be equals to the Python right here. And now if you want to access only the first character inside this string, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? So let me just create another variable. I'm going to just give it the name of like first char, and it's going to be equals to text. And now we are going to be using these brackets right here, and we have to specify 0. Okay, so this string will be starting from the 0. So we have a 0 1 2 3 4 5. So we are now starting from this 0, which will give us the P. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be accessing there. So first of all we have to write the variable name, then we have to write the opening bracket, then the closing bracket, and now inside this bracket we have to provide the index. So we can just provide like 1, so it's going to give us the Y. We can provide like 2, so it's going to give us the T, and so on and so forth. So now in this case I'm going to just specify the 0 right here, and now let me just print this out. So I'm going to be using like print and first char or first character or something like that. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run that. So it's going to only give us that P right here. But now let's suppose if I just specify like 1, save my file and run that. So it's going to give us Y, and now let me just provide like, I don't know, maybe 4 or 3 or something like that. So it's going to give us 0 1 2 3. So it's going to give us H, and there you have it. And in some situation you will also want to get a substring. So now let me just change that to 0. So now let me just get a substring right here, which will be equals to the text, and then we are going to be first of all providing the index, and then we are going to be providing like where we want to go through that index. So we're going to be providing like 1, and we want to go through 4. And by the way, if you didn't get all of that stuff, so you don't even have to worry about that for now. Later if you go into the tuples and arrays, so you will totally get that. You don't have to worry about that for now. So what I want to do is that I'm going to copy that. Now let me just place that right here. So I'm going to just run my code, and here you can see it's going to give us that YTH right here. And why is that? Because we are starting from the 1, and our index is now 1 right here. This is going to be the 0, and this is going to be the 1. So we are now starting from the 1, and we want to go through 4. So we are just providing like starting from the 1, then 2, then 3, and then we want to go into the 4, but not including the 4th. Okay, so this is what's up. I know that sounds a bit confusing, but you know, let me just say that once again. So we are now starting from the Y, which is going to be the first character, or the first index, or the 1 index, whatever you want to call that. Then we are writing like 2, 3, and 4, but not including the 4th. Okay, so that's why we are now getting this YTH right here. So this is what we call the indexing and slicing. So now let's talk about the string formatting. So let's suppose we have some sort of a name variable and we are now storing the value of my own name, Hussein baby, and we have another variable and we are now storing the value of 20 inside there. And now if you want to format our string, like, you know, let me just write some code, then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So we have a formatted and string, and it's going to be equals to my name is, and then here let's suppose if I want to get the value of this variable right in here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Let me just provide like this name right here, and I am, then let me provide my age as the variable name, years old. Okay, so here you can see if I just do that, and if I just print this out, so formatted, come on, formatted string, let me just copy that and place it right here, save my file and run there. So it's going to give us like my name is name and I am age years old. But this is not something that we want. We want to pass these variable dynamically to this string right here. So instead of writing like my name is name, I want to get like my name is Hussein, and instead of this age years old, I want to get 20 right here. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Let me just undo that, and to do that we are going to be using this F, and this F stands for formatting. So now we can use a syntax which we haven't used before. Okay, so I'm going to just remove this name from here. Let me just remove that from here, and now if I want to dynamically provide this name variable, like the value of this name variable right here, so this is how we are going to be doing that. First of all, we have to write this F, then we have to write the opening curly brace and then the closing curly brace, and now inside these curly braces we have to specify the variable name right here. So I'm going to just write like name, and there you have it. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to also replace this years, not years but age. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just provide the opening curly brace and then the closing curly brace, and now inside there I'm going to pass the variable name, which in my case is set to age right here. So now let me just save this file. So watch what happened. Let's just run this code. So my name is Hussein and I am 20 years old. So that was what we expected. So instead of writing like 20, I'm going to just write like 1000-year-old. Hussein 2.0 is 1000 years old, baby. We don't play no games. So now let me just run there, and my name is Hussein 2.0 and I am 1000 years old. There we go, baby. This is how we are going to be formatting our string, by just providing a F at the beginning. And by the way, we are not just limited to write a variable name, we can also write expression right here. So let's just remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like 2 plus 2. And now if I want to provide expression right here, so let's suppose if I just provide like 2 right here, let me just remove all of that stuff from here, save my file and run there. So it's going to give us like 2 plus 2 is equal to 2. But if I just change the and provide my opening curly brace and closing curly brace, and here I'm going to also provide like 2 plus 2 and save my file and run there. So it's going to give us 4 right here. Why is that? Because here we are now providing the valid expression. So we can also just write a 4, or we can write our JavaScript mathematical expressions right here. I know that may sound a bit confusing, but trust me, it's not. So yeah, that's that. And the final topic which I want to talk to you about is the escape characters, and there are a lot of escape characters and escape sequences which I'm not going to be covering throughout this course because they are not necessary. So escape, come on, escaped, escape string, is going to be equals to this is a line, and then I'm going to just write a dot right here, and I'm going to just say like this is a new line right here. And now let me just put a print, and let's just copy that from here and place this, save my file and run there. Let's just rerun there. There we go. So this is a line, and we are not getting this stuff in a new line. But if I want to get this line in a new line, and I want to leave this one as it is, so for that we're going to be just providing this slash and then n. If I just do that, and now let me just save my file and clear out, and now let me just rerun that, we are now getting this line as it is, but we are now getting this content in a new line right here. So we have different kind of things, like we can also provide a T for the tab. I can't even remember all of them because there are a lot of them. So it's going to just add 4 spaces for the tab, and we can also provide like D, and there are a lot of them, trust me. If you just quick Google search, so it's going to give you a lot of results right here, but the most useful one is this N. So it's going to just give us a new line right here. Ooh, that was a lot of talking. So now that we discuss a few data types, so we learn about the numbers, the negative numbers, the floating point numbers, and we also discuss about the strings. But now let's talk about something called the Boolean. So what in the world are Booleans and why should you care about that? So a Boolean is a data type which allows us to tell our program whether something is true or false. That's it, baby, that's it. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just create a variable with the name of x, and I'm going to store the value of true inside there. And now if I want to see the results, so I'm going to just write a x right here, and now let me just run there. And here you can see, as expected, we are now getting true right here. But now let's suppose if I also want to store the false value right here, so I can totally do that. So I'm going to just output the y, and now let me just save there. First of all, let me just clear this out, and now let me just run there. And here you can see we are now getting the value of false right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the Booleans. But now let me just share one more thing. Let's suppose if you want to check which kind of data or which type of data you are storing inside your variable, so how in the world you are going to be doing that. And to do that, we are going to be just using the type built-in function, and inside there we have to just specify the variable name. So let's suppose if I want to check the type of x, so this is how we are going to be doing this. So now let me just print this out, and now let me just print that, save my file, and now let me just clear this out and run there. And here you can see we are now getting Boolean right here, because this x variable is holding the value or the data type of Boolean. So that's why we are now getting this Boolean right here. So you know what, let me just give you a few more examples. So I'm going to just create a variable with the name of name and I'm going to store my name inside there. Okay, so now if I want to check the type of this name variable, so now let me just write this type and name, and now let me print this out. So let's just save this file and run there. And here you can see we are now getting string right here. And why is that? Because we are now creating this variable and we are now holding or storing the value of string right here. So that's why we are now getting this string right here. Okay, so now let me just clear this out, and now let me just give you example of you know what, some my num or something like that. It's going to be holding the value of 20. First of all, we have to write a type, and now inside there I'm going to just print out my num right here. So now let me just save there and run there. And here you can see we are now getting the integer right here. Why is that? Because we are now holding the value or storing the value of 20, and 20 is the integer. So that's why we are now getting the data type of integer right here. But let's suppose if I store the value of like 20 point, I don't know, maybe 10 or something like that. So now let me just save there and run that. So here you can see we are now getting the floating point data type right here. Why is that? Because currently we are working with the decimals or floating point data type. So that's why we are now getting that float right here. So yeah, that was it about the Booleans and the type. So if Python is your first programming language, and if you have never worked with any other programming languages before, so typecasting will be a bit difficult topic for you. But what I want you to keep in mind is that's totally okay. You don't even have to worry about typecasting at this point. But now let me just give you a quick overview, and once again, don't worry about it. Okay, so if you don't get it at first go, you don't have to worry about that. So what in the world is a typecasting and why you should care about that? So typecasting refers to the process of converting one data type into another data type. Okay, so that's what you have to know. So let me just say that once again. Typecasting refers to the process of converting one data type into another data type. That's it, baby, that's it. And Python provides a several built-in function, something which we did not discuss, not right now, which we are going to be discussing later in this course, but not right now, for a typecasting, allowing you to convert variables from one type to another. For example, we have this int built-in function right here. So it will allow us to convert a floating point number to the integer value right here. Then we have a float, and as the name suggests, it will just convert our integer value to a floating point number. And then we have a stir, and it's going to just convert our what do we call it, our number to a string. And then we have a bool, so it's going to just convert it to the Boolean value. So that was just a basic theory, and now let me just write some code. So what I want to do is that I want to start from the integer. Okay, so int, and now we are going to be discussing the int. So let's suppose if you have some sort of a floating point number, and I'm going to just write like 3.14 or 13 or something like that. And now if I want to check the data type of this variable, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be using the type function or a type built-in function, and then inside there we are going to be specifying the variable name. So I'm going to just copy and place it right here, save my file. And what do you think is going to be the result of that if I run this code? So here you can see we are now getting float right here. Why is that? Because we already know this is a floating point, or this is a floating data type. Not a floating data type, but this is a float data type. There we go. Okay, so if I just write like 10 or something like that, now let me just save there. And now what do you think is going to be the result of that if I run my code? And here you can see we are now getting the integer right here. First we were getting the float, now we are getting the integer right here. So now the question is, how in the world we are going to be changing this data type to just a pure integer right here? This is currently a floating point, but how in the world we are going to be changing that from the floating point to just a simple integer? And to do that, instead of writing this type, or let me just duplicate this line of code and I'm going to just comment this line out. Instead of writing this type, I'm going to just write the int right here. You know what, I know that's going to confuse you. So I'm going to just create a new variable and I'm going to give it the name of like int num, and it's going to be equals to the integer. This is their built-in function, and here you can see it's going to give us their definition, like convert a number or a string to an integer right here. Okay, so it's going to just allows us to convert a number or a string to the integer. So in this case, this is a floating point data type, and now if you want to convert that to the integer, so for that, first of all we have to write this built-in function. Then inside there we have to just pass our variable name right here. So it's going to just convert this data type to just a simple integer right here. So now let me just uncomment there, and instead of writing this type, I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to also remove that from here. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run there, and here you can see we are getting this we are still getting this data type right here. That's because we are now printing out this variable name right here. But now let me just copy this variable name, and now let me just place it right here, save my file, and now let me just rerun that. So we are now just getting 3 right here. And why is that? Because we are now changing this floating point number to just an integer right here. And now if I just write like type, let me just write a type, and now let me just wrap this up by using parentheses. And now let me just rerun that, and here you can see we are now getting the data type of integer right here. So this is how we are going to be converting a floating point number to the integer by using this int built-in function. So now let me just remove that. Okay, so we also have the alternative for that, like a float function. So we are going to be using like integer number in this case, and I'm going to just store the value of 5 inside there. And now if I want to convert this 5 to a floating point number, so we are going to be just creating a new variable. I'm going to just give it the name of like float number, and now in this case we are going to be using the float built-in function. And now inside there I'm going to just pass my integer name or my variable name right here. So this is the value which you want to convert to the floating point number. So to do that, we are going to be using this float built-in function right here. So now if I just log to the console, like print float number right here, let's just go back, and now let me just save there, and now let me just run there, and here you can see it's going to attach this 0.0 at the end, and it's going to make it as a floating point. So now let me just also type the type as well. So now let me just save there and run there. So we are now getting this float right here, which is supremely amazing. So now let me just remove there, and now let's talk about the string. So we also have the stir method, and it's going to allow us to convert the number or any other data type to a string. So I'm going to just write like num, it's going to be equals to like, I don't know, maybe 20 or something like that. And now if I just write like type of num, so now let me just save there and run there. So you already know it's going to give us that integer right here because it is the integer. And now if I want to convert this data type, like this integer data type, to a string, so for that we are going to be using stir name or stir num, and we are going to be using the stir built-in function, and we are going to be passing our variable name, which will be a num. So now let me just save them, and now let me just run that. So here you can see we are now getting the integer right here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So now let me just copy this stir name, and now let me just paste that right here, save my file, and now let me just run that. So we are now getting string right here. And why is that? Because we are now converting our integer value to a string, so that's why we are now getting the string value right here. So yeah, that's amazing. And now let's talk about the final one, which is called the Boolean. So we also have the bool function or built-in function, whatever you want to call that. So now what I want to do is that I'm going to just create a num variable, and I'm going to store the value of 0 inside there. And now if you want to convert this number to the Boolean, so we also have like a bool function right here. So now let me just write my num inside there, and I'm gonna just write like print the type. Let me just provide a type of bool value, and now let me just save that. And what do you think is gonna happen now? You already know the answer to that. And now let me just run that. So we are going to be getting the boolean right here. But let's suppose if I don't use that, let me just remove that from here and also from here. So now let me just save that, and now let me just rerun that. So we are now getting still integer right here. So yeah, these are called the typecasting in Python. I know we already discussed a lot about strings, but now in this section we are going to be discussing a bit more. So we already know the uppercase, the lowercase string method, but now in this section we are going to be learning about the capitalize, the string, I mean like the title, and also the strip, the left right strip, and also the start with, ends with, replace, find, index, and split. And we're not going to be discussing the join because we did not learn about the iterable, so we're not going to be discussing that. And finally we're going to be discussing the count. And by the way, if you want to check out all of these documentation or theory, so you can go ahead and go to my GitHub repository, and you can find all of that stuff there in my GitHub repository. We're going to be starting from the string upper and lower, string lower. Okay, come on, lower, there we go. And now let's talk about it. So let's suppose we have some sort of a string, and I'm going to just write like hello world or something like that. And now underneath that, so we are going to be using like upper text, which will be my variable name. So I'm going to be using like text.upper, so it's going to make it totally uppercase. So now let me just print my upper text variable. Let me just save that and go back and run there. So it's going to just make it totally in uppercase. So now if I want to make it as lowercase, so I can duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to just write like lower text, and now let me just remove that from upper, and I'm going to just change that to lower. So now let's just save that and run that. So here you can see, oh, we also have to print this out. So now let me just duplicate that, save my file, and now let me just rerun that. So we are now getting the uppercase version, and we are also getting the lowercase version. So that was for the upper and lowercase. And now let's talk about the capitalize and also the title. So what do I mean by that? Let's suppose we have some sort of a phrase, and I'm gonna just write like Python programming is fun. Funk. Let's suppose if I want to make it as a capitalize, which means like only the first character will be uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So how in the world we can do that? And to do that, we are going to be using like cap phrase, and it's going to be equals to let's just get to our phrase, and we are going to be using this capitalize function. This is a built-in function. Built-in functions are like a huge topic which we are going to be discussing throughout this course. But what I want you to keep in mind is that anytime you just write an opening parentheses and closing parentheses, so this stuff is called the function or method, whatever you want to call it. I know it may sound a bit confusing, but I want you to don't worry about it. So I'm going to just write like cap phrase, and now let me just save my file, and now let me just run there. And here you can see we are only getting the first character. This is going to be totally in uppercase, and the rest of them will be in lowercase right here. Okay, so we are just essentially making this P as a uppercase and the rest of them as lowercase. Now let me just undo that. So let me just save my file, and that was the first one. But now in some situation we would also want to make it so that the P will be in uppercase. Also this P will be in uppercase. I mean like every character for every word will be uppercase, and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So let's suppose if you want to get this kind of situation, like where the first letter of each word will be capitalized and the rest of them will be in lowercase. So now let me just go back and undo that. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be using like phrase dot title function. This is also a built-in function. So now let me just store that in some sort of a title phrase variable right here. Come on, copy that, and now let me just place that right here. And now let me just duplicate this line of code, and I'm going to copy this title phrase, and now let me just put that right here, save my file, and let's just go back and run there. So what are we getting? We are now getting that the first letter will be uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase right here for each word in this sentence. So yeah, this is what a capitalize is, and this is what a title is. So now let me just remove that, and now let's talk about the strip. We already briefly discussed about the strip or stripe, whatever you want to call that, but now let's just discuss it a bit more. Okay, so let me just zoom in a bit. So I'm going to just write sentence, and I'm going to just write like a lot of spaces, and then I'm going to write like Python is fun, and now let me provide a lot more spaces right here. Okay, so now if I save my file, and now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm going to be using like sentence.strip function. So basically it's going to just remove all of their empty spaces from the beginning and also from the end right here. Okay, so we have a lot of spaces right here, and we also have a lot of spaces right here. And if you want to remove them, so for that we are going to be using this strip or stripe, whatever you want to call their function. So I'm going to just store that in some sort of a variable. So we have striped stripe sentence, and it's going to be equals to this function right here. And now let me just write like strip function, like sentence right here. And now let me just save that and run that, and here you can see no spaces from the beginning and no spaces from the end right here. So it's going to just remove every single space from this sentence. So yeah, this was the first example, but now let's talk about the else strip. And or you know what, we don't even have to worry about that. But you know, let me just discuss that, because I know it's going to just confuse a lot of people. So I'm going to just write like else strip. You cannot see the result of that, but yeah, I'm going to just write the else strip, which will just essentially remove the spaces from the left side. So now let me just save my file and run there, and yeah, it will remove the spaces from the left side. And we also have the right strip, so we are going to be just writing like R strip. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see it's going to only remove the spaces from the right side but not from the left side. So yeah, if you want to keep that in mind, yeah, you can totally keep that in mind, but you don't have to worry about this. Now let me just remove all of that from here, and now let's talk about the starts with and also the ends with right here. So let's suppose I have some sort of a file name, so I'm going to just write like file name, and it's going to be just equal to a string of example.txt. Come on, example, example.txt. And now if I want to check, is my file name start with example? So I want you to focus on my sentence. My file name starts with example, so it's going to give us true. If that's not the case, so it's going to give us false. So what do I mean by that? So if I just write like starts and then starts with, and it's going to be equals to the file name dot starts with, and here I'm going to just paste like example right here in this case. And now let me just print out my starts with, starts. And now let me just go back, save my file and run there, and here you can see it's going to give us true right here. Why is that? Because my file name starts with example, and here I'm checking, is my file name starts with example? Yeah, it is. So that's why we are now getting true. But let's suppose if I just write like my file name start with like malware or something like, or you know, Hussein. Okay, so if I just write Hussein, save my file and run my code, and here you can see we are now getting false right here. Why is that? Because my file name does not start with Hussein, it starts with example. So if I just change that to like Hussein, save my file and run that, so now it's going to give us true right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using the starts with, and we also have the ends with. Okay, so yeah, is my file name ends with Hussein? No, my file name ends with .txt. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run that. So we are now getting false right here, but now instead of writing Hussein, I'm going to just change that to like .txt, and now let me just save that and run that. So here you can see we are now getting true right here. So that's there, but now let's talk about the replace method. And what do I mean by replace? So as the name suggests, that it's going to just allows us to replace a certain portion of our string. So we are going to be working with the entire string, and then we are going to be telling this replace function which portion we want to update and for which thing we want to update. I know it sounds a bit confusing, but you know, let me just give you an example of that. So I'm going to just write like sentence, and it's going to be equals to like I like, you know, let me just remove this terminal. I like programming in Java, let's suppose. Okay, so if I just write there, and now if I want to replace this Java to the Python programming language, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? So if I want to replace that, so for that we have a method called replace. Okay, so we are going to be first of all providing the old value, and then we are going to be passing the new value for which we wanted to change with. So I'm going to just pass like Java. I only want to replace this Java word to the Python. So I'm going to just provide a comma here, and then inside another quotes we are going to be passing like Python right here. And now let me just store that in some sort of a variable like new sentence or something like that. And now let me just print this out like new sentence, and now let me just save that, just run my code. I like programming in Python programming language. Instead of writing Java, we are now getting Python right here. In this, how we are going to be replacing the old string with a new string. So yeah, that was amazing. But now let's talk about the find method. So now let me just remove all of that, and as the name suggests, it's going to allow us to find a certain thing inside our string. And then we have an index, and we're going to be also talking about an index in a few seconds. So I'm going to just write like phrase is going to be equals to like Python. Come on, Python is powerful and Python, come on, Python is easy to learn. Yep, totally valid. Now let's suppose if I only want to find the Python word which will come at the beginning, so we are going to be just using the find method right here. So if I just write like phrase dot find, and now let me just provide the name of Python in this case. Let me just store in some sort of a variable like index1, and now let me just print out this index1 right here. So now let me just save there, and now let me just run there. So it's going to give us the index of there, let me just rerun there. So it's going to give us the index of 0. So we are now getting 0, and why is that? That's because our Python word is at the beginning of this sentence, so this is going to be the 0 portion or the 0 index, so that's why we are now getting the 0 right here. But let's suppose if I just remove this Python from here, let me just remove there. So now what do you think is going to be the result of there? Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now let me just rerun there. So we are now getting the 16th index right here. Okay, so we have I don't want to count this, but let me just count that. Let me just do that. So 1 2 including the spaces, so 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 is going to give us this Python at the 17, but not including the 17 is going to give us the index of 16 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be searching for something by using the find method. Okay, so that's there. Let me just undo this Python right here. So here you can see we have our Python back. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to duplicate this line of code, and instead of writing this index 1, I'm going to just change that to the index 2 right here. And now instead of writing this find, I'm going to just change that to the index right here. So now let me just save there and run there. So here you can see we are still getting the index of 0 right here, but now let me just remove that from here, save my file and rerun there. So it's going to give us like still the same result like that. So we can either use the find method or we can also use the index method, and both of them will work totally the same. And now let's talk about the split method. And here you can see it's going to take some sort of a separator, so you don't have to worry about what a separator is. But now let me just discuss this. So I'm going to just zoom in a bit right here. Let's suppose we have this same sentence right here, so let me just place that, and now I'm going to just use like sentence, and we are going to be using the split method on there. So I'm going to just paste the string and empty space right here, and now let me just write a word. So as the name suggests, that it's going to just split out our entire sentence. Okay, so how in the world that's going to look like? We are going to be just writing a print, and now let me just print out my words. So now let's just save there and run there. So what are we getting? We are now getting this this is called the iterable. You don't have to worry about that, but as you can see that Python is split out with this string, is also split out, a is also split out, and powerful, and so on and so forth. Here you can see that, and this is how we are going to be splitting out our entire string by using this split function right here. Okay, so it's going to take some sort of a separator. So in this case, this is a separator, so it's just going to just separate it out. So now let me just remove all of that from here, save my file and run there. And here you can see it's going to only gives us that Python right here, and still this is separated right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using a split method. And finally, we are going to be discussing the count. And as the name suggests, it's going to just give us the count or the length of a string. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just paste this sentence like Python is easy, Python is fun, and Python is powerful. I'm going to just get the count of Python. Like I only want to see how many times I've written a Python in this sentence right here. So we've written like 1 time, 2 time, and 3 time. So we are going to be getting the result of 3. So we are going to be just writing like sentence dot count, and now let me just paste the word of Python, and now let me just print this out like we have a count Python. Let's just save our file and run there. So we are going to be getting like 3 right here, which is supremely amazing. But now in this case, I'm going to just remove this Python from here, and I'm going to just replace that with the is. So now let me just save there and run there. So now in this case, we are still getting 3 right here. Why is that? That's because this is right here 1 time, 2 time, and also 3 time right here. But let's suppose if I want to search for the fun, save my file and let's just run there. And here you can see we are only getting the 1 right here, which is also amazing. So yeah, that was all of the functions or method which I wanted to show you. So here you can see we learn about the upper and lower case. We also learn about a capitalize and title. We also learn about a stripe or strip, whatever you want to call that. We also learn about the starts with, ends with, and replace, find an index, and also split. And finally, we just discussed the count right here. So yeah, that was it about for the string method in Python. So now let's talk about the comparison operators in Python. So what in the world are comparison operators and why you should care about that? So comparison operators are used to compare two values, expressions or variables, and these operators return the Boolean values like either true or false based on the comparison results. So we have a few of them, like we have the equality, then we have an inequality, or you can say not equality operator, whatever you want to call that. Then we have a greater than, less than. We also have the greater than or equal to. We finally have the less than or equal to. So these are called the comparison operators in Python. So now let me just discuss that. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to declare a variable with the name of A, and I'm going to be storing the value of 5 inside there. Then we have the variable with the name of B, and I'm going to be storing the value of 10 inside there. Now let's just check this out. So is A double equal to B? This is something called the strict equality operator. So we are now checking, is A, like is 5, let me just write 5 equal to 10. No, that's not the case. 5 is not equal to 10, so it's going to give us the result of false right here. Okay, so let me just undo that, and now let me just show you there. So here you can see we have like A is equal to B, which means like 5 is equal to 10, and we're going to be storing that in the result variable. And now let me just write like print of results, so you already know the results. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see we are now getting the result of false right here. Why is that? Because A is not equal to B, which means like 5 is not equal to 10, so that's why we are now getting false right here. But let's suppose if I change this 5 to 10, save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting the result of true right here. And why is that? Because 10 is equal to 10, so that's why we are now getting true right here. So that was the first example, and now let's talk about the not equality operator right here. And by the way, these are something called the font ligatures, which I'm using in a VS Code. In your case, it may look something like this. So we are going to be writing like 1 equal to, then the second equal to. Okay, so if I just remove this empty space from here, so it's gonna just make it like this symbol. These are called the font ligature. If you want to enable that, so I have an entire video on there if you want to check it out, so feel free to check it out. So that was the double equality operator, which means like we are now checking A equal to B, so it's going to give us true in this case because 10 is equal to 10, so that's why we are now getting true. And you know what, let me just change that to 5. So now let me just save there, and now in this case, instead of writing a double equality operator, so first of all I'm going to be writing this exclamation mark, and then I'm going to be writing the equal to sign right here. Okay, so as soon as I remove this space, so it's going to make it like this symbol, but in your case it will not be like this because I'm using something called the font ligature, and you don't have to worry about this. So what I'm doing behind the scene is that first of all I'm writing this exclamation mark, and then I'm writing the equal to sign, so it's going to give us the not equality operator, which means like A is not equal to B. So is that true or false? So I want you to pause the video and give me the answer of that. Is A not equal to B, or it is equal to B? Okay, so you know what, let me just run my code. So it's going to give us true right here. Why is that? Because A, like 5, is not equal to 10, so that's why we are now getting the result of true right here. But if I change that to 10, let me just write like 10 right here. Now in this case, A is equal to B, which means like 10 is equal to 10, so we are going to be getting false. Now let me just run there, and here you can see what's going on. Let me just rerun there. Oh, there we go. So we are now getting the result of false right here because A is not equal to B in this case, so that's why we are now getting false right here. So that was the first one, but now let me just check out something called the greater than. Okay, so if I just write the greater than symbol, and you already know what will be the result of that, so we are going to be checking, let me just rewrite there to 5, save my file. So we are now checking, is 5 greater than 10? So what do you think is going to be the result of that? Is 5 greater than 10 or not? So now let me just save that. Let me just undo that to A and B. So we are now checking like, is 5 greater than 10 or not? So now let me just run that. So it's going to give us false right here because 5 is not greater than 10. 5 is less than 10. So that's why we are now getting false right here. But now we also have the less than symbol right here. So now let me just write a less than symbol. So now we are checking, is 5 less than 10? Yep, that's totally the case. So 5 is less than 10, so that's why we are going to be getting true right here. So now let me just save there and run there. So it's going to give us true right here. So yeah, that's amazing. Now let's talk about the last one, which we have like greater than or equal to. Is 5 greater than or equal to 10? So what do you think is going to be the result of that? So we are now checking like is 5 is greater than or equal to 10. And by the way, come on, what the hell? I'm just writing a greater than and then I'm writing a equal to. So if I just remove this space, so it's going to make it like this symbol. Okay, so this is a font ligature that I'm using. Okay, so I'm now checking 5 is greater than or equal to 10. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? So I'm going to just change that to A, and I'm going to just change this one to B right here, save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now getting the result of false right here, because A is neither equal to or greater than B. A is less than B, so that's why we are now getting false right here. But now if I change that to 10, okay, so now let me just save them. And now let me just rerun that. So we are now going to be getting a true right here, because in this case we are now checking is A, like is 10 is greater than or equal to B. A is not greater than B, but A is equal to B. So that's why I am getting a true right here. Oh, that was a lot of talking, but now let me just write a less than or equal to right here. So I'm writing a less than and then I'm writing a equal to. So now let me just remove this empty space from here. So this is what I'm doing right now. So A is less than or equal to B, like is 10 less than or equal to B. Okay, so it's gonna still give us true right here. So now let me just save there. And it's gonna give us true right here because 10 is not less than 10, but 10 is equal to 10. So that's why we are now getting true right here. But now if I change that to like 5, and still we're going to be getting true right here, because A is less than B but not equal to B. So now let me just run there. Come on, what the hell? What am I doing? I guess I didn't save my file, did I? Let's just save this file, and now let me just rerun there. Oh, there we go. So we are now getting a true right here, because A is less than B but not equal to B right here. So yeah, that was all of the results. So now let me just place all of there, and now let me just summarize this. So first of all, we are just declaring two variables, and then we are checking like is A is equal to B, and yeah, either true or false. Then we are checking A is not equal to B, then we are checking A is greater than B, then we are checking A is less than B, then we are checking A is greater than or equal to B, and finally we are checking A is less than or equal to B. Now let's talk about the logical operator in Python. So what in the world are logical operators and how many they are and why you should care about them? So the logical operators are used to perform logical operation on the Boolean values, and these operations allow you to combine or modify the Boolean values and make more complex decisions in your code. So how many logical operators we have? We have the AND, we have the OR, and we have the NOT. Okay, or bitwise, whatever you want to call that. So we would have two flavor of that. So we can just write AND, or we can write the symbol of AND. We can also write or we can just write a pipe symbol for that, and I'm gonna just show you that in a few seconds. So let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. And I'm gonna just write true and true. Okay, so if both of the operands are true and we are using the AND operator, so it's gonna just gives us true. Okay, so this AND operator will search for only one to be false. So if it found one of them to be false, so it's gonna make the entire statement false. But now in this case, both of our operands are now completely true, so it's gonna give us the result of true right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now getting true right here, which is amazing. So now the next thing which I want to do is that I'm gonna just duplicate this line of code, and now let me just comment there. I can also write this expression by just writing the AND symbol right here. So you just have to write this %, or AND symbol, whatever you want to call that. So now let me just save this file, and now if I run there, and here you can see we are now still getting this true right here. So you can either write this English AND, or you can also just write this symbol. That's totally on you. Okay, so that's there. Now let me just comment this line out, or let me just delete it from here. So let's suppose if you have one of them to be true or one of them to be false. So now let me just write like true and false right here. So now let me just save this file. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? And here you can see we are now getting the value of false right here. So why are we getting a false? We are now getting a false because we are using the AND and this AND will only search for the false value. If it found one value to be false, so it's going to make the entire statement totally false. So now in this case we have only one false, so it will not care about the true. It will just search for the false, and if it found one of them to be false, so it's going to give us the entire statement totally false, which you can see right here. I don't know why I just get the error there, but here you can see we are now getting false right here. So that's there. And by the way, we can also use this ampersand right here. So now let me just save that, and here you can see we are now still getting that false right here. So yeah, that was it about the ampersand. And now let me just delete that, and now let's talk about the ors. So let's suppose we have this expression like true or true right here. So this OR operator is a positive operator. It's going to search for one of them to be true, and if it found one of them to be true, so it's going to make the entire statement true. On the other hand, if you were to use the ampersand, it's going to search for one of them to be false, and if it found one of them to be false, it's going to make the entire statement false. So now in this case we are using the OR. So now let me just save that and run that. God damn it, why are we getting this error? So now let me just run there, and here you can see we are now getting true value right here. Why is that? Because it's going to search for only one of them to be true, and if it found one of them to be true, so it's going to give us the entire statement of true. So we can just write this or we can write this pipe symbol, like one pipe, and it's going to be above your enter key. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see we are now still getting that true value right here. Why is that? Because both of these condition or both of these operands are now true, so that's why we are now getting the value of true right here. Let's suppose if I make one of them to be false. So now let me just write a false, and now let's just save there and run there, and here you can see we are still getting true right here. Why are we getting the true? As I said, that OR operator or this pipe will search for one of them to be true, and if it found only one to be true, so it's going to make the entire statement true. On the other hand, if I just use the ampersand, and now let's just save that and run there, so it's going to give us false right here, because it's going to search for one of them to be false, and if it found one of them to be false, so it's going to make the entire statement totally false. So now let me just remove that from here, and the final one we have is something called the not. Okay, so if something is true, it's gonna make it false. If something is false, it's gonna make it true. So you know what, let's suppose we have true, and now let me just save that and run that. So you already know that it's gonna give us a true value right here. But if I just write this not operator right here, and now let me just save that and run that, here you can see it's gonna make this true value as a false value right here. Okay, but let's suppose if you have false value, so what do you think is gonna happen now? So now let me just save that, and now let me just run that. So it's gonna make it true right here. So you know, let me just give you a bit more example. Like let's suppose we have a y, it's gonna be set to true, and then we have a you know, let me just make this one as a x and this one as a y, and it's gonna be set to false right here. And now underneath that, I'm gonna just write like a result, and it's gonna be equals to x and y. And now let me just print this out. So we have this result right here. So I want you to tell me, what do you think is going to be the result of this coding right here? So we have a x variable, and it is holding the value of true. Then we have a y variable, and it's going to hold the value of false right here. Now we are using x and y right here, and finally we are now checking out this result right here. So now let me just run there. So it's going to give us false right here. Why is that? Because this AND operator will search for one of them to be false, and if it found one of them to be false, so it's going to make the entire statement totally false. Excuse me. And now if I just use like OR right here, or if I just use the pipe symbol, or you know, let me just use the OR operator right here, and now let me just save there. And now I want you to once again tell me, what do you think is going to be the result of this coding right here? So now let me just run there. So it's going to make it true right here. Why is that? Because it's going to only search for one of the condition to be true, and if you found one of them to be true, here you can see in this case we have true, so it's going to make the entire thing totally true. But let's suppose if you have all of them to be totally false. So now let me just save there and run there. So here you can see it's going to just make the entire thing totally false, because this is already false right here. So now let me just save there. Okay, so that's there. Now I'm going to just remove that right here, and I'm gonna just write like not. And now let me just save this file. So now I want you to once again tell me, what do you think is gonna be the result of this coding right here? Okay, so now let me just run my code, and here you can see we are now getting true right here. Why is that? Because y is currently set to false, and now we are making it as a true, so that's why we are now getting true right here. So now let's talk about one of my favorite topic of this course. So in this one, we're going to be talking about the conditional statements, baby. Okay, so conditional statement allow you to control the flow of your program based on a certain condition, and they allow you to execute different block of code depending on whether the specified condition evaluates to true or false. Okay, so that's going to be a lot of fun. So we're going to be discussing first of all the if statement, then we're going to be jumping into the if else statement, then finally we're going to be discussing the elif and also the else statement. So yeah, let's jump into the coding, and that's going to require a lot of explanation. So first of all, let me just declare a variable with the name of 0, and I'm going to be storing the value of 0 inside there. And now if I want to control the flow of my program based on this condition, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? And to do that, first of all, we are going to be discussing something called the if conditional statement. So we are going to be first of all writing the if result keyword, and by the way, result keyword just simply means that the result keyword will be a special keyword which will have some sort of a special meaning in a specific programming language. Now in this case, if is a result keyword, and it allows us to provide a condition for our program. Okay, so now let me just use like if x is greater than 0, then do something. Or you know what, first of all, we are going to be providing some sort of a condition, then we are going to be providing a separator, and based on this condition we are going to be performing some logic. So like do some stuff would be fine. So let me just explain that once again. First of all, we are going to be writing the if result keyword, then here we are going to be passing some sort of a condition. If this condition is true, run this code. If this condition is false, then don't run this condition. If we have more conditions, check those conditions. If those conditions are also false, so then jump into the next condition, and so on and so forth. Okay, so I know it sounds a bit confusing, but trust me, it's not. So now let me just remove that, and I'm going to also remove this condition right here. And as a condition, I'm going to provide like if x is greater than 0 right here. So what do you want to do? We just want to print to the user like yeah, x is positive or something like that. Okay, so now let me just save my file. So now let me just run my code, and what are we getting? We are not getting nothing. Why is that? Because x is not greater than 0. We assign the value of 0 to that. X is not greater than 0. X is equal to 0. So that's why we cannot see anything. So this condition will be now set to false. So that's why this code will not run, and we would not see anything right here. Okay, so yeah, that's there. But now let's suppose if I just provide like 2 or something like that. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run this code. So what are we getting? We are now getting like x is positive number right here. And why is that? That's because x is now greater than 0. So that's why we are now seeing the result of this coding right here. And by the way, we can provide a lot of logic which we are going to be learning throughout the course, but not right now. Okay, so that's them. This is how the if condition works. So first of all, we have provided the if result keyword. Then we, first of all, we have to use the if result keyword, and then we have to specify some sort of a condition, and based on this condition, we are going to be providing some sort of a logic. So if this condition is true, run this code. If this condition is false, so then don't run anything at all. Okay, so that's there. And by the way, what I want you to do is that I want you to also keep in mind these indentation. And to put it in simple words, you can think about the indentation are like simple spaces. I want you to keep in mind these spaces, like you have to provide these spaces. Let's suppose if I just remove these spaces right here, and as soon as I save my file, and now if I run my code, so what are we getting? We are getting some sort of an error right here. And now if I hover my mouse over to the expected indent block right here, and we are now getting that from the pylons. And yeah, you can learn more about these stuff, but you don't have to, because I'm explaining that right now. They are now suggesting that we have to specify some sort of a spaces right here. It will not work like that without any spaces. So what I want to do is that I'm going to be just providing a 4 spaces. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And here you can see that error is now totally gone. So if I just remove that, here you can see we have these squiggly lines right here. But as soon as I just write like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and here you can see that error is now successfully gone. Okay, so that was the if, and now let's talk about the elif. Okay, so elif, not life, but just elif. And now here we are going to be also passing another condition. We're going to be still providing a separator right here. And now as soon as I hit enter right here, and here you can see we are now getting these indentations right here. So I can just provide some more logic right here if I wanted to, but this is not how we are going to be writing our code. So we are going to be just writing like elif, and now in this case the condition will be x is less than 0, and now do something. So now let me just provide like X is negative. Negative. There we go. Come on. Negative. There we go. So now let me just save that, and now let me just explain that. Here you can see we have a variable, and we are now storing the value of 2 inside there. Then we are checking if X is greater than 0, print this result right here. But if X is not greater than 0, then skip this code and jump straight into this condition right here. Then check this condition. If this condition is true, print this result. Otherwise, print nothing. So now if I save my file and run my code, so it's going to only gives us this result right here. Why is that? Because it's going to only check for the first condition. If the first condition matches, so it's not even going to bother the rest of these conditions right here. So you know what, let me just run my code. So we are now getting like X is positive right here. That's because this condition is true, and like X is greater than 0. So now let me just provide like, I don't know, -1 or -2 or something like that. So now if I save my file, so it's gonna first of all check this condition. If this condition is true, print this code right here. If this condition is false, jump to this condition and check out this condition. If this condition is true, print this code. If this condition is false, then check another condition if you already have a lot of them. So now let me just run my code. So we are now getting like X is negative. And you know, if I just write like, I don't know, maybe 0 or something like that. And now let me just rerun that. And here you can see we are not getting anything right here because this condition is false and also this condition is false. So that's why we are not getting anything. So yeah, this is how we are going to be providing our condition. And you can provide as many elifs as you want. Okay, so you can just write like a lot of them, and you can just change their values, their condition values and their values, something like that, which we are going to be also discussing later on in this course, but not right now. Okay, so now finally let's talk about the final one, which will be the else. So here we don't have to provide some sort of a condition right here. Here we just have to provide our else and also our separator. And now if I just hit enter right here, and still we have to provide these indentation right here. And now let's just provide some sort of a logic, which will be the default logic. So I'm going to just write like print and X is 0. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see first of all it's going to check this condition. If this condition is true, so it's going to just run this code. If this condition is false, so it's going to jump to this condition. If this condition is true, so it's going to just run this code. If this condition is false, so finally for the default value it's going to just run this code right here. Ooh, that was a lot of talking. So now let me just save this file, and we are now getting X is 0. Why is that? Because X is 0, this condition is false, this condition is false. So finally it's going to jump into this final condition right here. Yeah, I know that was a lot of talking, but now let me just give you a real world example right here. Let's suppose if you are working with Google and you will be in charge for the password validation. I know there's a lot to ask, but anyway, so now let me just write like a password variable, and it's going to be set to add characters right here. Okay, so just to add, and now here we are going to be first of all checking. If I just write if password is greater than 8 characters, so what do you want to show to the user? We just want to show to the user like valid password, baby, welcome, or something like that. Okay, so valid password and welcome. Password is less than 8 characters, so we're going to be showing to the user, you know, let me just remove that. We're going to be showing to the user like invalid password, and password should be 8 characters or something like that. I guess that's going to be fine. So now let me just save that. And if this condition is also false, we are going to be just providing to a user like please enter your password to log in or something like that. Login, there we go. So now let me just save my file. So we are going to be first of all checking if password is greater than 8 characters. So we are going to be providing like valid password and yeah, welcome to your dashboard or something like that. If password is less than 8 characters, so we are going to be showing to the user like invalid password, and password should be 8 characters. And if that's not the case, we are going to be just providing like please enter your password to log in. So now if I run my code, so here you can see we are now getting like, you know, let me just go back. So I'm getting like please enter your password to log in right here. Why is that? Why am I getting that? Because we are already providing, oh, it should be greater, that's why. So I'm going to just change that to 10 characters. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are now getting like valid password and welcome right here. But now if I just provide like 5 characters, and now let me just save there and run there, so we are now getting like invalid password, and password should be add characters right here. But now if I just provide like I don't know, add characters or something like that, and now let me just run my code. So here you can see, please enter your password to log in. Okay, that was a lot of talking, and yeah, that was the conditional statements in Python. So now let's talk about the loops in Python. So what in the world are loops and why you should care about that? So loops allow you to repeatedly execute a block of code as long as a certain condition is met, or iterate over a sequence of elements. So Python support 2 types of loops. The first one is a for loop, and the second one is a while loop. So we're going to be discussing like 3 types of loops. So first of all, we're going to be discussing the for loop, then we are going to be discussing ranges, and finally we are going to be jumping into the while loops. Okay, so now let's talk about the for loop. So a for loop is used to iterate over a sequence, and you don't know what a sequence is, not right now, but we are going to be learning that in a really great detail throughout this course, such as list, tuple or tuple, string. We already know what a string is, so I guess I'm going to also give you the example of strings or other iterable objects, and execute a block of code for each element in a sequence. So something which I'm going to be showing you in a few seconds. Now the next one we have is a range. So range is a built-in function that generates a sequence of numbers within a specified range, and it is commonly used with the for loops to iterate over a sequence of numbers. So that was just a basic theory, and now let's jump into the for loops and all of that kind of stuff. So now let me give you a quick challenge, and now you might be saying, Hussein, we didn't even start learning about the loops. Why are you giving us a challenge? And what I want you to do is that I want you to print I don't know, maybe just print like my name is, and then print your name. I don't know, maybe like I want you to print that like 10 times or maybe 100 times. So how in the world you are going to be doing that? Let's suppose your name is Hussein or Jordan or something like that. So the first way which you can do is that you can just copy this text, and you can just place there 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on and so forth. The second way which you can do is that if you are a VS Code wizard, so you can just duplicate this code by using these shortcuts, and you can do that by a lot of ways. But first of all, we are now repeating ourselves. That's the first thing, and the second thing is it is taking a lot of our time. So now the best way to solve this problem is to use a loops. So we are going to be first of all talking about the range. So we are going to be using first of all the for result keyword. Let me just zoom in a bit. We are going to be using the for result keyword. Then we are going to be specifying the index. So like what will be the index by which we are going to be iterating over through. So the convention is we just write I. You can totally write index, you can write banana, you can write like orange, you can write your own name, you can write whatever you want to write, but this is going to be the index area. But the convention is a lot of people use I as the index. So we are going to be first of all using the for result keyword, then we are going to be specifying the index, then we are going to be using the in operator, and finally we just have to use the range. Okay, and the range is a built-in function, and you can tell that this is going to be the built-in function by providing these parentheses right here. Okay, so now we are providing these parentheses, so which means like this is going to be a built-in function, and throughout the course we are going to be learning about what in the world are function and how to create one and so on and so forth, but we are not there yet. Okay, so this is going to be the syntax. Now the final thing which you have to do is that you have to provide the colon, or you can call it the separator or whatever you want to call that, it doesn't even matter, and you just have to hit enter right here. So it's gonna still gives us that indentation right here, or that space is right here. Now here you can write whatever you want to write, and it's gonna print all of that result based on the specified sequence right here. So we're gonna have to specify some sort of a sequence, like how many times we wanted to run this code. So I'm going to just specify like, I don't know, maybe 5 times. And now let me just use like print right here, and I'm gonna just say, oh, you know what, I am not going to providing anything. So now let me just provide this I, which is going to be the index right here. So you know what, let me just say that once again. First of all, we are going to be using the for result keyword, then we are going to be specifying some sort of an index, then we are going to be using the in operator, and finally we are going to be using the range built-in function or method or whatever you want to call that. And here we are going to be specifying like how many times we want to run this code. So you know what, that was a lot of theory. Now let me just save this file, and now let me just go back, and now let me run this code right here. So what are we getting? We are now getting indexes from 0 through 4 right here, which means like 5. Okay, so yeah, so now let me just clear this out, And now let me just remove this 5 from here, and I'm going to just specify 10 in this case. So now let me just save there, and now let me just run my code. So what are we getting? We are starting from the 0 through 9, so which means like we are now printing our index 10 times right here. So now let me just remove that from here, and you know, I'm gonna just specify like 5, or yeah, 5 would be fine. We're going to be specifying our index of 5. So now let me just save that and clear this out, and now inside there I'm going to just provide like my own name, or I'm gonna just say like my name is Hussein. That was the challenge which I just gave you a few seconds ago. So my name is Hussein. So now let me just save this file, and now let me just run there. So what are we getting? We are now getting my name is Hussein 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 times right here. So if you also wanted to show the index, so you can totally do that by just providing a comma and then provide your index right here. So now let me just save this file, clear this out, and rerun there. So here you can see we are now getting my name is Hussein from 0 through 4 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using the range function also with for loop, and it's going to allow us to repeat our code a lot of times. So you are not just limited to write like 5 or 10 or 20. You can write like 1,000. You can write how many you like. So you know what, let me just write like 100. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run this. So this is a lot of craziness. We are now getting there from 0 through, oh my god, that's going to be a 100. Okay, so we are now getting that through 99 right here, which means like 100. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using the ranges with a for loop. So that was just a basics, but now let's talk about something called the start and the stop with a range. So I'm going to just use like for I in range, and here the first value which we're going to be specifying like from which index we want to start. So let's suppose if I want to start from 2, so we are going to be starting our index from the 2. Now let me just provide a comma from which index we wanted to stop. So now let me just provide a 8 right here, provide my separator, and now let me provide my print, and I'm going to just provide my I right here. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run there. So what are we getting? We are now getting our number starting from the 2. And why is that? That's because we are now providing our start position from the 2 index. So that's what we are getting. Now we are starting from the 2, and we want to go through the 8 but not including the 8. Okay, so we want to stop through the 8 but not including the 8. So this is how we can provide the starting position, and this is how we can provide the stopping position, or whatever you want to call there. So I can also provide different indexes. So I'm going to just write like 5, 10. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just rerun there. So here you can see my code is going to be starting from the 5, and it's going to just wait, or it's going to stop through the 9 right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we can provide a start and also the stop, but we are not done yet. We can provide the third index, which is called the step. So we can also ignore a few steps if you wanted to. Okay, so I'm going to just write like for I in range, and the first argument I'm going to specify for the start, and I want to start my program from the 1 index, and then I want to stop my program through 10 index, and I want to skip or step, whatever you want to call that, 2. Okay, so now let me just provide my separator, and now let me just provide a print, and now let me provide my I, save my file, and run there. And here you can see my program is going to be starting from the 1, then it's going to skip 2 numbers. So here you can see 2, and it's not going to skip the third one. And if you want to skip like 3 numbers, so you can just specify 3. So it's going to only skip like 2 numbers, not including the third one. And the keyword is not including. So now let me just save there, and now let me just rerun there. So here you can see it's going to just start from the 1. It's going to skip 3 numbers. I'm like, yeah, it's going to skip 3 numbers, then it's going to give us 4, and then finally it's going to give us 7 right here. Okay, so if you want to set that to like 2, save my file and run there. So 1, skip 2, and then 3, then skip 4, gives us 5, skip 6 is, so it's going to give us 7, and skip 8, and it's going to give us 9 right here, and it's going to finally skip out the 10 one as well. So yeah, this is how we can also provide a start, the stop, and also the step. Now finally, let me just also show you that like how in the world we are going to be iterating over through a iterable. So till this point of the course, we only learned about the string, and strings are iterable. So we already learned that we can also use the split method on there. But you know, let me just give you an example of this. So I'm going to just write like a word, and the word will be Python programming language or something like that. Now I want to iterate over through each character inside this string, and I want to perform some sort of a logic on there. Okay, so I'm going to just write like for char, you can just write like index if you wanted to. So in my case, I'm going to just write like char, and then I'm going to just use the in operator thing we want to iterate over through, and I'm going to just specify the word right here. So I'm going to copy there, and now let me just place there, and finally let's just provide our separator, and now let me provide a print, and I'm going to just specify the char right here. So now watch what happened as soon as I save my file, and now let me just run my code. So we are now getting P, then we are getting the Y, then we are getting the T, then we are getting the H, and so on and so forth right here. Okay, so we can perform different kind of operation if you wanted to. So I can just use like a split method right here, and now let me just put an empty space, and yeah, and now let me just save there and clear this out and run that. So here you can see it's going to make it as a tuple or arrays or whatever you want to call that. So this is how we can perform operation on each characters. So it's going to start from the index of 0. For the index 0 we have a P, then it's going to jump to the Y, then it's going to jump to the T, and so on and so forth. So you get the idea. So yeah, that was the basics of the for loop and also the ranges in Python. Alright, so now let's talk about the while loop in Python. So a while loop is a control flow, and we already learned about what is a control flow. We learned about the if statement and else statement and else statement and all of that. So a while loop is a control flow statement that allows a block of code to be executed repeatedly as long as a specified condition is true. As long as a specified condition is true. Okay, and the syntax will look something like this. So I'm not going to waste your time by showing you the slides. So now let me just go into the coding, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So let's suppose I have a variable with the name of password, and I'm not going to store anything inside there. Now I'm going to be using the while reserved keyword, and then I'm going to specify the len. And len is a function which allows us to check the length of something. So now in this case, our something is our password. Okay, so now we are checking the length of our password right here. Okay, so if the length of our password is less than 8 characters, so what do you want to do in that case? We just want to write like password, let me just remove that from here. We are going to be just writing a password is equal to the input, and we are going to be just writing like enter a password at least 8 characters or something like that. Okay, so as long as this condition is true, this code will run. Okay, so whenever this condition is false, this code will stop executing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the while loop. So first of all, we are going to be creating some sort of a variable. Then we have to use the while reserved keyword. Now inside there, we have to specify our condition. Based on this condition, this while loop will run. If this condition is false, this while loop will stop executing. As long as this condition is true, this code will run. Yeah. And now here you can see we specified our indentations right here, and here I am not going to be providing any indentation, and I'm going to just say like print and password set successfully. There we go. And now let me just save my file, and now let me just go back a few more time, and now let me just run my code. We cannot run our code by using this terminal. We have to use our actual terminal, because in this case we are now taking an input from the user, so we have to use our own terminal right here. So now let me just write a ls right here, and here you can see we are now getting only the index right here. So now if I want to run there, so I'm going to be using like python and then index.py. So now let me just hit enter right here. So here you can see it's going to give us that message, enter a password at least 8 characters right here, and we are now getting there. So I'm going to just specify like Python is a programming language right here. So now if I hit enter, and here you can see password successfully set. And why am I getting this message right here? That's because it required me to provide some sort of a character, and now if I provide that, so it's going to store that value inside this password variable right here. And what are we doing? If password is less than 8 characters, this code will run. But now in this case, I am providing more than 8 characters, so this code will stop executing right here. So I'm providing like 1 2 3 4 5, yeah, I don't know. I know this is more than 8 characters, so that's why we are now getting like password successfully set. But let's suppose if I just, let me just provide some sort of a separator right here. let's just provide a separate and space, and now let me just rerun my code. So I'm going to be using like Python, and now let me just use my index.py, and now if I hit enter right here, it is still requiring us to provide some sort of a password, but now in this case I'm going to just specify like 1 2 3 4 5, and now if I hit enter right here, it's going to still ask us their password should be at least 8 characters. So now let me just provide like I don't know, or something. Yeah, I guess I'm going to just go with I don't know and some. Okay, so it's gonna just still ask us that same password again and again. As soon as I cross this limit, like as soon as I provide a password which will be greater than 8 characters, so this loop will stop executing. So now let me just provide like I don't know, I am, or I am recording Python course or something like that, and now let me just hit enter right here. So password successfully set. So this is how we are going to be working with the while loop. So that was the first example. Now let me just give you yet another example, program example right here. Let me just zoom in a bit. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to provide a choice, and we did not learn about the none, but now I'm going to just tell you about the none right now. None is a value which can be set by a programmer, which means like we are now declaring a variable, but we are not assigning any value to that. So if you are coming from a JavaScript, so this will be a null, but now here we are specifying none right here, none. There we go. So yeah, the initial value will be set to none, like which means we are creating some sort of a variable. We don't want to store the empty string inside there. We also don't want to store the 0 number inside there, but what we want to store is we want to only store the none value right here inside there. Okay, so now I'm going to be using like while the choice is not equal to, here you can see I'm using the not equality operator right here. So as soon as I remove this space, so it's going to just make it like this. But what I want you to keep in mind is that I'm using this not equality operator right here. While the choice is not equal to q, run this code. So whenever the user type q and hit enter, so then just stop executing. So I'm going to just write like print, and I'm going to just say like option 1, and I'm going to just duplicate that because I don't want to waste your time. So this is going to be 2 and this is going to be 3, and now let me just provide a 2 and 3 right here. And for the final one, I'm going to just write like choice, and it's going to be equals to the input. We are now taking some sort of an input from the user, and we will just say, let's just go back, we'll just say like enter your choice, or hit Q to quit. Okay, so yeah, now let me just save my file, and yeah, let's just test this out. So I'm going to just save this file, and now let me test this out. So I'm going to be using python index.py, and now let me just hit enter right here, and here you can see I have this menu right here. So we have option 1, we have option 2, and we have option 3. So I can just use like option 1, and if I hit enter right here, so it's going to still gives us that option again and again. So if I just provide 2, if I just provide like a blah, or if I just provide like something, this code will run again and again and again as soon as this condition is true. So now if I just write a Q and hit enter right here, and here you can see my program stop executing. So now let me just show you that once again. Here you can see as soon as I provide like anything, it's gonna still run my code, but if I just write a Q and if I hit enter right here, my program will stop executing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using the while loop. While some condition is true, run this code, but as long as this condition is false, then stop executing this code. That was it about the loops. And yeah, welcome to the second part of this course. So now we are totally done with the beginner section. So now we are going to be jumping into the intermediate part. And now in this section, we are going to be learning about a lot of data structures, including list, sets, tuples, or tuple, whatever you want to call them. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about the list. So what in the world are lists, and why should you care about that? List, as the name suggests, that it will allow us to store a list of data. Okay, so a list is a data structure, and a data structure just simply means a way to structure our data. Okay, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds. So a list is a data structure that can store a collection of items, and it is one of the built-in data types and is commonly used to hold an ordered sequence of elements. We are going to be learning about a more data structure which will not hold the ordered sequence, but now list can store the ordered sequence of elements. Okay, so list can contain elements from a different data types, including numbers, strings, and even other lists. Okay, something which we are going to be exploring in a few seconds. So what are the key features of list. And the main key feature of list is that a list maintains the order of the element as they are inserted, allowing you to access their elements by their index. And you can also modify the content of the list by adding or removing the elements. Don't worry about that, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds. List can also grow or shrink in size as they needed. You can add or remove elements without specifying the size beforehand. So how in the world we are going to be creating a list? Now let me just show you that. First of all, we are going to be learning about how we are going to be creating a list of numbers. Later, we are going to be also learning about how we are going to be creating like a list of strings and booleans and you name it. But now let's talk about how we are going to be creating a list of numbers. Okay, and to do that, the syntax is supremely easy. Okay, so now let me just write an opening bracket and then the closing bracket. So now inside there we can write or we can store any kind of data right here. So I'm going to just specify like 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5. So this is a data structure which allows us to structure our data by using a list. Let's suppose if I am not using this list data structure, and now if I want to achieve the same results over there, I'm gonna have to create 5 separate variables, like A will be now set to 1, then we have tried B will be now set to 2, then we have tried C will be now set to 3, then A B C D E A B C D, yeah, D will be set to 4, and then we have tried a E which will be set to 5. And this is what we have to do without using a list. So now we have the power of list, so we no longer have to create a lot of variables and store our data differently. So now if you want to store the result of this list, so for that we are going to be just writing some sort of a variable name. So I'm going to just give it the name of like numbers. You can give it any name that you like. You can provide like banana, you can write orange, you can write Hossein, you can write whatever number that you like. Okay, so in my case I'm going to store this data structure of list inside this numbers variable. Okay, so now if I want to check it out, so I'm going to just write like numbers right here, and now let me just save there. And you know what, let me just show you there right here. So I'm going to not node but python index.py, and here you can see we are now getting like 1 2 3 4 5 right here. Okay, we can also run this code by using this terminal if you wanted to, but you know what, I'm not going to do that, because I want to also show you this way, because we are now at the intermediate part of this course. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a number string. What the hell did I just say? This is how we are going to be creating a number list, not a string. Okay, so now let me just write a print, and now let me check out the length of this list. So I'm going to just write a len, and now I'm going to just specify my variable name, which will be number. So now let me just save there, and here you can see the length will be set to 5. And why is that? That's because we are now storing 5 items, so now the length will be set to 5. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the numbers list. So now let me just remove that, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about how we are going to be creating a list of strings. We already learned about the numbers, now we have to learn about the strings. So to do that, that's totally simple and easy. We just have to write the opening bracket, and then we have to close there, and now inside there we are going to be just writing a lot of strings right here. Let's suppose if I want to store the fruit name, so I'm going to just write like apple, and then now let me just provide a comma to separate there. Now let me provide the orange, and I'm going to also specify the comma. Now let me provide banana or something like that, and finally let me just provide like a grape or something. And now here you can see this is how we are going to be storing a string or a list of string. Okay, so this is how we are going to be structuring our data. So now if you want to store then some sort of a variable, so I'm going to just write like fruits, and it's going to be equals to this list right here. Okay, so now let me just print this out. So I'm going to be using like print of fruits. Let's just save there and rerun there, and here you can see we are now getting an apple, orange, banana, and grape. Okay, let's suppose if you weren't using what do we call it, this list right here, so we would have to create some sort of a variable for the apple, and we would have to store the apple inside there. Then we would have to create the orange, and we would have to store the orange value, and so on and so forth. So it will not only waste a lot of our time, plus it will also make our code so much ugly. So now let me just remove that, and this is how we are going to be working with the list. And by the way, let me just also show you the length of fruits and fruits. There we go, and print this. Come on, print this out, and let's just print this out. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see the index will be now set to 4 because we are only storing. Why is that? 1 2 3 4, yeah. we are storing only four what do we call, four strings, so that's why we're now getting the result of 4 right here. So we learn about how we are going to be storing the numbers value, and we also learn about how we are going to be storing a string values. But now let's talk about how we are going to be working with the mixed data type of list. Okay, to do that, I'm going to just create a list, and I'm going to just first of all specify the number like 1. Then I'm going to specify hello as a string data type. Then I'm going to specify 3.14 as a what do we call it, as a floating point number. And then I'm going to specify the true as a Boolean data type right here. So we can also store our data or collection of mixed data inside our list. Okay, so now let me just provide like mixed list, and it's going to be equals to this mixed list right here. So now let me just print this out, and I'm going to be using like a come on, what the hell, and I'm going to be using mix we're going to be using mixed list. And now let me just save there and rerun there. So here you can see the result will be totally the same. Okay, so if you want to check out the length, so we can totally do that. Let's just use the length function, and I'm going to just specify there and rerun there. Excuse me, and we are now getting 4 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be storing our data by using a list. Alright guys, so now that we learn about how we are going to be storing our data by using a list, but now the question is how in the world we are going to be retrieving that data or accessing that data. And now if you want to access that data, the first thing which I want you to keep in mind is that lists are a zero index base. So what do I mean by that? Let's suppose I have this list right here with numbers from 1 through 5. This list will be starting from the 0. So this is going to be the 0, this is going to be 1, then 2, 3 and 4 right here. So now if you want to just access the first element from this list, so we will just have to write this list syntax, and we have to specify the index which you want to access. Like in this case, if I only want to access the first element, so I'm going to have to specify 0 right here, so it's going to only gives us 1 right here. Okay, so if I want to get like I don't know, maybe and this 3 right here, so we are going to be specifying 0, 1, and then we have to write 2. So if I just write a 2, it's going to give us 3 right here. And now if we just specify the negative value like -1, so it's going to give us the last element from the list. Like if I just use -1, so it's going to start from this one. If I use the -2, so it's going to give us what do we call it, the 4 right here. But whenever we specify the negative value, the index will be not starting from the 0. Whenever we are accessing something from the beginning, the index will be starting from the 0. But whenever we are accessing some element from the end of the list, the index will not be starting from the 0. The index will be only starting from the 1. Okay, so if I just specify like -1 or -1 for mathematician out there, so we are going to be getting like 5. And if you just specify like -2, so it's going to give us 4 right here. Okay, so yeah, that was how we are going to be accessing the something from the list. But now let's talk about the slices. So what in the world are slices? Slicing is a way to extract a portion of a list or any other attribute, something which we are going to be also discussing throughout this course, by specifying a range of indices. The basic syntax will look something like this. First of all, we have to specify the starting position, then we have to write a stop position, then we have to write a step position. So what is a stop and start and step? So start is the index of the first element you want to include, inclusive. And stop is the index of the first element you want to exclude, like not included, like if you want to skip something. So for stop, we are going to be providing that value, and this is going to be exclusive. And step is the number of indices between the elements. Default value will be set to 1 if not specified. So yeah, but you know what, instead of showing you in this way, I'm going to write some code and then I'm going to show you there. Alright ladies, let's talk about how we are going to be accessing items. If you wanted to access item, first of all we have to store some sort of a data. So we are going to be just writing like 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, and we're going to be storing that in my list, and it's going to be equals to this data. And now let me just write my print method, and I'm going to be using like my list, save my file, and bang bang bang. So it's going to give us that list right here. But now the question is, if I want to get like the first element from this list, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we just have to write this opening bracket and then the closing bracket, and now inside there we have to specify the index. So lists are a zero index space, as we learned a few seconds ago. So we're going to have to specify a 0 for the first value, 1 for the second, and 2 for the third, and so on and so forth. So now if I just specify 0, and now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see what are we getting. we are now getting 1 right here. And why is that? That's because we are now specifying this 1 right here. But now let's suppose if you want to get like this 2, so we're going to have to specify 1 right here. So now let me just save there and rerun there. So it's going to give us 2 and so on and so forth. So if I just write like 2 and 3, so now let me just save there. And now let me just rerun that. So we are now getting like 1, 2, 3 and 4 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be getting something, or this is how we are going to be accessing the element from our list right here. So now let me just remove that. Let's suppose I have 1 million users inside our database and I only want to get the last person. So let's suppose this list will hold 1 million user and I only want to get the last user from there. So this is how we are going to be doing that. So I'm going to just specify like minus, and now let me provide a 1. So it's going to only gives us the last person from our database. So now let me just save that and let's just rerun this. So we're now getting 5 right here, which is going to be the fifth, which is going to be the last element from this list. So if I just specify like 2, save my file and rerun that, so now we are getting 4 and so on and so forth. So this is how we are going to be accessing the elements from our list. But now let's talk about the slicing. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to just write a comment like using slices right here, and I want to create a list which will be starting from the 0 through 9 right here. So now if I want to extract some sort of a data from there, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? You know what, let me just give you the basic example of that. So I'm going to just write like subset, and it's going to be equals to my list, and now inside there we are going to be starting from the second position and we want to go through. This is going to be for the starting and this is going to be for the stopping point. Okay, so now let me just print this out and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just write like subset, and now let me just save my file and rerun there. So we are going to be starting from the 2 index and we are going to be going into the 6th index, like for this 6th element, but not including this 6th element. I want you to keep that in mind. We're going to be starting from the 2. We will go through the 6 but not including the 6. So this is what we are getting right now. So we are now providing like 2, 3, 4 and 5 but not including the 6. Okay, so this is going to be the starting point and this is going to be the stopping point right here. And I can totally shorten this code by omitting also the starting point and also the stopping point. So I can totally remove that and I can just write a colon, and let's suppose I want to start from the 0 index and I also want to include 1, 2, 3, 4 and also the 5. So I'm gonna have to write just 6. So just write this colon and write a 6. So it's gonna start from the 0 through 6 but not including the 6. So now let me just write a 6 right here, save my file, and now let me just rerun this. So what are we getting? We are now starting from the 0 through 5, through 6 but not including the 6, and this is what we are getting right now. So this is how we can omit the starting position and the stopping position. I can totally do that and I already show you how to do that, but if you don't want to use that, you don't even have to use that. Okay, so yeah, and yeah, we can also go other way around if you wanted to. Like if you want to start from the 5th and we want to go through like the end of the the end of the list, so we can also totally do that. Now let me just remove that, and now let me just provide a 5. So we are going to be starting from the 5th position and we want to go through as many items as we have. So this is how we are going to be doing that. Starting from the 5th position, go through how many items you have. So now let me just save that and now let me just run that. So we are going to be starting from the 5th position or index or portion or whatever you want to call that, and we will go through the end. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the slices, but we are not done yet. We can also specify the negative elements, the negative indexes, and it's going to just start from the end and it's going to go through their specified portion. So now let me just remove this 5 from here and I'm going to just specify like -3. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? So it's going to start from the 9, it's going to give us 9, then it's going to give us the 8, and then it's going to also gives us the 7 right here. So now let me just save that. And now let me just run this. So we are now getting like 7, 8 and 9. That's because we are now starting our index from the -3. So it's going to just start from the from the 0. So it's going to give us like 9, it's going to give us 8, and it's going to also give us 7 right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be doing that. But now let me just show you the most complicated part. And by the way, if you guys don't get all of that, you don't even have to worry about that, because throughout the course I'm going to give you a lot of challenges and a lot of practice, so you will totally get that. That's my guarantee, baby. That's my guarantee. And now let's talk about how we are going to be working with the step. So we already learned like how we are going to be starting from something. We already learned like how we are going to be stopping somewhere. But now let's talk about the step, like how many items we want to skip. So it's gonna only give us like starting from the one portion, then it's gonna skip the second portion, then it's gonna give us the third. It's gonna also skip out the 4, then it's gonna give us the 5, it's gonna also skip out the 6, and then finally it's gonna give us the 7 right here. So now let me just save there, and now let me just use that. So we have like 1, 3, 5, and 7 as I just show you there. Ooh, that was a lot of explanations. So now at this point of the course, we learned a lot about the list, like how in the world we are going to be creating a list of numbers, the strings, and the mixed list like booleans and floating point numbers and so on and so forth. Then we learned how we are going to be accessing something from the starting position or from the beginning. We also learned that how we are going to be accessing something from the end, and we also learned about how we are going to be working with the slices. So now that we learned about how we are going to be creating our list, how we are going to be accessing the item from the list, and so on and so forth, but we did not discuss about how we are going to be updating our elements from the list. And to do that, first of all, I want to introduce this new word which is called the mutable. So whenever you hear the word mutable, and I promise you will hear this word a lot throughout your programming career, you will hear that something is mutable, like some data is mutable or some data is immutable. So now I'm going to just explain that right now. So whenever somebody tell you that something is mutable, which means like this data or this thing can be changeable. And whenever somebody say like this data is immutable, which means like this data is not changeable. So that's what you have to keep in mind. So lists in Python are mutable, which means like they are changeable. You can totally modify them, you can totally change them, and meaning you can totally modify their elements. If you want to update any item in the list, first you have to select them using this syntax, which I'm about to show you in a few seconds, and then change the value inside that index. Okay, so this is how the syntax is gonna look like. But now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So let me just remove all of that coding from here, and I'm gonna just create a list. I'm gonna just write like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or something like that. My list is gonna be equals to this list right here. And now if I want to change some sort of a data inside this list, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? The first thing which you have to do is that you have to select the element, element using the index. Okay, that's the first thing which you have to do. And the second thing which you have to do is that assign a new value to there. I don't even know how to spell assign, but let's just quick, there we go. So let's just discuss the first step, like how in the world we are going to be selecting something from our list. So we already learned that, but now let me just revise that. Okay, so let's suppose if I only want to get this third index right here, like I don't want to get this one, I don't want to get this one, but I only want to get this third element. And if I want to update that to something else, so this is how I'm going to do this. So I'm going to just write like my list, then we have to write the opening bracket and then the closing bracket, and now inside there we have to specify our index. And now in this case I'm going to just specify the index of 2 right here, because this is going to be 1, I mean like 0, this is going to be 1, and this is going to be set to 2. Okay, and now it's going to be equals to, let's suppose like, I don't know, maybe 20 or something like that. And now if I just use like print, and now let me just provide like my list. Come on, what the hell, I can't even see something. And here you can see we also done the second step as well. So now we assign a new value to there. Okay, so this is how we are going to be selecting something by using the index, and this is how we are going to be assigning a new value to this. Now let me just remove these comments from here, and now let me just save my file, and now let me just test this out. And now let me just test this out. So here you can see for the index 1 nothing has changed, for the index 2 nothing has changed, for the index 3 the data is now totally changed. And we are not just limited to write only a numbers, we can totally change that to strings if you want to, like hello. And now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see this data will be now changed to or update to this hello right here, which is totally a string. Now you know what, I'm gonna just select the last element, and I'm gonna just update there to my name. So I'm going to just use like -1, so it's gonna give us the last element. And now I'm gonna just change that to my own name, which is Hussein 2.0. So now let me just save there, and let's just rerun there, and here you can see the last element is now changed to Hussein 2.0. So this is how we are going to be updating our data using the indexes. So now that we learned enough about a list, like how to create a list, how to access the element from the list, how to update that, how to do a slicing and all of that, But now let's talk about how we are going to be removing or deleting the items or elements from the list. So we can totally do that by using two ways. So first of all, we can use the del result keyword or del statement, whatever you want to call that, or we can also use the remove method. So you know what, let me just write some code and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Let me just remove every single thing from here, and I'm gonna just replace that with my list, and I have only 5 elements inside there. Okay, so first of all, we are going to be using the del result keyword or the statement, whatever you want to call that. So let's suppose if I only want to delete this third element from this list, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? Well, the syntax will be totally the same. Like first of all, we have to select the element using the index, and then we have to just delete that. Okay, as simple as that. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to select our element. Like in this case, I only wanted to delete the third element, and now let me just use the del result keyword, and there you have it. And now let me just print this out. So this is how we are going to be what do we call it, deleting our element from the list. So now let me just save that and run that. So here you can see we have 1 2, but where is the 3? We removed that. Okay, so yeah, this is how we're going to be removing something by using the del result keyword, or we can also use what do we call it, the remove built-in method. Okay, so how we are going to be using that, let's just remove this del from here. You know what, let me also remove this index from here. First of all, we have to provide the list name, then we have to use the dot, and here you can see it's going to give us a lot of method which we are going to be discussing throughout the course, like append, clear, copy, count, extend, index, insert, and so on and so forth. So now in this case, I'm only interested in this remove. So now let me just write this remove, and let's suppose if I only want to remove this third element, so in this case the index will be not starting from 0, so we have to specify the third element, so it's going to just remove this third element. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see that third element is now gone. So this is how we are going to be removing elements from our list. Let's talk about the 1D, 2D, 3D, 4D, 5D matrix, and so on and so forth. Okay, so a list is a versatile data structure that can store multiple elements. As we just saw a few seconds ago, list can be one-dimensional, which we call 1D, or two-dimensional, which we call 2D, or even higher dimensional like 4D, 5D, 6D, and so on and so forth. Like the amount of craziness you want to provide, it can go with you. Okay, so in this section we are going to be learning about the 1D, 2D, and maybe a 3D, which we call a matrix. If you care to do that, you can totally do that, but you don't have to do that. Anyways, that was just a basic theory. Now let's jump into the coding. Let's talk about the first one, which is called the 1D, and we already used this. So we are going to be creating a one-dimensional list by using just my list, and it's going to be equals to 1 2 3 4 5 and so on and so forth. And we already learned that, like my list, and this is what we call the one-dimensional list. But now let's talk about a list inside another list, which is called a 2D list. Okay, or some people also call it like a nested list, like depending on if you want to call it the nested list or 2D list or two-dimensional list or matrix. Yeah, I guess we can call it a yeah, we totally can call it a matrix at this point, because we're going to be working with a 2-dimension in this case. Once again, you don't have to worry about all of these dimension and all of that. I'm only showing there for those people who care about that. If you want to learn like linear algebra, or if you want to go to the artificial intelligence, which if you want to follow me, we can totally go with that route because I already plan to provide a machine learning course. Anyways, I'm just getting sidetracked. But now let's talk about the matrix or 2D array. So now let me just write a matrix as the variable name. You can provide banana, you can provide any name that you like. But now first of all, if you want to work with a two-dimensional array, or why am I calling it array? Two-dimensional list. Yeah, that's what's up. So now let me just provide an opening bracket and then the closing bracket, and now inside there we are going to be providing a nested list right here. So now let me just provide like 1 comma 2 comma 3, and then I'm going to just provide a comma, and you can go as much as you want to go. Okay, so I'm going to just go like maybe 2 or 3 times. So now let me just remove that from here. Oh, you know, let me just remove this entire thing from here, because I want to show you every single thing from scratch, and you have to specify this comma at the end if you want to separate out these elements. So we have one array, and now oh God, we have one list, not array, and now inside this list we have another list. So this is what we call a 2D list. So now let me just write like 4 comma 5 comma 6. Now let me provide a comma here, and finally let me just provide like 7 comma 8 comma 9, and now let me just save there and go back. So this is how we are going to be creating a 2D list. So now let me just provide a print, and I'm going to just provide my matrix right here, save my file. And if you are Andrew Tate fan, so you are already aware of the concept called matrix. I was attacked by matrix and so on and so forth. So here you can see we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So yeah, this is how we're going to be creating a matrix or two-dimensional list. And now let me just remove that from here. So now let's talk about the 3D or the three-dimensional list right here. So we usually call this as a cube, but you don't have to worry about that. So here you can see I have one list right here. Now inside there we are going to be creating yet another list right here. So we have one list, we have another list, and we are going to be going even more further than that. Now inside there, if I hit enter, we are going to be introducing yet another list right here. So this is what we call the 3D. And why are we calling it a 3D? Because this is going to be the first list, this is going to be the second list or the 2D list, and this is going to be the 3D list right here. And now inside there I can totally use like 1 comma 2 comma 3. And now let me just put a comma here, and now let me just duplicate there like a few times. So we have 4, we have we have 4, we have 5, we also have 6, like so, and we also have 7 and 8 and 9 right here. Okay, so that's the first thing. And now let me just put a comma, let me just go back. I can go as much deeper as I want. So now let me just duplicate this nested one. Remember, not this one, but this nested one right here. I'm going to just select it and duplicate there like 3 times. So we have 1 2 3. So we have 1, we have 2, and we have 3 right here. So I'm going to just change these values, and I'm going to come back in a few seconds. And there we go. So we have a first list, then we have another one, and then we have another one right here. So now if I save there, and this is how generally it looks like. I know it looks a bit awful, but yeah, you get the idea. You can totally remove these indentation in these spaces if you wanted to. So now let me just save there, and this is what we call a 3D or a cube. So now if I print there, and now let me just provide a cube right here, save my file and run there. It is looking supremely crazy, but yeah, this is what it is. And you can provide like you can go more deeper than that. You can provide a nested, and you can go like more deeper than that by providing some other data structure and so on and so forth. But I'm not going to go into that much detail because I know you will, I guess, never use a cube. Maybe you will use a matrix, but you will never use a cube. I shouldn't have to say never, but it totally depends on the project you are working on. So let's suppose if I want to access the elements from there. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? I forgot to show you there. First of all, let me just not remove that, but let me just remove that one. And first of all, let's just select the matrix. So I'm going to just write like matrix. So first of all, if I want to select this first element from this one right here, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? If I just provide this bracket, and if I just provide a 0 right here, and now let me just print this out. Okay, so let's just print this out. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? So if I save there, and now if I run there, so we are now only getting 1 2 3. And now if I want to access the nested elements inside there, like let's suppose if I only want to get this 2, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? We just have to write another pair of brackets, and we have to provide our actual index which you want to get. So let's suppose if I want to get this 2, so I have to provide 0 and 1. Okay, so if I just provide a 1, save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting a 2 right here. If you want to get your elements from this index, so you just have to write a 1 right here. Come on, 1. And now it's going to only select this 5 right here. Why is that? Because we are now accessing our elements from this index, and now we specified the 1, so it's going to only select this 5 right here. So it's going to ignore the 0, and it's going to give us the 5 right here. So now let me just save there, and here you can see we are now getting a 5 right here. This is how you can totally access there. Let's suppose if you want to access something from this element, so you just have to write like 2 right here in this case, and then you just have to write like, I don't know, maybe if you want to select, come on, 2, if you want to select this 9th one. So now let me just save there, and here you can see it's going to give us that 9th right here. So you get the idea. I know you are totally intelligent, you are totally awesome, you are amazing, I love you. But now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be accessing elements from this cube. Okay, and to do that we are going to be using like a print, and let's just provide a cube. And let's suppose if you want to access your elements from this array. So how in the world you're going to be doing that? First, you have to just write like the index by which you want to access your element. I only want to access my elements from this index, so I'm going to provide the 0 right here. Come on, 0. And then inside there, I only want to get, I don't know, maybe, yeah, this list. So I only want to get my element from this list. So once again, I have to write these other brackets right here. So then we have to specify the 0. Okay, so if I just provide a 0, so which means like we are accessing our elements from this list right here, from this list, and now inside there we are only accessing this portion. But now let's suppose if you want to go a bit more deeper than that, or you know what, first of all let me just save there. So it's gonna only gives us this portion right here, and now let me just run there. So it's gonna give us like 1 2 3. But if I only want to access like, I don't know, maybe this third one, so I'm gonna have to provide once again these brackets, and I'm gonna just provide like 0 1 2. So I'm going to provide a 2, so it's gonna give us that 3 right here. Let's suppose if you want to select this one like the last one, so you just have to write like 2. Then if you want to select something from this portion, so you just have to write like 1 in this case, because this is going to be the index of 0 and this is going to be the index of 1. And now if you want to select like, I don't know, maybe 26, so you just have to write 1 right here. So now let me just save there. So it's going to give us oh, I was selecting this one. I thought I am selecting this one. So let's suppose if you want to get this 26, so you just have to write like 2 right here. In this case, save your file. It's going to give you 26 right here. Oh my god, that was a lot of talking. So now that we learned enough about a list, but now let's talk about how we are going to be performing different operation on our list by using the built-in method. So we are going to be learning about how we are going to be appending new element, and how we are going to be extending our list, and what is the insert, remove, pop, count, sort, reverse, copy, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now let me just jump into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So we are going to be starting our conversation by first of all discussing the append. Okay, so now let me just write like some sort of a list. So my list, and it's going to be taking like 1 2 3. And now if I want to append, or if I want to add a new element at the end of this list, so for them you are going to be using this append method right here. So I'm going to just write like my list, and then dot, and here you can see if I just write a dot, and it's going to give us like clear, append, copy, count, extend, insert, and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just write append, and then the opening bracket, I mean like opening parentheses, and then the closing parentheses. And now inside there, let's suppose if I only want to append like fourth element, so now let me just provide a 4, and now let me just print this out like my list, and save my file and run there. So here you can see it's going to give us that fourth element at the end of this list right here. So this is what append does. So now let's talk about how we are going to be extending our list. So I'm going to just remove there and replace that with this extend, and I'm going to also remove this line of code as well. And what I want to do is that I want to extend this existing list right here. Like I want to also add like 4 5 and 6 element at the end of this list. So how in the world we are going to be doing there? And if I want to extend my existing list, so I'm going to be using extend, and here I can just write like new values like 4 5 and 6. And now let me just save there, and now let me just run there. So here you can see we have 1 2 3 from the one list by the initial value, and now we are also attaching 4 5 6 at the end. So here you can see we are now getting 4 5 6 at the end. So this is what extend does. It allows us to extend our existing list. Okay, so this is the extend, and now let's talk about the insert. Okay, so let's just change that, and now let's talk about the insert. Okay, so I'm going to also remove that from here. And now let's suppose if you want to provide some sort of a values to your existing list, so we are going to be using like my list. And now let me just use the dot insert, and first of all we are going to be providing the index, and then we are going to be providing the new value. So I want to provide for the index of 1, I want to provide like 4. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run there. So here you can see we have for the index of 1 we are now providing a 4 right here. Why is that? This is going to be the 0 index, and this is going to be the 1 index, and now we are replacing that with this 4 right here. So that's why we are now getting like, for the 0 index we are now getting 1, for the first index we are now getting 4, for the second index we are now getting 2, and for the third index for the fourth index we are now getting a 3. There we go. Kind of lost my mind there. So that was the what do we call it, insert. And now let's talk about the remove, like how in the world we are going to be removing something from our list. So we already discussed this one, but now let me just rewind there. Okay, so we are going to be just writing a remove, and here we have to specify the index, but in this case the index will not be starting from the 0. I want you to keep that in mind. So let's suppose if I want to remove this second one, so I have to provide this second index right here. So now let me just save that and run that. So it's going to give us like 1, it's going to remove the 2, and it's going to give us 3 right here. Okay, so this is the remove, and now let's talk about the pop. Let's just remove that and replace that with the pop, and pop method will remove something from our list. So we can totally specify our index right here, and it's going to just remove their specified index. But if we didn't specify any index to there, so by default it's going to just remove the last element from our list. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just use like POPPED pop element, and it's going to be come on ELEMENT, and it's going to be equals to my list, and I'm going to be using a pop, and I only want to remove the first index. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run that. So here you can see that 2 is gone, because this is going to be the 0 index and this is going to be the 1 index. So here you can see that's gone. Okay, so let's suppose if I didn't specify anything to there, and now let me just save there. By default it's going to remove the last element from our list. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see it's going to just remove that 3 from our list. So that was it about the pop. So now let me just remove that from here, and here you can see I have this random list right here. So we have 3 1 4 1 5 9 2 6 5 3, and now if I want to sort out this list, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? I'm going to just write like my list name, then I'm going to write my dot, and now let me just provide a sort. So it's going to sort out my list from the ascending order. So now let me just provide like my list, save my file, and now let me just run this. Here you can see it's going to first of all give us 1 1, then it's going to give us 2, then 3 3, 4 5 5 6 and 9. So it's going to sort out my random list. There we go. So that was it about for the sort, and now let's talk about the copy. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be copying one list into another. So I'm going to just write a copy, come on, copy an original list, and this is going to be my original list in which I'm going to be storing like 1 2 3. And now if I want to copy this existing content from this list into another variable, copied list right here is going to be equals to the original list, ORIGINAL original list. And now let me just provide a copy right here, and now if I just write a print like copied list, and now let me just save there and run there. So it's going to give us like 1 2 3 exactly the same. So now we are copying all of that data, and now we are storing that inside this copied list right here. So this is what a copy method does. So yeah, we learned a lot about a built-in function for the list. Like we learned about the append, the extend, insert, remove, the pop, the sort, and also the copy. Okay, now that we learned enough about a list, so now let's talk about a bit more. Okay, so now in this section we're going to be learning about how we are going to be iterating over through some sort of a list. So for that, you guessed it, we are going to be using the for loops. Okay, so let's suppose we have some sort of a list like my list, and it's going to be equals to like 1 2 3 4 5. And now if I wanted to iterate over through each element inside this list, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be first of all writing the for result keyword, then we can just write our index or element, whatever you want to call that. So I'm going to just write like element in, and this in is something which we are going to be discussing in a very great detail in a few videos, but not right now, or not in a videos, but in a few sections. Okay, so now let me just use my list right here. So what are we doing? We are now iterating over through every single element or every single item inside this list right here. Like first of all, we are going to be performing some sort of operation on the 1, then the 2, then the 3, and so on and so forth right here. So let's suppose if I only want to print out like each of the item inside this list, so we are going to be just writing like print element. And now let me just save my file. Let's just go back and run there, and here you can see we are now getting like 1 2 3 4 5 right here, which is totally amazing. So we can either use this syntax by using just like for element in and then some sort of a list, or we can use the range. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just write like a range, and now inside there we are going to be checking the length of this list right here. We cannot just provide like my list right here inside there. You know what, let me just pass there, and instead of writing an element, I'm going to just change that to I right here for the index. So now let me just provide like my list, and now inside there let me just paste the index. So now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see it's going to give us an error right here. Okay, so we cannot do that. Now what we can do is that we can remove this list from here, and we can use the len function, and as the name suggests, that this len will give us the length of this list right here. So now let me just paste my list right here inside there, and now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see it's going to give us all of that elements right here which we have inside this list. Okay, so that's there. So we can either use the for loop or we can use the ranges. And you know what, let me just show you for the final one which we have. We can also use like, oh god damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so we can also use the while loop as well. Now to use a while loop, first of all we have to declare some sort of an index, and I'm going to store the value of 0 right here inside. Then while this index is less than the length of my list, then what do you want to do in that case? We just want to print out my list. Let me just write my list right here, and we're going to be just passing this index right here, or you can just rename that to I if you wanted to. So yeah, no, we cannot do that. Let me just hit Control D, hit Control D, hit Control D 3 times, and now let me just change that to I right here, and not F but I. Okay, so here you can see we are just declaring this I variable, and we are now storing the value of 0 right here, while I is less than the length of my list. So what do you want to do? We just want to print out the length right here. And finally, we are going to be just writing like I plus equal to 1 right here. So now let me just save this file, and now let me just run that. And here you can see it's going to still gives us that same result right here. So yeah, there was just a few flavors, like you can either use the while loop, you can use the for loop, or you can also use the ranges if you wanted to. And yeah, this is how we are going to be iterating over through each element inside my list or inside our list. So this is how we are going to be iterating over through our list. But now let's talk about something called the in operator, which we've been using, but I did not discuss that very well throughout this course. So now let me just discuss that. So this in operator will allows us to check for some value. If it found some value inside some iterable, so it's going to give us true. But if it did not found any value whatsoever, so it's going to give us false. So you know what, let me just declare some sort of a variable with the name of text, and I'm going to just say like hello world right here inside there. That's going to be it. And now let me just provide a result right here, and I want to check O in the text. Okay, and I want you to say that with me. I want you, you know what, I want you to check the O character inside this text variable. So here you can see we have O right here, and we also have a O right here. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? Okay, so if I just write like print result, and now let me just save my file and run that. So we are now getting true right here. We are now getting the Boolean value right here. And why is that? Because this O character is already available inside this iterable. Okay, so that's why we are now getting the value of true right here. But let's suppose if I just write like X right here, save my file and run there, this X will give us false right here, because this X is not available inside this entire string. So that's why we are now getting false value right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using that with just using a string, but we can also use that with the list. So let's just use in list. Okay, so let's suppose we have some sort of a numbers, and we would have like 1 2 3 4 5, and now let me just use the result, and we're going to be checking is 3 available in the numbers variable or the numbers list. And now let me just print this out. So we have a result right here. So now let me just save that. So now I want you to tell me what is going to be the result of this statement. So we are now checking if 3 is 3 available or in the numbers list. So what do you think is going to be the result of that? Okay, so if I run this code, so it's going to give us true right here. Why is that? Because this 3 is already available in this list. But let's suppose if I just remove this 3 from here, save my file, and let me just run that right here. So it's going to give us false. And why are we getting false? We are now getting false because we remove this 3 from this list. This 3 is no longer the part or the element of these numbers. So that's why we are now getting false right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be using the in with the list. And you know what, let me just give you one more example. So in substrings or something like that. So let's suppose we have some sentence, and we're going to be storing the value of like Python is powerful. Come on. Python, god damn it, Python, there we go. And now let me just write a result, and now we are going to be checking the power in the sentence. Okay, come on, sentence, there we go. And now let me just print this out. So let's just check this out. So now let me just save there and run there. And here you can see it's going to give us the value of true right here. Why is that? Because this power is already available inside this string. So that's why we are now getting true right here. So yeah, that was it about the in operator, which we already use for I in range. And let's just provide 2, not a 2, but 10. And now let me just write like print, and now let me just provide an I right here, save my file. So it's going to start from the 0 and it will go through the 9 but not including the 10th. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using the I mean like this is how we are going to be using the in the range or with the range. So now let's talk about unpacking the list. So what do I mean by unpacking? List unpacking is a feature in Python that allow you to split the element of the list into individual variables, something which we are going to be seeing in a few seconds. And it is a concise and convenient way to extract value from a list and assign them into multiple variables in a single line. Okay, so if you don't get this syntax, you don't have to worry about that. But if you got that, congratulations. Okay, so we are going to be first of all discussing the list unpacking, then we're going to be also discussing the rest. Okay, so you know what, let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I'm going to just remove that from here and I'm going to be creating some sort of a list like 1, 2, 3. And now let me just save that. And now we are going to be using something called the unpacking. So what is the unpacking? Let's suppose if I give you a task to extract each value from this list and assign them into an individual variable. So how in the world you are going to be doing that? You can just check out the value which is already available inside this list, and you can just write like a is equal to like, or you know 1 is equal to like 1, and then you can just write like 2, and then and so on and so forth. But this is not a best way. And to unpack the values, we are going to be first of all creating the variables in which we want to store our elements. Let's suppose we have these 3 elements right here inside this list, and I want to create an individual or multiple variables for each of these elements. And to do that, first of all, I'm going to just write like a comma b comma c, and then it's going to be equals to my list right here. Okay, so this a variable will be holding the value of 1, this b variable will be holding the value of 2, and this this c variable will be holding the value of 3 right here. Okay, so now let me just print this out. So I'm going to just use like a, and let's just go back, save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now getting 1. Let me just duplicate that, and now we are getting the b and we are now getting the c. So let's just save our file, and now let me just run this. We are now getting 1, 2 and 3 right here. Okay, which is super amazing. But you know what, we are not just limited to write a, b, c. We can give it the name of like anything we want. We can give it the name of banana, we can give it the name of orange, we can give it the name of mango, we can give it any name that we like. So I'm going to just give it the name of like 1, because we are now holding the value of 1 inside there. Then I can just write a 2 and then 3. Okay, so you know, let me just remove that, and now let me just write like print 1, 2 and then 3 like this. So now let me just save this file, and now let me just run that, and here you can see we are now getting 1, 2 and 3, and they are coming from this individual variables right here. So this is how we are going to be unpacking the value from the list. So that's that. But you know what, let me just give you one more example. So now let me just remove that, and I'm going to just create a list for my friends. Come on, friends, there we go. Okay, god damn it, friends, there we go. So I have a few friends. The first friend I have is Jose, then we have a John, then we have a Jordan, then we have I don't know, I don't have any other friends. So I'm going to just write like Hussein comma John comma Jordan, and it's going to be equals to the friends right here. So now let me just save that, and now if I print out the Hussein, so let's just save our file and run that. So we are now getting Hussein value right here. So I can just duplicate that, I can change this one to John, and I can change this one to Jordan right here. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just test this out. So here you can see we are now getting Hussein, John and Jordan right here. So that's amazing. But you know what, let's talk about the rest. Okay, so I have this list right here once again, and now we are going to be extracting all of the values, and I'm going to be storing there, and I'm going to also leave the rest. So what do I mean by that? Let's suppose if I want to extract this 1 and this 2, and I want to store them in some sort of a variable, but this 3, 4, 5, I want to store them in another variable like the rest variable. These are going to be 1, 2, and the rest of them will be stored in another variable. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Let's suppose we have a first comma second, and it's going to be coming from my list, and now finally let me just provide a comma. First of all, we are going to be writing this asterisk symbol, and then we are going to be just writing rest. You can give it any name that you like, but in my case, I'm going to just give it the name of like rest right here. Okay, so what we are doing is that we are now taking the one variable, taking the one element, and we are now storing that in the first variable. Then we are taking this second or this 2, and we are now storing that in the second variable. Then we are taking all of them, and we are now storing them inside this rest variable right here. So now let me just write like first, and now let me just write a second, and finally let's just write rest right here. Okay, come on, rest, there we go. And now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting like 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5 will be coming from this rest variable right here. So yeah, this is how we can do unpacking with the list. Alright guys, so now we are totally done with the list, and now let's talk about something called the tuple data structure or the tuple data structure, whatever you want to call that. Okay, so tuple is an order immutable collection of elements. On the other hand, we just learned about the list, and list were unordered and mutable, but now in the tuple or the tuple case, tuple are ordered and immutable collection of elements. This means once you create a tuple or tuple, you cannot modify its contents, add, remove, or change elements in the tuple after it has been created. Tuples are defined by enclosing comma separated sequence values in the parentheses, something which we are going to be discussing in a few cases, but this is a short and sweet data structure, but trust me, it will just confuse you a lot. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Alright guys, so let's just talk about how in the world we are going to be creating a tuple or tuple. God, that's a lot of confusion. So now let me just write like my tuple is going to be equals to the parentheses, not a curly braces, not a brackets, but the parentheses, like the opening parentheses and then the closing parentheses right here. Okay, so I'm going to just store the value of like 1 comma 2 comma 3, and I can also store, like, let's suppose if I want to store the value of string data type, so I'm going to just write like hello, then comma. I can also store the value of like floating point numbers like 3.14, and yeah, if I just write there like my tuple or tuple. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run this out, and here you can see this is how we are going to be getting all of our items right here, which is super amazing. But now let me just comment this out, and we can also access our element exactly the same like array, not array but exactly the same as a list. So I can just write like my tuple, and let's suppose if I want to get like hello, so I'm going to have to provide like 0, 1, 2, and then 3. Okay, so if I just provide a 3, so it's going to give us hello right here. So let me just provide a 3. Let's just save our file, and here you can see we are now getting hello right here, which is amazing. Okay, so you also know that. Now let me just comment this line out, and finally we are going to be also checking the type of this tuple or tuple. So I'm going to just write like type, and I'm going to just paste like my tuple. Let's just save our file and run there, and here you can see it is a tuple right here. Okay, so you also have to keep that in mind. So now that you know how you're going to be creating a tuple or tuple, whatever you want to call that, but now let's suppose if I try to assign a new value to that, so what do you think it's going to give us? Okay, so we have like my tuple, and I'm going to just let's suppose access the 0 index, which is this one right here, and I'm going to try to assign 5 to that. And now let me just print this out. So we have my tuple. Let's just save our file and run there. It's gonna give us an error. Why is that? Because as I said that this is immutable, which means like the value of tuples cannot be changed. So here you can see we are now getting like tuple or tuple object does not support the item assignments, which means like this is immutable, you cannot do that. This is a big no-no. So now let me just comment both of these line out, and now let's talk about another way of creating a tuple or a tuple. So now let me just remove that. So you cannot do that, but you can also create a new tuple with the modified content. So now let me just remove that from here, and what I want to do is that I'm gonna just write this comment right here, and I'm gonna just say like new tuple, and it's going to be equals to, let's just remove this empty space from here, and it's going to be equals to my tuple, which we've already created right here, and we are now storing the value of all of that right here. But we can also use plus, and let's just add more values to that. So we are going to be just writing like 5 and word right here, let's suppose WRLD, there we go. And now if I just print this out, so we have a new tuple. So now let me just save this file and run there, and here you can see it's gonna also add all of these new items right here, but you cannot directly assign new values to that. This is a big no-no. You cannot do that, but you can concatenate, or you can attach, or you can combine new or modified tuple to there. Okay, so that's there. So now let's talk about a few weird things about tuples. Okay, so weird things about tuple. Okay, so what are the weird things about tuple? Let's suppose we have nums and it's going to be equals to 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5, and now if I just write like the type of this num, so what do you think is going to be the result of there? I did not specify the brackets, I did not specify the parentheses, I did not specify nothing, and now if I just run my code, so what are we getting? We are now getting tuple right here. Why is that? I don't know why is that, but I guess Python think like this is some sort of a collection and we did not specify any parentheses to there. Python will just make it as a tuple. I don't know. But yeah, this is a weird thing about tuple. So now let me just remove that from here. You know what, let me just tell you one more thing about tuple. Okay, so what do you think this value is? So if I just write parentheses and if I just write 50, and now let me just store it in some sort of a variable, and you know what, let's just let me just give it the name of like not a tuple. Okay, not a tuple, and now let me just print this out so we have a not tuple, and now let me just save this file and run there. It's gonna give us 50 right here, but this is not going to be a tuple. Believe me. So if I just write like type, and now let me just write a not tuple, save my file and run there, this is an integer, not a tuple. Python, oh, let's just provide these parentheses back. If I just provide these parentheses, but as soon as I save my file, that parentheses will be gone. But anyways, if you did not set the black formatter, so it's not gonna just remove your parentheses, but if you do that, your Python will think that this is just a regular number and you are wrapping that with these parentheses. So if I save my file, here you can see it's going to remove that, but there is one more weird thing. So if I just write like my tuple once again, copy that and place that, and I'm going to do a bit of magic. So if I just write these parentheses right here, but I'm going to just specify a comma here, and once I do that and save my file, and what do you think is going to be the result of that if I run my code? And you guessed it. Here you can see it will gives us tuple right here. Let me just run that once again. It's going to give us that tuple right here. Okay, so that was a few weird things about tuples which I want you to know. And the final topic which I'm going to be explaining about the tuple is that how in the world we are going to be iterating over through tuples. So let's suppose we have some sort of a friends, and now inside there we are going to be storing like Alex and I don't know, Michael, and also I'm going to be storing the value of Jordan right here. And now let me just use like for each friend in the friends list, you know, let me just make that as a friends and then list. Friends tup would be fine. Kind of like a 2-pack. So now let me just provide a friends tup right here, and I'm going to just print each of the friend out. So this is how we are going to be iterating over through a tuple. So now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting each of the friend right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with a tuple or tuple. So now let's talk about one of my favorite data structure in this entire course. Okay, so which is called dictionaries. So what in the world are dictionaries and why you should care about that? So a dictionary is a built-in data type that represents a collection of key value pairs, and it is highly flexible and efficient data structure used for mapping keys and values. So till this point of the course, we only learned about the tuples data structure, and we also learn about the list, but we can add, we can remove, and we can modify the existing values inside those data structure, but we are not able to provide a label for each values. But now with the help of dictionaries we can totally do that. Okay, so now let's talk about the key features of a dictionary. So each element in the dictionary consists of a keys and its corresponding values, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds, and the key is a unique identifier for each of the value. And unlike lists, dictionaries are unordered collections, which means the order of the elements are not guaranteed. And dictionaries can be modified after creation, like you can add, subtract, like you can add or remove or update something inside the dictionaries, something which we are going to be also discussing. So dictionaries can grow or shrink in size as they needed. Each key in the dictionary must be unique. If you try to add a key that already exists, the new value will be overwritten with the existing one. So we are going to be discussing like how we are going to be working with the empty dictionary. And then we are going to be talking about the key values. We are going to be also using the dict constructor, or dictionary constructor, and the dictionary with different data types. We are going to be learning about the nested dictionaries, like a dictionary inside another dictionaries, and yeah, we're going to be discussing them, and we're going to be also using two data structure at once. So like we are going to be learning about how to use a list with tuples or list of tuples. So yeah, let's get into the coding. Okay, so now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be creating an empty dictionary. And to do that, we just have to write an opening curly brace and then the closing curly brace, and that's it, baby, that's it. So now we are going to be storing that in some sort of a variable like empty dict would be fine, and it's going to be holding the value of this empty dictionary. And I'm going to just print out the type of this dictionary. So what do you think is going to happen now? Okay, so if I save my file and run there, and here you can see the data type is dictionary, which we are currently using right now. Let's just go back, and now let me just shrink this down a bit. And yeah, this is how we are going to be creating an empty dictionary. But now let's talk about how we are going to be working with a dictionary with keys and value pair, one of the most useful topic which we are going to be talking about right now. So now if you want to store some sort of a data in the dictionary, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, first of all, we are going to be writing the opening curly brace and then the closing curly brace, and then we have to specify some sort of a label or the key, and then we have to provide a separator and then the value for that key. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Let's just remove that from here. Let's suppose if I want to store some sort of a name, so I'm going to just provide like name, and this is going to be the key. And now if I want to provide a specific value for this key, and this is how I'm going to do this. So I'm going to just write like my own name right here. And now let me just provide a bit more data. So let's suppose if I also want to store the age or something like that, so I'm going to just write like age, and this age will be the key. And now let me provide my separator, and I can provide the value of like 20. And now let me provide the comma, and I can also just provide like I don't know, grade or something like that, and I can just provide the value of a right here. Okay, so now let me just store it in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just write like student info, it's going to be equals to this dictionary right here. So now let me just save that, and now let me just print this out. So we are going to be using the student info. Let me just save that and run that, and here you can see we are now getting the key of name, the value will be Hussein, then we have the age and 20, and grade is A. Okay, so that's that, and this is how we are going to be providing a key, this is how we are going to be providing a value right here. And you are not limited to provide like only the string or the numbers. You can provide a lot of different kind of data types right here. You can provide a true if you wanted to, and so on and so forth. Okay, so yeah, that's there. And let me just duplicate that, and once again let me just show you the data type, I mean like the type of the student info. So now let me just save there, and we are now getting the dict, which means like dictionary right here. Okay, so that's that. Now this is the first way of creating a dictionary, but now let me show you one more. Okay, so we can also use the dict built-in function or constructor. Constructor are a huge word which we are going to be discussing throughout the course, but not right now. Okay, so we can also create our dictionaries by using the dict built-in constructor right here. So for that we can provide the key. Let me just provide a key, and then we are going to be using the equal to sign, and then we are going to be providing some sort of a value for that. Okay, so let's suppose if I want to store the value of like name, and I'm going to store the value of like Bob. Okay, so then we are going to be also providing a comma, and now let me just store the age of like I don't know, maybe 25 or something like that. And I'm going to also store the city, and the city will be I don't know, maybe London. So let me just provide London right here. Okay, so now let me just save that, and now let me just store that in the variable. So I'm going to just write a person, and now let me just print this out. Okay, so if I just write a person and save my file and run that, and here you can see once again we are now getting the same result right here once again. So we have a name as a key, and we also have a value of Bob as a value. Okay, so we have a key and value, and we have a key and value right here. So yeah, this is another way of creating a dictionaries. Okay, so that's there, but now let's talk about the dictionary with different data types. So let me just provide that right here, and I'm gonna just give it the name of like mixed dict or something, and we're going to be storing different values. So let's suppose we have a string, so let's just use like Charlie, and then we have a age, and we're going to be storing the value of 30. We can also store the list as well if you wanted to, so we can just write like a grades, and now let me just store the grades of like I don't know, maybe he got 85 at mathematics and 90 in English and 78 whatever else subjects. So now let me just provide is student, and we can also provide the booleans as well, as I just showed you a few seconds ago. So now let me just save there, and this is how we are going to be storing a mixed values inside our dictionary right here. You don't have to do that, by the way, which I just did. Oh, it is already giving me the error. I thought I'm working with a JavaScript. We cannot do that. This is a Python. So now let me just print this out. So we have a mixed dictionary. So let's just save our file and run there. And here you can see everything is working. Everything is working as we expect him to work. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be providing a mixed values inside our dictionaries. Now we are not done yet. We are going to be also talking about the nested dictionaries. Okay, so a dictionary inside another dictionary is called a nested dictionary. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We are going to be just first of all creating a variable, so nested dict, and it's going to be equals to this dictionary, and this is going to be our dictionary or the parent dictionary. Now inside there we are going to be providing some sort of a key right here. So now let me just provide a person, and now we are going to be using another dictionary. So this dictionary is known as a nested dictionary. Why is that? Because this dictionary is now inside this dictionary, so that's why this is going to be the children or the nested dictionary for this first one, for the parent one right here. Okay, so I can just write like name of the person, and he will be like David. Now let me provide an age for him, and he's going to be 22. Let me just provide a comma, and we can just provide like location, and I can just write another nested dictionary, and the city will be Paris, I guess, and the country will be Francio. France. I love France. So now let me just write a print and nested dictionary right here. So we can totally work with a nested dictionary if you wanted to. So here you can see this is going to be the result right here. Okay, so we have a person. I mean, like, first of all, we have this outer dictionary, then we have the property of person, and we are now storing this dictionary inside there. Then we have another key of person, and we are now storing this value right here, or this nested dictionary inside there. Now let's talk about how we are going to be using a list of tuples. I forgot to show you there, but now let me just show you there. Okay, so we are going to be using tuple list, and it's going to be equals to let's suppose some sort of array. Why am I calling it array? In JavaScript we call it array, but in Python we call it a list. And now inside this list we're going to be passing our tuple right here. So we have a name, and the name will be Eva. Okay, and now let me just provide a comma. Let me just provide the age for her, not him, and age will be 28, and let's just provide a city. Okay, so let's just provide a city, and city will be Berlin. Let me just go back. Okay, and yeah, we can also create our dictionary based on this list of tuples. Okay, so let me just also show you that. So from tuples dict. Okay, you don't even have to worry about what I'm doing right now, but I'm just showing you that because I know there will be a lot of people if they care about it. So yeah, here it is. I'm showing them right now. So we have a from tuples to dictionary. So now let me just save there, and now let me just run there, and it's gonna make a dictionary based on this tuple and these values. So here you can see we are now providing a name as a property, and we are now providing this value as a Eva as an we are now providing this name as a property and this Eva name as a value for our dictionary. Okay, and here you can see we are now getting this dictionary right here, and we are now creating them based on this dictionary built-in constructor. So yeah, that was it about how we are going to be creating a dictionary. So now let's talk about how we are going to be accessing items from our dictionaries. So we already learned that how we are going to be creating our dictionary, but now let's talk about how we are going to be getting the items or iterating over through the keys and values of our dictionary. Okay, so if you want to get the items, so we are going to be using two ways, like first of all using a square bracket, and second way is the get method, and we're going to be also iterating over through the keys of our dictionary, and we're going to be also learning about how we are going to be iterating over through the items of our dictionary. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let's suppose we have this dictionary right here. So we have the key of name, and we have the value of John, we have the age of 25, and we have the city of New York. Okay, so let's suppose if I want to get the name, or if I want to access the name from this dictionary, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be just writing like my dictionary, and we are going to be just using the square bracket, and now inside there we are going to be just writing the property name which you wanted to access. So if I just write like name inside there, so as the result it's going to give us John. Okay, so now let me just save there, and now let me just run there, and here you can see we are now getting the John right here. Why is that? That's because we are now accessing this John value based on this property, and now we are using these square brackets, so it's going to give us that John right here. Okay, so let's suppose if I want to get the age, so now let me just duplicate there, and I'm going to just write an edge right here, save my file and run there. And here you can see it's going to give us John for the first one and this 25 edge for the second property right here. So now let's talk about how we are going to be using the get method. Okay, so we are going to be working with that same dictionary right here, and I'm going to just write like print method, and we can just use like my dictionary, and then we have to write a dot, and then we have to write this get method like this get open, like this opening parentheses and then the closing parentheses, and now inside there we can just provide the property, and it's going to give us the value of that specific property. So now let me just write like name, so it's going to give us John. So now let me just run this code, and here you can see we are now getting John right here. Now I'm going to duplicate there, and I'm going to search for a value which does not exist in this dictionary right here. Like for example, grade does not exist in this dictionary. So what do you think is going to be happening right now? You comment this line out, save my file and run there. So it's going to give us none. Like this value is not, like this grade property is not available inside this dictionary. I can also provide a message for myself like grade is not defined, or grade unavailable would be fine, like, or instead of writing a grade, I'm gonna just write like not available. So now let me just save there, and now this grade is not available right here in this list, so we are going to be getting the result of not available. So now let me just run there, and here you can see we are now getting this not available right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be using the get method. And now let's talk about how we are going to be iterating over through the keys of this dictionary. So if you want to iterate over through there, so for that we are going to be first of all writing a for result keyword, and then we are going to be writing our key in my dictionary. And now let me just write like print right here, and we did not use this F format or formatted string throughout this course. So now let me just also show you there. I already show you there, but now let me just use that right here. So I'm going to just pass first of all my key right here, then I'm going to just write a separator, and I can just write any kind of separator that I want, but now in this case I'm going to just write this colon right here. Now let me provide a space, and now I'm going to just pass like my dictionary, and now let me just pass the key as my dictionary. So now let me just save my file, and now let's just run there. So it's going to give us the property, then the separator, and then the value for that property right here. Okay, so we have the different kind of properties, and we have different kind of values for each of these properties right here. So that's there. Now let me just also show you like how in the world we are going to be iterating through items as well, like key value pairs. Okay, so let me just get my dictionary one more time, and now let's just do that. Okay, so I'm going to be using like for, and then I'm going to just write a key. I'm going to also get the value in my dictionary, and I'm going to be using the items, and it's going to give us all of that items right here which we currently have inside our dictionary. Okay, so if you guys don't get that, you don't even have to worry about that. Okay, so now let me just write that formatted string once again, and I'm going to just provide a separator for myself, and I'm going to provide a key, and now let me just provide the value right here, save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now getting the still exactly the same result right here as well. So yeah, this is how we are going to be accessing the elements by using the get method, by using the square bracket, and this is how we are going to be iterating over through the keys and values of our dictionary. Alright, so now let's talk about how we are going to be updating our dictionary. So we can update there by adding or modifying the existing dictionary or removing items. Okay, so we are going to be learning about how we are going to be just adding a new values, how we are going to be modifying the existing values, how we are going to be updating with another dictionary, and we are going to be also learning about the keyword arguments, and finally we are going to be learning about how we are going to be providing a default values for our dictionary. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to remove every single thing from there. Now let's talk about how we are going to be adding a new key value pairs. Okay, so let's suppose I have my dictionary, and I'm going to just write like name, and I'm going to provide the John as a name, and he will be what do we call it, 25 years old. And now let me just use like my dictionary, and I'm going to provide the city, and that city will be equals to New York. Okay, so this is how we are going to be adding a new key value. Like this is going to be the new key, and this is going to be a new value for this key, and we are now adding that to the existing dictionary. Okay, so now let me just write, come on, print my dictionary, and now let me just save my file and run there. And here you can see what are we getting. We are now getting like name John, age 25, and we are also getting a city of New York City. Okay, so that's them. This is how we are going to be adding a new values. But now let's talk about how we are going to be modifying the existing ones. Okay, so to do that, first of all we have to work with my dictionary. So we have a name of John, and we have the age of 25. as we saw there a few seconds ago. And now let me just write my dictionary, and I'm going to just modify the edge, like I'm updating this existing value to the new value. So currently or initially we are now specifying 25 value, and let's suppose if I want to change that to like 26, so I'm going to just write like 26. So first of all, we are now accessing the property, and then we are now adding a new value for this property. Okay, so now let me just print this out. So we have my dictionary. Let's just save our file and run there. And here you can see the name will be set to John, and the age is now set to 26 years old right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be modifying the existing one. But now let's talk about how we are going to be updating with another dictionary. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? So to do that, first of all, we have to create a new dictionary. Then we are going to be attaching that newly created dictionary with this old one right here. Okay, so I'm going to just write like update dict, and it's going to be equals to another dictionary. So we have like age, and I'm gonna just set that to 26. And now let me just put a city, and the city will be New York. Okay, so now let me just attach that. So I'm going to be using like my dictionary, and I'm going to be using the update method, and as the name suggests, that it's going to allows us to update this old one with this new one. Okay, so let me just provide updated dictionary, and now let me just use like my dictionary. You know what, first of all, let me just comment this line out and comment this line out, and let's just save this file. So we are now just outputting my dictionary. Let me just run there. God damn it. And let's just rerun the oh, what's up? My dictionary is not defined. Why is that? Let's just save our file and run there. Oh, now we are getting there. So here you can see this is how my current dictionary looks like. And now if I want to update that, so now let me just uncomment this line out and uncomment this line out, save our file and run there. And here you can see we are now adding the age of 26 instead of that 25. We are now updating that with this 26, and we are also attaching the city of New York right here. So if I run there, God. Okay, so here you can see we are now getting city of New York City right here. Now let's talk about how we are going to be updating with the keyword arguments. Okay, so we have my dictionary right here, and we already learned about how we are going to be updating there. We are going to be still using our update method, but now in this case I can also specify like age of 26. And now let me just also provide a city, and city will be New York like that. And now let's just print this out. So I'm going to just write like my dictionary, save our file and run there. And here you can see once again we're still getting that same result right here. Okay, so that's that. And now finally let's talk about how we are going to be providing a default value for our existing dictionary. Okay, so let me just write like my dictionary, and let me just provide a set default, and we're going to be providing our default value of like city, and city will be New York. YORK, there we go. And let's just write like my dictionary, save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now providing a default value for our dictionary right here. So yeah, that was it about how we are going to be modifying our existing dictionary. Okay, so I guess this is going to be the last topic about the dictionaries. So now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be deleting something or elements from our dictionaries. So we can do that by using the del statement. We can do that by using the pop method, the pop item, and also the clear. So now let me just write some code, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to talk about the del statement. So here you can see we have our dictionary once again. And now let's suppose if I want to remove the edge, let's suppose, so how in the world we are going to be doing that. And to do that, first of all, we have to just write a del, which is a short form for the delete. Come on, delete. Okay, so we are going to be just writing a del, and then my dictionary, and what thing you want to delete from your dictionary. So let's suppose if I want to delete the edge, so now let me just write a print my dictionary, save my file and run there. And here you can see that edge is no longer here inside this dictionary. So that was the first one. And now let's talk about the pop method. So here you can see we have our dictionary right here. And now let's suppose if I want to remove this edge from there once again. So I'm going to be using like my dictionary, and then I'm going to be using the pop method. And now let me just print this out, or you know what, you also have to specify the property name which you want to delete. And now let me just print this out by using my dictionary, save my file and run there. And here you can see once again that name is now successful, like that edge is now successfully gone. Okay, and now let's suppose if I don't specify anything to there, let's just save our file and run there. Here you can see pop exceeded, at least one argument is required, so you have to specify at least one argument. But now let me just provide something which is not already available inside this dictionary. So what do you think is going to happen now? Okay, so here you can see something is not defined, so that's why we cannot delete that. So that was the pop method, but now let's talk about the pop items method or item method. So it's going to just remove the last element. So here you can see we have this dictionary right here, and now if I want to remove this city of New York, so for that we are going to be using the pop item. It's going to just remove the last element from our dictionary. So I'm going to be using like pop item, and now let me just execute them without specifying any parameters to that. So I'm going to be using like my dictionary, save my file and run there, and here you can see that city is no longer here inside this dictionary. So this is how we are going to be removing that. But now let's talk about the final one, which is a clear method. And this one will be a bit powerful because it's going to clear out our existing or our entire dictionary. It's going to remove every single thing from there. Okay, so we are going to be just using like my dictionary, and now let me just use the clear method on there. Let's just save our file, and now let me use like my dictionary, save my file and run there, and here you can see we are only getting empty dictionary. Why is that? Because we are clearing out every single thing that we currently have inside our dictionary. So now let's talk about a set. So what in the world are sets and why you should care about that? So a set is an unordered collection of unique elements, and sets are defined by enclosing a comma separated sequence of values in a curly braces. Unlike a list or tuple, sets do not allow duplicate elements, and the order of the elements is also not guaranteed. So we can create a sets by using these curly braces, or we can also create a sets from a list using a set constructor, something which we are going to be discussing. And now I guess let's jump into the coding, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. All right, so let's just remove that. And let's just start by creating a set. So if you want to create a set, the first thing which you have to do is that you have to just write a set and then opening parentheses and then closing parentheses. And now inside there, you just have to write the opening curly brace and then the closing curly brace, and then just provide your data right here. So I'm going to just write like 156, I mean like 156, there we go. If I can write it today, god damn it, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to just store that in my set variable, and now let me just print this out. So I'm going to just write like my set. Let me just save my file, go back and run there. So we are now getting like 156 as we expected. So that was the first way of creating a set. But now let's talk about another way. So like my new set is going to be equals to just these curly braces right here. So I'm going to just write like 1 2 3 4 and come on 4 and 5. Okay, so now let me just save there and let me just duplicate there, and I'm going to just write like my new set, and now let me just save that, and here you can see we are still getting these results right here, which is totally amazing. So this is how we are going to be creating by using a set constructor, and this is how we are going to be creating our set by using these curly braces. Now you might be asking like, Hussein, we already learned about these curly braces when we were discussing about the dictionaries. Okay, so what's up with that? If you want to use these curly braces with the dictionaries, so for that you have to provide some sort of a key and then some sort of a value for that key. But now we are not providing any keys and any values for that. We are just storing our data inside there. So this is what we call a set. Okay, so now let me just remove that, and I'm going to just write like type, and now let me just check out the type of this set right here, and here you can see we are now getting the set right here. Let me also get the type of this first variable right here. Still we are getting the set right here, which is amazing. So yeah, that's there. But now let's suppose if I try to access some sort of an element from the set, so how in the world we are going to be doing there? Let's suppose if I just write like my set, and I'm going to be using these brackets, and let's suppose if I just provide a 0 right here, like the index of 0, save my file and run there, we are going to be getting an set object is not a subscriptable. Okay, so here is a bit of comment right here. Accessing element using the index is not allowed because sets are unordered, like the order does not guarantee. So that's why we cannot access element from a set by using the index right here. This is a big no-no with the set, so you cannot do that. Okay, so you know what, let me just create another set. So now let me just remove that from here, and now let me just provide a duplicate values. Okay, so duplicate values are not allowed, and now let me just give you example of that. Okay, so let's suppose we have some sort of a Alex. Now let me provide another Alex. And now let me just provide, I guess, yet another Alex, and I'm gonna just write like Jordan, and now let me provide Hussein, myself, and I'm gonna be also providing like Michael, and also let me just provide that Michael once again, and I'm gonna store that in the unique and players, and it's going to be equals to these players right here. So now let me just go back, and now if I print this out, so what do you think is going to happen now? So if I save my file and run there, it's gonna only gives us 30 unique elements. Like here you can see we have, I don't know, maybe 3 times Alex, and we are now getting there 1 time. It will only give us the unique element, and it's gonna just skip the rest of them. Now here you can see we are also duplicating the Michael like 2 times right here, and we are not getting there. Why is that? Because sets are totally unique and you cannot provide a duplicate inside there. So that was the example of our duplicate values. And now let's talk about how we are going to be adding an element to the existing set. So let's suppose we have a game set. So I'm going to just write like games, and now I'm going to just specify like Grand Theft Auto 6, and I'm going to also provide like Spider-Man, the new Spider-Man or the Spider-Man. And we also have the older game like The Witcher. Okay, Witcher, I guess, Wither. Yeah, I guess that's the spelling. And now if you want to add a new item to this existing games, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? We are going to be just writing an add method, and we can just add a new game right here like Cyberpunk. And now let me just save them. And now let me just write like a print and games, save my file and run there. And here you can see we're also adding the Cyberpunk at the end. Now let's talk about how in the world we're going to be adding multiple elements to the existing set. So we already learned about how we are going to be adding one item by using the add method, but now let's talk about how we are going to be adding multiple items. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to get the, let me just get that back. Okay, so for that we are going to be using something called the update method. So now let me just remove that, and I'm going to be just writing like games, and now let me provide an update, and we are going to be adding a list right here in this case because we are now adding multiple items. So for that we are going to have to use the list right here. Okay, so now inside there I'm going to just write like taken add, which was released a few days ago, I mean like a few months ago, and homeward and homeward 3. Okay, so now let me just print this out by using games, save my file, and here you can see all of their games are now added to this existing set right here. So this is how we are going to be adding new elements or multiple new elements by using the array. Or why am I calling it array? I mean the list, but we can also add new items by using the tuples. Okay, so now let me just write like games and update there, and I'm going to be writing my tuple once again, and I'm going to just add a few games right here. So I have these Dragon Domes too, and we also have a few more games right here. Okay, so now let me just save there, and now let me just run there, and here you can see we are now still able to add all of that items by using this tuple and also the list. So we can totally add multiple items by using the list and also the tuples. But now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be deleting elements from the set. Okay, so let's suppose we have this set right here. One of my favorite movie. Okay, so now let me just remove a few movies from there. So I'm going to just write like movies and remove, and now inside there, here we just have to specify the movie name. Like I'm gonna copy that and place that right here, and now here you can see that's successfully gone. Okay, so now let me just write a print and movies, and now let me just save there, and here you can see, let me just rerun there once again. That Craven the Hunter or whatever you want to call there, that's totally gone from this list. And we can also totally clear out our existing set by using the clear method. So we can totally use this, save my file and run there, and here you can see we're now getting the empty set right here. Okay, so this clear method is super duper dangerous. You got to keep that in mind. And now finally let's talk about how we are going to be iterating over through our set. And to do that, first of all, we have some sort of a songs, and I'm gonna just write like a lot by 21 Savage, and we also have a rockstar there we go. Come on, ROCK. Yeah, anyways, so then we have a Houdini, and now let me just use like for each song in a songs, and we just only wanted to get the song. So now let me just, not a songs but just a song. So now let me just save that and run that, and here you can see we're now iterating over through all of the songs, and we can do whatever we want to do with each element inside this set. So that was just the entire thing about the sets. So now let's talk about one of my favorite topic about this entire course, and trust me, you're gonna love it. Okay, so now let's talk about the functions. And functions are not a small topic to work with. We're going to be learning a lot about function throughout this course, like what is a function, how to create a function, and how to provide a parameters, how to provide arguments, the scopes, and there are a lot of things which we are going to be covering throughout this section. So now let's talk about what in the world are functions and why you should care about that. So a function is a reusable block of code that performs a specific task or a set of tasks. Okay, and you can define a function by using the def result keyword, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds. Okay, so as we learned that a variable is just a container for storing a value, but now functions are also container in which we are going to be storing a lot of our code, not just a single value but a lot of our code, and we can reuse that code again and again and again. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. So a function is a reusable block of code that perform a specific task or a set of tasks multiple times. So I want you to just keep that in mind, and now let's get into it, baby. Let's get into it. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to learn about how in the world we are going to be creating a functions. Okay, so if you wanted to create a function, the first thing which you have to do is that you have to write a def result keyword, which means like define, I guess. But first of all, we are going to be just writing a def result keyword. Then we have to specify some sort of a name for our function. So in my case, I'm gonna just give it the name of like grid, and you can provide like banana, you can provide the orange, you can provide a mango, you can give it any name that you like. But in my case, I'm gonna just give it the name of like grid. Then we have to write the opening parentheses and then the closing parentheses, and this area is also known as the perimeter area. Okay, you don't have to worry about the word which I just said, but yeah, this area is also called the perimeter area, and here we can specify the optional local variables. And I know I'm using a lot of gibberish words right now, but you don't have to worry about them. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a function. First of all, we have to write a def result keyword, then we have to give some sort of a name for our function. Then we have to write an opening and closing parentheses, and now inside these parentheses we can totally provide a local variables, but we don't have to. And now finally we have to specify our separator, and now let me just hit enter right here. So as soon as I hit enter, we will get 4 spaces. So we have 1, then we have 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so we will get this indentation right here, which means like 4 spaces right here, which you can also tell by seeing these black dots right here. So we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. So here you can see this is what we call indentation, and you must provide that, and I'm going to show you why. Okay, so now in this case we are going to be just providing like a print function right here, which will just say like hello from function. Okay, so now we successfully register our function, or you can say now we successfully create our function. Okay, now the next thing is how in the world we are going to be calling this function. Okay, so now we register our function, but how in the world we are going to be calling that? Okay, and to do that we are going to be just using the function name. Okay, so let's just write a grid, and then we have to write the opening parentheses and then the closing parentheses. And by the way, this area is known as the argument area. This area is known as the perimeter area, and this area, come on, let me just highlight that. This area is known as the argument area. It's something which we are going to be discussing very shortly, but you don't have to worry about that for now. So now if I save this file, and now let me just run my code right here. So what are we getting? We are now getting hello from function right here, which is super amazing. But what's the point? We can totally write this code by just cutting this out, and we can just totally write it like that if you wanted to. So what's the point of creating a function? Well, there is a huge point. There are a lot of points, but now let me just mention only one. Okay, so let's suppose if I just duplicate this line of code like maybe 3 times, and now let me just save my file and run there. We are now getting that same result like 3 times right here. We have more power right now. And let's suppose if you have some sort of a, that's other story, I'm not going to tell you that right now. Okay, so what in the world are we doing? This is how we are going to be registering, oh come on, registering. This is how we are going to be registering our function, and this is how we are going to be calling, invoking, executing our function. There are 4 names which you will hear very often like interchangeably. We can call this area as a calling a function. We can say like we are now invoking a function, and we can also say we are now executing our function. So when somebody say, Hussein, you gotta call this function, so which means that you have to provide the name of the function and provide a parenthesis to that. And when somebody say, Hussein, you gotta invoke your function, so they also mean that the same thing. And when somebody say, Hussein, you forgot to execute your function, so this is exactly what they meant. Okay, so now let me just remove these comments from here. And yeah, this is how we are going to be creating our function. But now let me just create yet another function. So now let me just remove that, and I'm going to create another function with the name of print number or something like that. And now let me just provide my separator and that indentation. And by the way, if I didn't specify these indentation, if I just write my print right here, and I'm gonna just write like 1 comma 2 comma 3 or something like that. So here you can see my IDE or my VS Code is telling me that there is something wrong. Like Python expects some sort of an indentation. You have to specify some sort of a spaces or indentation. So now let me just provide 1 2 3 4, and here you can see that error is now successfully gone. And now let me just write like a result n is going to be equals to like 2 plus 4. And now let me just print out that result right here. And now let me just print this out. So here we are going to be calling, executing or invoking our function. So we have a print number, and now we have to provide our parentheses. And now let me just save our file and run there. We are getting a 6, but now let me just duplicate there like a few times. So now let me just save there and run there, and we are now getting 6 6 6 6 and 6 4 or 5 times right here. Okay, so that was just a basic intro to functions. Welcome to the part 2 of a function. So now we are going to be discussing what in the world are perimeters or parameter in functions. So function parameters are values that are passed into a function when it is called, and they allow a function to take inputs, making them more versatile and adaptable. Okay, so this is a perimeter area, and I'm not going to waste your time. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to just remove that from here, and I'm going to create a new function with the name of add numbers, and I'm going to be specifying x as a perimeter and y as a perimeter. You can specify 1, you don't even have to specify there, but if you want to provide some sort of input for your function, so this is how you're going to be doing there. And you are not just limited to write x and y's, you can give, like, once again, any name that you like. Okay, so in my case, I'm going to just specify 2 perimeters. So I'm going to just say like x comma y, and now let me just provide my separator right here, and I'm going to just say like result, and it's going to be equals to x plus y. Okay, and now let me just provide a print and the sum of that x plus y. So now let me just write a sum in space, and now let me provide a comma, and we are going to be passing our result right here. Okay, so that's that. Now finally we have to execute our code right here, and we are going to be providing some sort of a value for our perimeter. So this is what we call the perimeter area, and we have the perimeter of x, and we also have the perimeter of y right here, and we are also using that x and also that y inside our function body right here. This area is known as the function body, and we are now using these local variables, or you can say the perimeter. Here you can see that you can say the perimeters. We are now totally using that, but now we have to specify some sort of a value for that. Okay, so let's suppose if I want to provide, like, I don't know, maybe 3 for the x variable, and now let me provide a comma and 5 for the y variable right here. So what do you think it's going to give us? So now let me just save my file, and x plus y, like 3 plus 5, and now let me just run our code. God damn it, what the hell did I just do? Okay, let's just go back. I don't know what the hell did I just do, but let me just rerun that, and the sum will be 8 right here, because we are now adding 5 plus 3, and the sum will be 8 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be passing a perimeter. This is how we are going to be passing a value for that perimeter, or you can say this is how we are going to be passing arguments for our perimeters. Okay, so that was the example number 1, but now let me just remove that, and now let me just create another function. So I'm going to just create a function with the name of def with the name of greet user, and it's going to take the user name. Okay, and for each user it will do nothing, but it will just greet to the user. So we are going to be using our string formatter, and we are going to be just writing like hello, and then we are going to be passing that local variable or that parameter which we are passing right here. So we are now using that inside our function. Now let me provide a comma, and how are you doing? Okay, so this is how we are going to be using that, and now let me just provide a greet user, so I can just pass my own name. So now let me just pass that. So it's gonna take this Hussein value, it's gonna bring it right here to this perimeter, and after we pass it there, then it's gonna take it and use it right here. Okay, so what we are essentially doing is that we are just, come on, what the hell, we are just using like, hello Hussein, how are you doing? So let me just go back, and now let me just provide my name once again. So now let me just save our file and run there, and hello Hussein, how are you doing right here. So now we have a lot of power. So now let me just duplicate there, so we can greet for the John, we can also greet for the Jordan, we can also greet for the I don't know. Okay, so now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see hello Hussein, hello John, hello Jordan, and hello I don't know. Okay, so this is what we call the function perimeter and argument. So now I'm going to give you a bit more practice, and we're going to be also discussing something called the default perimeters value. Okay, so you can also pass a default value for a perimeter in a function. So if a value is provided for a perimeter, when the function is called, it will use the provided value. If no value is provided, then the function will use the default values, and now let me just show you that. Okay, so I'm going to create a function with the name of like greet person. It's gonna take the name, and it's gonna also greet for our function. Okay, greet for our function, or greet for our user, or whatever you want to call this. So now if you want to provide a default value for this greet right here, so how in the world you are going to be doing that? And to do that, you just have to write an equal to sign, and you can specify the number, you can specify the string, you can specify list, you can specify the dictionary, you can specify whatever you want to specify right here. So I'm going to just use hello right here, and now let me provide my separator, and I'm going to be just providing a logic of like, I don't know, maybe F and greeting, and I'm going to provide a comma and then the name, and greeting would be fine rather. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just use the, or call the, or invoke the, or execute the. Okay, so now let me just provide a Hussein, and here you can see we now successfully provided a value for this first perimeter, but we did not specify any value for this greet right here. So what do you think is gonna give us? Okay, so if I run my code, we didn't expect that to happen. So now let me just rerun this. Here you can see it's gonna give us hello, and then it's gonna give us Hussein right here. Why is that? That's because we are not specifying any value for this greeting, but we are specifying value for this first parameter right here. Okay, so if you don't specify any value to that, by default it will take this hello right here. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. But let's suppose if I do provide a value for this, so I'm gonna just write like greet person, and I'm gonna just say like Bob, and I'm gonna just say like hi, come on, hi there, or something like that. So now let me just save there. In this case, it will override this hello to the hi there. Okay, so now let me just comment this line out, save my file and run there, and let me just rerun this. So what are we getting? We are now getting hi there, Bob. Why are we getting there? That's because we are now providing this value. We are now overriding the value of this greeting or hello. So that's why we are now getting hi there instead of hello. So this is how we are going to be specifying a default value for our function or perimeter. Now let me just remove that, and let me just give you one more final example. This one will be a bit tricky. If you don't get it, don't sweat it. So now let me just create a function with the name of like print message. It's going to take the message, and it's going to also take the number of exclamation or exclamation marks. So we have a num exclamation, come on, ESCLAMATION explanation mark, and it's going to be set to by default 3. Okay, so now inside there I'm going to be just printing like message, come on, message plus, and now let me just provide an explanation mark right here, and then plus, and then their perimeter value right here. Okay, so that's there. Now let me just print out or call my function, and I'm gonna just say like hello right here in this case, and we did not specify any value for the number of explanation marks. So it's gonna give us hello, and it's gonna add 3 explanation or exclamation mark. What the hell? Okay, so let me just run there. Why are we getting this error? Let me just rerun there. Okay, we are getting some sort of an error. Oh, that's because I'm writing a plus. Instead of that plus, I'm gonna have to write the time sample. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see we are now getting hello with 3 exclamation or exclamation marks right here. Okay, so yeah, that was the first test, and now let me just duplicate there, and I'm gonna just say like hello there or hi there with a comma, and now let me just provide 5 exclamation marks, so it will override this 3 value, and instead of a 3 it's gonna just print us 5. Or let me just provide like 10. Let's just provide 10. Save my file and run there, and here you can see it's gonna add these 10 exclamation mark. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the default values of perimeter. Alright, so now let's talk about the named arguments. So what do I mean by that? Keyword arguments, aka or also known as name arguments, allow you to pass a value to a function by explicitly specifying the perimeter names along with their values. This can make the function calls more readable and allow you to provide arguments in the different order than they appear in the function definition. So yeah, let's just learn about that. So I'm gonna just write some code and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Alrighty, so let's just create a function with the name of like display info, and it's gonna take the name, it's gonna also take the age, and it's gonna also take the city. Okay, so now we are going to be just printing out like name, and now let me provide a comma and name. Let's just duplicate that like 3 times, and now we are going to be providing the age, and let's just provide the age right here, and let's just work with the city and provide the perimeter of city right here. And now let's just remove that last one, save our file. But now we have to provide some sort of a values for the name, age, and city, and this is how we are going to be using this. We are going to be using like display info, and now we are going to be using a keyword arguments, or you can say the named arguments. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? Let's suppose if you want to provide a value for this name, so we can just write by just providing this Hussein value right here. We can also specify the age for that like 20. We can also specify the city like United States, but we can also provide that perimeter names right here. So I can just say like name is equal to Hussein, and I can also say like age is equal to 20, and I can also say the city is equal to United States. So now let me just save there, and now let me just run there. So here you can see everything is working totally fine, but now it is making our code a bit more readable. Like for this perimeter we are passing this value, for this perimeter we are passing this value, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that was example number 1, and you know what, let me just give you one more example, and this one will introduce a bit of calculation. Don't worry about that. My function name will be calculate rectangle area. It's gonna take the length, and it's gonna also take the width as well. Okay, so now let's just write like area, and it's gonna be equals to the length. Come on, length length times width, and you already know all of that. And we are going to be introducing something, but I'm not going to introduce that right now. So now let me just remove this area, and I'm going to just say like print this area right here. Okay, so now if you want to specify values for that, so I can just write like calculate rectangle area, and I'm going to just specify the length, and the length will take 5, and it's going to also take the width, and the width will take the value of 3 right here. So I can just so I can just use that right here, save my file and run there. So here you can see it's going to give us that 15 right here. So 5 times 3 is going to give us 15, which is super amazing. So yeah, this is what we call the name argument, or the default argument for God damn it. So this is what we call a name arguments. There we go. So now let's talk about a bit of confusing topic. Okay, trust me, it's not a confusing topic, but it is confusing because of the only one reason, and that reason is the print statement, which I'm going to show you in a few seconds. So let's talk about the return statement. So the return statement is used within a function to send a value back to a caller. When a function is executed and encounters the return statement, it immediately stops executing, and the specified value is set back to the caller. I know this is a lot of gibberish, but now let me just write some code, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So now let me just remove that, and let me just zoom in a bit right here, and now let me create a function with the name of like add numbers, and I'm going to specify the perimeter of x comma y, and now inside there we are going to be using like result, and it's going to be equals to x plus y. And now let me just use that magical word which is called return, and then the result. So what in the world is going on? Can't we write this code just like that, like print x come on x plus y? Can't we write our code like this? No, because when we use Python in a real world project, we do not use this print. Like nobody cares, and nobody even knows this print statement in Python. Like not everyone is a programmer, and they don't have any setup for the Python programming languages, so they don't know how to return or how to see something inside this terminal area. this print function is only for the programmers, not for the other pupils. And now if you want this function to work, so for that we are going to be using the return statement, and return will allows us to return some sort of a data from this function. Okay, so now let me just remove that from here. And by the way, this print thing is this print function is only for the debugging and just to see what's going on. That's it. That's the only point we are using this print function. So now let me just remove that, and we're going to be using like result is going to be equals to the x plus y right here. But now if you want to return the value of this result, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be just using return and then the result right here. That's it. Okay, so you know what, let me just call our function. But if we call our function by just writing like add numbers, and now let me just provide some sort of a numbers for that, like 3 and 5, and now let me just save my file, and now let me run there. Nothing is showing right here. Let me just rerun that right here. So nothing is showing right here. Why is that? That's because, as I just mentioned, that this print function will allows us to show or to debug something in this window area right here, which you can see right here. So it's gonna allows us to see our result right here in this area, but in the real world project we are not even gonna be using this area right here. This is only for the debugging. Okay, so now let me just remove that. Now you might be saying like, Hussein, yeah, we totally get that. From now on we are not going to be using any print function, we are going to be using the return statement. But tell me, how in the world we are going to be seeing the result of this function? And to see them, we are now returning something from this function, so we have to store the result of this function inside some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just write like sum and then the result, and it's going to be equals to this add function right here. And now if you care about that, like if you want to see the result of this function, so for that you can use this print function right here. So now let me just use a sum, and now let me just provide my sum dash result right here, save my file and run there. And here you can see the sum is now add. Okay, so we already expected that, and this is how we are going to be returning some value from our function. So that was example number 1. So now let me just remove that and create a new function. So I'm going to just create a function with the name of like square, square and cube. Kind of an awful function, but it's going to only take the x, and now we are going to be just getting like some sort of a square like x times 2 and then the cube will be now equals to x times, like x to the power 3. There we go. And now we are going to be returning the square and also the cube from this function. Okay, so now let me just go back, and now we are going to be destructuring or unpacking the value from this function. So first of all, we are going to be using like square and cube, and we are going to be specifying only 2 for that. Okay, so as soon as I do that, we are going to be just writing like square result for the first variable, and then cube result for the second variable, and it's going to be equals to this function right here. So now let me just print this out. So we have like a square square and result, square result. There we go. And we also have the cube result right here. So now let me just save there and run there. So we are now getting a 4 for the square result and 8 for the cube result right here. So this is how we are going to be returning something from our function. So now let's talk about the nested function in Python. So what in the world are nested function and why you should care about that? So a nested function refers to a function defined within another function. Just like this. Here you can see we have some sort of a outer function, and then inside this outer function we have yet another function. So now this function is known as an inner function, or you can say the nested function. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. I'm going to remove that from here, and I'm going to just define a function. I'm going to give it the name of like outer function, just like in the example which you just saw. And now inside this function I'm going to define another function, and I'm going to just give it the name of like inner function, and I'm going to pass the parameter of y to there, and I'm going to pass the parameter of x to the first one right here. Okay, so now let me just return like x plus y. So what we are doing is that we are now taking this parameter from the outer function, and we are now passing that inside this inner function, and we are also taking this y parameter which we are now passing to this inner function, and we are now combining both of them right here. Okay, so now let me just hit enter right here. Let me just do that once again, and now let me just write a result, and it's going to be equals to the inner function right here. Now at this point, this function is the inner function, and this line of code will be available inside the outer function, not in the inner function, but this code belongs to this outer function. So now let me just execute there and provide a 5 inside there. And now let me just return the result right here. Let me just go back, and now here I'm gonna just call my outer function, and I'm gonna just specify 10 value to there. So now let me just write like result, and it's gonna be, well, you know what, result value would be fine, and it's gonna be equals to this outer function. And now let me just print out the result right here, and let me just print out the result value right here. So let's just go back, save my file, and now let me just run there. So we are now getting the result of 15 right here. So what are we doing? We are now just creating this outer function. Now inside this outer function we have another function which is a nested function for this outer function, and we are now adding both of these perimeter with each other. Okay, so now at this point this is going to be the nested function, and this code belongs to the outer function. Okay, so we are now calling this inner function inside this outer function body right here. Okay, and we are now just returning there, and you already know what a return will do for us. Now outside from there, we already successfully called this inner function inside this outer function, but now outside from there we are now calling this outer function, and we are now passing 10 to there. So this 10 value will come to this x, and this 5 will come to this y right here. Okay, so both of them will be now added right here like x plus y, so it's going to give us 15, as you just saw right here. We don't use this inner function that much, but yeah, there will be situation where you have to use this. So now I show you how to use that, and this is how you're going to be doing that. So now let's talk about the lambda function. So what do I mean by the lambda? Lambda function is a small anonymous function, or you can say without any name function. So lambda function is a small anonymous function defined using the lambda keyword, something which we are going to be discussing in a few seconds, and it is often referred to as a lambda expression. So you can either call it the lambda function or the lambda expression. And lambda function are used when you need a simple function for a short period of time and don't want to formally define a full function using the def keyword. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be doing them? We just have to write the lambda result keyword, then we have to specify some sort of arguments if you wanted to, and then finally we have to write our logic or expression. So you know what, let me just write some code and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. Let me just remove all of that right here, and I'm gonna just start working with the lambda. So now let me just write a lambda. Okay, and here we are going to be passing two parameters. We are going to be passing x comma y, and now we have to write our separator right here, and then we have to write our logic. So I'm going to just write like x plus y, and that's it, baby, that's it. And now if you want to store it in some sort of a variable, so you can totally do that. So I'm going to just write like air, and now we are storing the value of this function right here. So you can think about that as a shorter way of writing our function. Okay, so now let me just write like a result, and it's going to be, come on, result is going to be equals to add the function which we are storing inside this variable right here. Okay, so now we are going to be calling that, and now let me provide an argument for the x variable, like for the x parameter and also for the y parameter. So I'm going to just specify 3 for the x and 5 for the y. Okay, so now let me just print this out. So it's going to give us the add. So let's just go back, save our file and run that. And here you can see we are now getting add right here, which is amazing. So that was our first example, and now let me just remove that. Let's just remove that right here, and now let me give you another example. We are not just limited to write lambda as itself, we can also pass that as an argument to other function. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to have to create some sort of a function that takes another function as an argument. So this is what we call as a callback function. So you can either call it as a callback function, or you can just define that by saying like function that takes another function as an argument. So that function is known as a what do we call it? That function is known as a callback function. There we go. Okay, so now let me just define some sort of a function like apply operation, and it's going to take the x parameter, the y parameter, and it's going to take some sort of an operation. And now inside this function we are going to be returning that operation function which we are taking as a parameter. And now for this function we are going to be passing the x value and then the y value right here. So I know it sounds a bit confusing, but trust me, it's not. And I'm going to explain that in a few seconds. So now let me just write like apply operation, and we are now just calling our main function. And for this main function, first of all, we have to specify some sort of a value for the x, then for the y. So for the x, I'm going to specify 5, and for the y, we are going to be specifying like 3. And then for this operation, we are going to be passing some sort of a function. So now this function which we are going to be passing right here, this is known as a callback function. Okay, so now let me just write like a lambda, and now we are going to be passing like a comma b. And why is that? That's because it is now requiring there right here, so that's why we are now providing that as a parameter right here. You don't even have to worry about that. Like, yeah, you don't have to worry about this code if you don't get it. But yeah, I'm just showing that for those people who care. Okay, so now let me just add the like a plus b, and there you have it. Okay, so now we have to store in some sort of a variable like result addition or something like that. ADDITIO, and there we go. ITIO, and there we go. So now let me just print this out. So I'm gonna just write like result of addition function, ADDITIO, and there we go. Okay, so now let me provide my result addition. Let me just go back, save my file, and now let me just run there. And here you can see we are now getting it right here. And why is that? That's because we are now creating some sort of a function which is taking the x and y as a parameter, and also operation as a callback function. And now we are calling that function inside this function, and it is also taking that x and y parameter. We are now providing the 5 value for the x and 3 value for the y, and then we are passing this lambda function as a callback function to our apply operation function. I know that's a lot of confusing thing, but you know what, that was it for the addition. But we can also provide for multiplication if you wanted to. Okay, so I'm not gonna waste your time, but I'm gonna just duplicate this line of code, and let's just change that to multiplication. So, or you know, let's just select that and multiplicatio, and there we go. So now I'm gonna copy that, and now let me just place that right here. And result of multiplication, multiplicatio, and multiplicatio, and god damn it. So now let me just save that, and instead of writing a plus, I'm gonna just change there to the time. Okay, so now let me save that, and now let's just run that. So for the addition, we are now getting 8. For the multiplication, we are now getting 15 right here, which is super amazing. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the lambda function. If you don't get this coding, you don't have to worry about that. Okay, but at least I want you to keep in mind this syntax right here. So we are going to have to first of all write the lambda, then we have to specify the parameter if you wanted to, and then finally our logic or expression, whatever you want to call that. So now let's talk about a scopes in Python. So what do I mean by a scope? A scope refers to a region of a program where a particular variable can be accessed or modified. And the scope of the variable determined by where it is defined in the code, and it plays a crucial role in understanding how variables are accessed and manipulated within a program. So yeah, there are two types of scopes. So we have a global scope and we have a local scope. So we're going to be defining both of them. But you know, let me just give you a bit of theory about that. So what is a global scope, variable or anything? So a variable defined at the top level are considered to be a global. Like here you can see we are now defining this variable at the top level of the program. So this is what we call a global. But now let's suppose yeah, let me just give you an example of that local right here, which you can see. So now this variable is defined inside the function. So this variable will be known as a local function. So you know what, let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Alrighty, so now let me just give you an example of the local variables or local scope. So local scope, or you know, first of all, let's just start from the global scope. So what is a global scope? So you know what, let me just write a global variable, and it's going to be holding the value of 10 right here. And now this variable is a global variable right here. This variable is not defined in a function, and it is not wrapped up with the curly braces like these. I mean, like in Python we don't have curly braces, but yeah, I was thinking as the context of JavaScript, but in Python we don't have any curly braces. But you know what, this is what we call a global variable. And why is that? Because this is at the top of our file. But now let's suppose if I just define some sort of a function like print global, or you know, print something or something like that. And now inside this function I'm going to create a variable. So I'm going to just give it the name of like meh, and it's going to be holding the value of I don't know, maybe this emoji or something like that. And now if I just print out this meh, so this will be a local variable. Okay, and this will be a global variable right here. Okay, so if we define something inside the body of the function, I mean, like if we define our variable inside the body of a function, so this variable will be a local variable because it is wrapped with something. Okay, so like in some bodies, so that's why we call this variable as a local variable. If I just create some sort of a function and say my name, and I'm gonna just write like a username inside there, and if I just write like a print username, so this is also known as a local variable, which means like this variable can be only accessible with inside the body of this function. It cannot be accessible outside from there. So if I just try to access like print username right here, and here you can see it is now giving me an error if I hover my mouse over to there. So username is not defined. Why is that? Because this function, I mean like this variable can be only accessible right here inside this body, and it cannot be accessible outside from there because this is a local variable. I hope it makes sense. Alright guys, so now we are totally done with the intermediate and also the beginners part of this course. So now we are going to be learning about the advanced part. So we are going to be learning about the OOP, the modules, and how to work with the input and output and so on and so forth. So now let's talk about the first topic of this course. So we are going to be learning about what in the world is a module, how in the world we are going to be creating our own module, and how we are going to be importing there and exporting there and so on and so forth. And this is going to be the first time in this course in which we are going to be introducing the standard library. So now let's talk about the module. So what in the world is a module? A module is a file containing Python's code. That's it, baby. That's it. This code can define function, classes, and variables, and we are not just only limited to that. We can even also define the variables. We can define dictionaries, tuples, and so on and so forth. Modules help organize related code into a file that can be easily reused and imported into other Python script. So now let's talk about the standard library, which we are going to be using in a few seconds. So Python standard library is a collection of module. Here we just learn about module, like what in the world is a module. So a module is just a file containing a Python code, a pre-written Python code, something which we're going to be discussing in a few seconds. So what do we call it? Python standard library is a collection of modules that provide a ready-to-use functionality for tasks like input, output, networking, and date and time, and so on and so forth. Okay, so let's talk about the syntax, like how in the world we are going to be importing something. So there are a few ways we can import something. Let's suppose if you want to completely import an entire module, so you just have to write this import state, I mean like import result keyword, and then you just have to write the module name. Then if you want to provide some sort of a name or alias for your module, so for there you're gonna have to use the as, and then you can specify whichever kind of name that you like. Okay, and you can also import a specific thing from this entire module by just importing, I mean like by just writing like from the specific module import a specific thing, like a specific item name. Okay, so then the next one we have is like import a specific item from a module, and you can also provide an alias to that. So you're going to be using from module, import a specific thing, and then provide an alias for that specific thing. And if you want to import every single thing from a module, so you can just use this times or star, whatever you want to call that. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so here you can see I only have this index.py and I don't have any code, nothing inside there. So what I want to do is I want to create like a new file. I'm going to give it the name of like my own, and then math.py. You can give it any name that you like, and now inside there we're going to be just writing a bit of code. So first of all, let me just define some sort of a variable like my favorite number, and it's going to be equals to 7, and then I'm going to just define like some sort of an intro for this file, and I'm going to just say like print, and this is my own version of math, come on, math package slash module. Okay, so now underneath that, let me just define another what do you call it, the sum function, like add to numbers, and we're going to be providing like x comma y, and now let me just return like x plus y. Okay, so that's simple and easy code, and you guys already know how this works. And now let me just duplicate there like one more time, and I'm going to just change the name of that like multiply, or subtract rather, subtract two numbers. So let's just provide a minus right here. Okay, let me just provide a minus, and we're going to be creating two more functions. So now let me just duplicate there like 2 times, and now let me just change the name of this function to multiply two number, and also this function to divide, divide. There we go. So now let me just save my file. So here you can see I only have this one variable right here. Then we have the intro function, and we also have this addition, subtraction, and now let me just change the expression. So we have the times like multiplication, and we also have the division right here. So now we are totally done with our own version of a math module or package. I know it sounds a bit awful, but anyways, you get the idea. So now let me just close this file, and now we are going to be importing a lot of things from this file to our index.py file right here. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And we already learned the syntax of this. So the first thing which I want to do is that, let's suppose if I want to import the entire math module which I just created right here, like let's suppose if I want to import this entire file, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be just writing like import and then my own math. So if I just hit enter right here, and now I can just write like print, and if I just write like my own math, let me just go back. God damn it, let me just go back. If I just write like my own math, and if I just write dot, and here you can see we can now successfully access this addition function right here, the division, the subtraction, the intro function, multiplication, my favorite number, which is a variable. We can totally access there. We can do a lot of stuff inside there. So now let's suppose if I only want to access my favorite number, which is a variable. So now let me just write the name of that. So now let me just save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now getting the value from there. So where in the world is this 7 coming from? This 7 is coming from, and by the way, don't worry about this folder. It will be created for you as soon as you import something from your local file. Okay, so here you can see I have this my favorite number, and I'm storing the value of 7 inside there. So that's why I am getting this 7 right here. Okay, so that's there. Now let me just print out something else like my own math, and I'm gonna just write like add two numbers, and I'm gonna just execute there and provide 10 and 20 right here. So now let me just save my file and run there. So we are now getting the result of 30. And why is there? You already know why is that. Because it is requiring this x and y, and we are now adding there, and now we are passing the value of 10 and 20 to that, so it's going to give us the result of 30. And now let me just duplicate there like a few times. So we have, let's just remove that, then we have a subtraction, then we have multiplication, and then we have the division right here. Okay, so now let me just save my file. Let's just go back and run there. So here you can see we're now getting there from the variable, we are now getting this value from the addition, then from the subtraction, then from multiplication, and finally from the division. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining one code in one file, and this is how we are going to be grabbing every single thing from our file, and this is how we are going to be using them by using this dot notation right here. So that was the first example, and now let me just give you the example of the alias. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be providing alias for our package. Like this file name is okay-ish, but let's suppose if we have a huge file name like this is my personal amazing math module. So for that we are going to have to copy there, and we are going to have to place there in all of these areas, and that would be redundant, and that's not looking that cool. What we can do is that we can totally import our file, and then we can just write as, and then you can give it any name that you like. So in my case I'm going to just give it the name of like math, and now I can totally copy there. And now let me just select there, hit Control D, Control D, Control D, Control D, and now let me just place there with the math. So now it will totally work. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now let's just run there. And still here you can see we are now getting that same result right here, which is super amazing. So this is how we are going to be providing an alias for our entire module. Okay, and now let's talk about how we are going to be importing a specific thing from our module. So let's suppose, let me just remove every single thing from there, and now let me just write like from, and then I'm gonna just write like my own package name, which will be my own math. And now let's suppose if I only want to import a specific thing like, I don't know, maybe the intro function. So now let me just write an intro right here, and now let me just save there. And as soon as I save there, so here you can see that parentheses will be gone. And why is that? Because I'm only importing one thing, so that's why we don't need these parentheses. So as soon as I save my file, here you can see that parentheses, I mean like, yeah, the parentheses are now totally gone. Okay, so now I can totally use this. So I'm gonna just write like print intro, or I don't have to write a print, so I'm gonna just write like intro, and now let me just execute that. And as soon as I save my file and run there, Okay, we are now doing something wrong, so let me just rerun that. What in the world are we doing? This shouldn't be into, it should be intro. There we go. So now let me just copy and save there, and now let me just place there right here, and now let me just rerun there. And here you can see this is my own version of a math package or module. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be importing a specific thing. And now if you want to import multiple things, so for that you're going to have to provide these parentheses and then provide a comma and then just write a names like add two numbers, subtract two numbers, I don't know, multiply two numbers and divide two numbers. And as soon as I save my file, bang, here you can see it's going to provide these formatting right here. So now we are using this intro, so here you can see the color, and now we are not using any of them, so that's why they are kind of a grayish. So now let me just use this add two numbers. I'm gonna copy there, and now let me just place there and execute this. So now let me just provide like 20 comma 20, and now let's just run there. Oh, we have to store that in some sort of a variable. And now let me just write a res right here, save my file and run there, and it's going to give us 40 right here. And that's amazing. This is how we are going to be importing a specific thing from our package or module. And now let's suppose if you want to provide an alias for each of these things, so how in the world you're going to be doing that? And let's suppose if you want to provide an alias for this, like add two numbers, so we are going to be just using the as, and then we have to write like whatever name that we like. So I'm going to just write like plus, then we have to write like as. We don't have to do that for every single one of them, but if you want to provide an alias for a specific thing, so this is how we are going to be doing that, by just writing a as and then provide our alias right here. So I'm going to just write like minus, and then we can just write like as multiply, and then finally as divide. There we go. So now let me just save there. So we no longer have to use like add two numbers, subtract two numbers, multiply two numbers, and so on and so forth. So we just have to use the plus, minus, multiply and divide. So now let me just write like plus, and let's just save that in the sum variable. And now let me just write a sum right here, save my file, and I'm going to just remove this intro from here, and I don't need to import this. Now let me just remove that from here. So let's just run there. We're going to be getting 40 right here, and let me just duplicate there a few times. So we have minus, come on, minus, and then we have minus multiply, and then finally we have divide right here. And let's suppose, what the hell, x y. Well, then you're getting lazy, xz. So now let me just duplicate that a few times. So we are going to be just writing like x, then y, and then x, xz. There we go. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see we are now getting all of that results right here. Okay, so yeah, this is how we are going to be working with the modules in Python. And the final thing which I want to show you is that how in the world you're going to be importing every single thing from your module. So let's just write like from my own module, and then let's just import every single thing by providing this asterisk. So then we can just use like add two numbers, and I'm going to just write like 20 save our file and run this. So it's going to give us 40, and let's just duplicate there. We can just grab like subtract two numbers, multiply two numbers, and divide two numbers. And now let me just run there. So we are now getting all of that result right here. So yeah, this is how we are going to be working with our own module. So now we successfully created our own module. We defined some sort of a code, like we defined the variable, we defined the function. Later we are going to be also learning about something called the classes. So we are going to be defining a classes. You can define your own list, the tuples and dictionaries and so on and so forth inside there, and then you just have to import them in other file, and there you have it. Okay, just use them. So now that we learned about modules, now let's talk about the Python standard library. So the Python standard library is a collection of modules that provide a ready to use functionality, like for the input output, for the math, and so on and so forth. But the one we are interested in is a date and time. So how in the world we are going to be going into the Python standard library? So the first thing which you have to do is that you have to come to this python.org, then you have to hover your mouse over to this documentation, then click on the Python docs. And once you do that, here you can see we have a library reference right here. I'm going to click on there, and here you can see like there are a lot, and I mean a lot of crazy stuff right here which you can explore by yourself if you have free time. So you can totally definitely check this out right here. But the one we are interested in is a math. So if I just search for a math, so here you can see it's going to brings us this numeric and also the mathematical modules right here. But you know what, we're not going to be discussing that. I'm going to just search for the you know what, let's just write a date and time, and here you can see it's going to brings us this date and time right here. So I'm going to just click on that, and here you can see we have a lot of crazy information right here, but I'm going to just give you a quick test of that, like how in the audio you're going to be using all of that stuff right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be importing that. We already learned that, and this is how we are going to be using that, and this is how we are going to be passing different kind of parameters or arguments. So now let me just close there, and here you can see I only have this index.py, and now let me just zoom in a bit right here. And the first thing which I want to do is that I want to import the date and time from the Python standard library. So how in the audio we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we're going to be using the from and then date time, and now we have to import something which is a date time. I'm going to just click on there. So we are now importing that from the Python's standard library. There we go. Okay. Okay, I know the spelling is totally incorrect, so now let me just remove that from here, and now we are importing there from the Python standard library, but now we have to use that. And now if you want to use that, so we are going to be using like date time, and now we have to pass different kind of parameters. So I'm going to just write like year, and I'm recording this video in 2025. So that's why I'm going to have to provide 2025 right here. Now let me pass the month, and the month will be 4, and now let me pass the day, and day will be like 30, and also the hour, and the hour will be 5. And I'm going to also pass some sort of a minutes, and minutes will be, I don't know, 22. And now let me also pass the second, and the second will be 53. Okay, so now we successfully pass all of the arguments, but now let me just store in some sort of a variable like that, and now let me print this out. So now if I print this semi-file and run that, and here you can see we are now getting this format right here. So we are now getting the year, then we are getting the month, then we are getting the days, and finally we are now getting this time right here. Like we have a hour, then we have a minute, and then we have a seconds right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be working with the date and time. And yeah, there are a few more things which I want to show you. If you don't want to paste these names right here, so you can totally remove that. So I'm going to just remove that from here. Let's just remove that. Let me also remove that like that. Okay, so now let me just remove the semi-file, and now let me just rerun that, and still we are getting that same result right here, like nothing is changing, but now we are just writing the shorter way or the shorthand. Okay, so this is how we are going to be passing there. But now let's suppose if you want to get a specific thing from this date, like I don't know, maybe if I want to get the year or maybe the day or the month, how in the world we are going to be doing that. And to do that, we are going to be just using like date and then dot. That's it, baby. That's it. So now let me just print this out. So I'm gonna just write like a format string, and now let me just pass my year first of all, and I'm gonna be just writing like date.year, and now let me just save my file and run that. And here you can see we are now getting the year of 2025. Why is that? Because now we are storing the value of 2025. So that's why we are now getting there. So now let me just duplicate that like a few times, like so. And I'm going to just select that. And now let me just do a multi-cursor selection. And I'm going to also remove this stuff from here. So what I want to do is that I'm going to just start from the month. Going to be passing the second right here. So now let me just save that. Let's just go back and run that. So here you can see we are now getting the year, month, day, hour, minute, second, and so on and so forth. Okay, so that's the we can also use the dot notation if you wanted to. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm gonna just write like print date dot now. So it's gonna give us this right now time. Okay, so now let me just save my file and run that. So it's gonna give us the actual time. So I'm recording this video in 2024 and the 4th month and the 4th day, and this is the time in which I'm recording this video right now. Okay, so that's that. Now let me just duplicate that. I can also get the day if I wanted to. Okay, so now let me just save this file and run that. And here you can see I'm now getting this day, and today is come on, today is 30 day. Okay, so now let me just remove that from here, and now let me just also print the month. Okay, in which month I'm recording this course. So now let me just run that, and I'm recording this course in almost 5th month. So yeah, this is how you're going to be importing something from the standard library. This is how you're going to be using that. Alright guys, so now let's talk about a classes. So what is a class and why you should care about that? A class is a blueprint for creating an object instance that have attributes, variables, and method, which you already learned, like function. It acts as a template for creating an object with similar characteristics. So I know there are a lot of buzzwords going on, like what is an instance, and we already learned about the variable and functions, but we're not familiar with the terms like attribute method and also instances. So you know what, let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Okay, so now let's just create a simple, the most simple class ever. Okay, so creating simple class. So how in the world we are going to be creating a class or blueprint for our object, you can say that. Okay, so to create a class, first of all, we have to write a class result keyword. Then we have to provide some sort of a name for our class. So you can provide banana, you can provide the orange, you can provide any name that you like. But in my case, I'm going to give it the name of like person right here. And notice one thing. I'm using the title case or the capitalized case or whatever you want to call the first letter is in uppercase and the rest of them is in lowercase. Okay, so whenever you are creating a class, this is a convention that the first character will be in uppercase and the rest of them will be in lowercase. Okay, this is just a convention. If you want to follow that, you can, but you don't have to. Okay, now inside there, we are going to be defining something called the method, or you can say functions. So if you are already familiar with the function, so this is exactly what we are doing. We are now creating some sort of a class, and inside this class we are going to be defining some sort of a function. Okay, so that function in this class are referred to as method. So whenever somebody say, Hussein, this is a method, you gotta call that. So this simply means that they have some sort of a class. Inside their class they have some sort of a function, so that's why they are calling that specific function as a method. There you go. Okay, so that was the entire analogy. So now if you want to create a function, so we just have to write a def result keyword, then we have to provide some sort of a name for our function, and for the perimeter we are going to be passing a self, and self is something which we are going to be exploring later in this course, but you have to provide this self right here inside this method. You have to do that. And I'm going to show you what will happen if you don't specify there. Okay, now inside there, I'm not going to do anything crazy, but I'm going to just write like, hey, come on, my name is Jordan or something like that. Okay, so now let me just go back, and this is how we are going to be creating a class. So now we are totally done with that. This is how we are going to be creating a class, and this is how we are going to be defining a method inside our class. Okay, so now we have to use this entire class somewhere. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, first of all, we have to create an instance or object of our class. So what do I mean by that? First of all, we have to execute this class, and whenever we execute that, so we say that we instantiated or we create an object for our class. We are going to be doing that exactly the same like a function. So we have to just write a class name, then we have to write an opening parentheses and then the closing parentheses right here. Now we can totally store that in some sort of a variable. So I'm going to just write like Jordan, and it's going to be, come on, Jordan, and it's going to be equal to this class right here. Okay, so now if you want to call this method, which we currently have inside this class, so how in the world we are going to be doing that? We are going to be using this variable name. So I'm going to just write like Jordan, and then we have to write a dot. So whenever I write a dot, here you can see we are now getting a few properties and also a few methods right here, something which you don't have to worry about. But here you can also notice that we are also getting this talk method right here. And why is that? That's because we define this talk method inside our class, so we can totally access there and we can totally execute there. Okay, so you know what, let me just write like talk, and now let me just execute there, save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now getting all of that result, which we are now specifying inside this method right here. I forgot to show you that if you didn't specify this self, what will happen if I just remove this, save my file and run there. Here you can see we are going to be getting some sort of an error that person talk takes 0 arguments and you have to specify at least 1. Okay, so we are going to be specifying this self like you have to do that. Anytime you want to create some sort of a method inside some sort of a class, you have to specify the self as the first parameter. Okay, so that's there. But now let's talk about what in the world are constructors and why you should care about that. So this is the syntax of a constructor. But now you might be asking, Hussein, what the hell is a constructor? Constructor is this syntax which allows us to define a variables inside our class. So now here you can see we are only defining the method inside our class, or you can say the function inside our class. But now in some situation we would also need to provide some sort of variables inside our class. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? For that we are going to be using the constructor, and this is the syntax of providing a constructor or creating a constructor. Okay, This is going to be basically a function with this same name, and we're going to be also specifying the self as well. So this syntax is a constructor which allows us to create a variables inside our class. So I want you to keep that in mind, and now let me just remove that from here. Okay, so now if you want to provide some sort of a variable, so for that we have to first of all define our constructor right here. So if I just write double underscore, let me just say that first of all we have to write a def result keyword, then we have to write one underscore, then two underscore, then we have to write init. Now let me just write double underscore one more time, and then we have to just write our parentheses or our perimeter area right here. Okay, now for this perimeter area, I want you to always keep in mind that you have to specify this self. Okay, so now let me just copy that and place that right here, and now if I hit enter, this is what we call the constructor for our class. So anytime you want to provide some sort of a variables inside your class, so first of all you have to create this constructor function. Inside this constructor function, you're going to be providing some sort of a variables, and then you can reuse that variables inside this class. Okay, so now the question is, how in the world we are going to be providing a variables? First of all, we have to write this self result keyword, then we can write a dot, and then we can specify any name for our variable. So in my case, I'm going to just write like name, and now let me just provide a Jordan right here. And now let me just provide some other variable like age. It's going to be set to 20, and now let me just do that for the location, and location will be United States. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see it will provide that indentation for me. But now you might be asking like, Hussein, what's the point of this self? This self will tell our program that these variables belong to this class right here. Like let's suppose if we have some sort of a name variable outside from this class, and whenever we create a class, we are going to be using that. So this self will tell our program that this variable belong to this person class right here. Okay, so I want you to just keep that in mind. So yeah, this is how you are going to be providing a variables, and you can totally use that inside your methods and so on and so forth. So you know what, let me just delete that, and you already know like how in the world you're going to be using that. So now let me just write like f, and let's suppose if you want to provide a name, so now let me just write a name, and then we're going to be writing a curly braces. And by the way, I forgot to, thank God, if I started to show you that. I thought you already know all of that stuff, but I forgot to show you that. Now if you want to use, let's suppose this name variable, first of all you have to write the self. This self will tell our program that we are now trying to access this variable right here, not outside from this class, but we are now trying to access this specific variable which is already defined inside this class. So now if you want to do that, first of all we have to write a self, and then we have to write a name right here. Now let me provide a comma. Now let me just provide an age, and you know what, I'm going to just do that in a few seconds. You know, let me just remove this self for a few seconds, and here you can see if I hover my mouse over to that, so here you can see name is not defined. It's gonna search for the global variable name. So if I define the outside from the class, like name will be set to Hussein, it will now take up this name right here. So now let me just save my file, and here you can see we are already using this. And now let me just run my code. So what are we getting? We are now getting this Hussein value which we defined outside from our class, but we don't want that. We don't want to use any global variable. We want to use our own defined variable which we have defined right here inside this specific class. So if you want to use that, so for that you have to just write a self result keyword and then write a dot. And whenever you do that, and now let me just save my file and run that, and here you can see we are now getting a Jordan right here, and this Jordan is now available inside our class, so that's why we are now getting that. Okay, so this is how we are going to be getting a specific variables. But now let me provide a comma, and let me provide the age, and let's just write a self dot age, and also let me just provide the location, and location will be self dot location. So now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see, you know, let me just clear this out and rerun there, and here you can see we are now getting the name of Jordan, the age of 20, and location will be United States. So yeah, this is how we are going to be defining constructor, and this is how we are going to be defining variables for this specific class, and this is how we are going to be using that specific variable which we have defined inside our class. Now a lot of people will say that okay, this is how we are going to be creating a class and so on and so forth, But now the question is, how in the world we are going to be creating this same class for, like, I don't know, maybe 1000 user or maybe 100 user. So like, let's suppose, let me just duplicate this line of code, and let's suppose we have Hussein, and now let me just duplicate there, and I'm going to also write Hussein, and whenever I call this function on this Hussein class right here, so watch what happens. So if I save my file and run there, here you can see we are still getting Jordan, and we are still getting the age of 20, and we are still getting the location of United States. But that's not something that we want. We want to get this Hussein information. Like, this user will have the name of Hussein. He will be, I don't know, maybe 20 or 21 years old, and he will be from somewhere else. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? So to do that, so for that, we are going to have to provide some sort of a parameter for our constructor. Okay, so how we are going to be doing that? Let's suppose if you want to make this data totally dynamically for all of the users for which we are going to be creating this class. So this is how we are going to be doing this. Now let me provide a comma here, and now let me just provide like name, and then we have to provide the age and also the location right here. And now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to just specify the name. Now let me just remove this 20, and now let me just replace that with age. And I'm going to also remove this location and replace that with this location right here. And now as soon as I save my file and run there, here you can see we are now getting the error, like it is requiring 3 missing arguments. Okay, so now we have to provide some sort of values for the name, for the age, and also for our location, and that value will be unique. I mean, like, it shouldn't have to be unique, but yeah, you totally can provide a unique value. So here we are now creating this specific class for this Jordan. So we are going to be just writing like Jordan, and he will be, I don't know, maybe 30 years old, and he will be from like Arab. Okay, so now if I save my file and run there, and what are we getting? We are now getting, you know, let me just rerun there. We are now getting all of that information for the specific user right here. But now we can also create the same class, or we can also reuse the same class for different kind of peoples. So you know what, that's for the Jordan. Now let me just write Hussein, and let me just create an instance for this Hussein right here. So I'm gonna just write like Hussein, and I'm 20 years old, and I am from China. I'm from China. Now let me just write Hussein, and then .talk, and now let me just execute there, and watch what happened. As soon as I save my file and run there, here you can see we are now getting different data for this another user, and we are now getting totally different data for this user as well. So now that we made our class totally flexible, so now we can totally reuse this class again and again. And as soon as we call this talk method on there, here you can see we can specify different kind of values right here. So now we can create like, I don't know, maybe 1000 instances of this class, and we can provide different kind of values for our class. And this is how we are going to be passing different kind of values for those parameters. Alright guys, so now let me just remove every single thing from here, and now let's talk about the static variable. So a static variable or a class variable, you can either call it like a static variable or a class variable, is a variable that belongs to the class itself rather than the instance of the class. And this means that the variable is shared among all the instances of the class, and static variables are defined inside the class but outside of any method, and typically at the beginning of the class definitions. So you know what, there was just a basic theory of what a class variable is or what a static variable is. So now let me just remove that, and now we are going to be defining another class. So I'm going to just give it the name of car. You can give it like any name that you like, and now inside there we are going to be defining a static, come on, static static variable. There we go. And now if you want to define this, so we can totally give it like any name that we like, and in this case we are not going to be using any self right here because this is going to be a static variable. So now let me just write like num cars, and it's going to be equals to 0 right here. Let me just go back, and you know, let me just remove that from here. And now underneath there, we're going to be defining our constructor, or you know, let me just leave there right here because I know it will confuse a lot of people. So now underneath there, we're going to be defining our constructor right here. Okay, so now let me just hit enter. Come on, we have to remove that. And I'm going to also specify like the brand. Come on, brand, and also the model as well. Okay, so now let me just write like self.brand. And it's going to be equals to the brand, and I'm going to also specify the model, and it's going to be also set to the model itself, which is coming from the perimeter. Okay, so now we are going to be accessing the static variables. Now we define that right here, but now we are going to be accessing ACCESSING. There we go. So now we are going to be accessing there, and to access there, the syntax will look a bit weird. First of all, we have to write the class name, which in this case is a car. So now let me just write a car. Then we are going to be using the dot, and now let me just provide like number of cars, and now it's going to be equals to, or you know what, let me just write a plus equals to 1 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining our static variable, and this is how we are going to be accessing our static variable. And now we are changing the value of there from 0, and we are now incrementing there by 1. Okay, so that's there, and now we are totally done with this class. And now let me just create a few instances of there. And now here, what I want to do is that I'm going to just create like car1, and it's going to be equals to like car, and we're going to be passing like Toyota, Toy or Ta, Toyota, and I'm going to also provide like Camry. I don't know what the hell this word means, but now let me just write like car2, and it's going to be equals to this car instant, not card but car. And now let me provide a Honda and this word, yeah, you get the idea. And now let me just write like print and number of cars created. And now let me just provide like car, and here we're going to be accessing there, so number of cars right here. So now let me just save my file, and as soon as I run my code, watch what happens. It's gonna give us 2 right here. Why is that? Because we are now incrementing there whenever we create the instance for our car. So you know what, let me just duplicate it like 3 or 4 times, and I'm gonna just write like 3, and then it's gonna be equals to 4. And now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now creating 4 instances of this car, and here you can see we are now getting the value of the, I know this may sound a bit confusing, and you don't even have to worry about the static variables, but if you care about that, now you will learn that. But I don't know, maybe I guess you won't use that. I shouldn't have to say you won't, but yeah, if you need that, so you can totally use that. But I'm not quite sure if you will use that often. But anyways, you get the idea. This is how we are going to be defining our static variable. This is how we are going to be getting there, and this is how we are going to be using them. So whenever somebody hears this word of OOP, they totally get afraid, and they think like this word is super complex and super complicated and so on and so forth. But trust me, it's not. So what in the word is a OOP, and why should care about that? And by the way, we just started the new section in which we are going to be exploring a lot about OOPs. So now let's talk about the OOP. So OOP, or object oriented programming, is the programming paradigm, or you can say the style. So a paradigm is just another word for a style that organize the code into objects, which are instances of a class, is something which we just learned, and we're going to be also learning that throughout in this section. Basically, it is just a way of structuring and designing the code to model a real world entities and their instructions. So now let me just put that in the real simple term. Okay, so basically OOP is a programming style that organizes the code into object, and which are the instances of a classes. So in this section, we're going to be learning about the encapsulation, inheritance, and also the polymorphism. Welcome to the first pillar of OOP. So in this section, we're going to be discussing something called inheritance. And yeah, you can pause the video and you can read all of that, but I'm not going to because I want to show you every single thing in the illustration. Okay, so let's suppose we would have some sort of a 2 classes. So we would have a parent class, and we would also have a children class. As simple as that. Okay, so inside a parent class, we would have some sort of a property or method. Like for example, the parent will have car, money, and house, and these children also want the car, money, house, and so on and so forth. But now if these children borrow either the car or the money or the house from this parent class, so this is what we call inheritance in Python. So now we are borrowing the functionality from the parent class to the children class. So this is what we call inheritance in Python. And yeah, this is just a simple example, but we can also create a methods, and we can also grab those methods from the parent class to the children class. So that process is known as inheritance. So now let me just write some code, and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. First of all, let me just remove every single thing from here, and we are going to be creating our super or parent or base class. Okay, so you can either call it the super class or the parent class or the base class. Okay, so you can call it whatever you want to call that. Okay, so now let's just create our super class or parent class or base class. So I'm going to just give it the name of like animal, and now inside there we are going to be also defining a variable. So now let me just define my constructor, and we are not going to be providing a none and so on and so forth. So I'm going to just pass like animal name, and now let me just remove this pass from here, and now let me provide like self dot animal name, and it's going to be equals to the animal name, like that. And now let me just define one method right here like def animal info, and now let me just provide a self right here. We're not going to be passing anything else than that. And now let me just print out animal name is, and now let me just print out the animal name like self.animal name. Okay, so now let me just save that and go back. So this is how we are going to be defining our parent class or a super class or a base class, whatever you want to call that. But now we are going to be defining the children class. So you can call it like child or derived, derived, or you can call it the subclass. Okay, so this is what you can call it, like either the child class or derived class or the subclass right here. Okay, so yeah, now let me just create that right here. I'm gonna just create a class with the name of dog, and now here inside the parentheses we are going to be defining animal. Now in this case we are not providing any parentheses and we are not providing anything right here. Why is that? Because this is a parent class and this class is not inheriting something from another class, so we don't have to specify the parentheses and we don't have to specify nothing. Okay, and now this class, this dog class, is now inheriting all of the functionality like this animal name and also this animal info method from this animal class. So this is how we are going to be writing there. Okay, so now let me just provide my separator right here. So first of all, we are just creating our dog class and we are now borrowing the functionality from this animal class, which is going to be our parent class or super class or our base class. Okay, so now we are borrowing the functionality from this parent class. So you know what, let me just write like my own method right here like bark, there we go. And now we can just write ourselves, and now inside there I'm gonna just write like woof. Okay, so now let me just save this file. So I hope at this point you are now totally clear. Like this is how we are going to be defining our parent class, and this is how we are going to be borrowing the functionality from our parent class, and this is how we are going to be implementing all of that functionality, or yeah, using that functionality inside the subclass or derived class or child class. So you know what, let me just create instances of them. So I'm going to just create an instance of dog, and I'm going to just write that animal class, and that animal class is a super class. Okay, so now we are creating an instance of this animal right here, and I'm going to just specify the name of dog right here. So now I can totally write like dog.animal info, and now let me just execute this, save my file and run there, and the animal name is dog as we expected. Okay, so that's there. But now what I can also do is that I can also create an instance of the buddy. So now let me just create like buddy, and it's going to be equals to the dog. Okay, and that dog is the child class or derived class or a subclass. Okay, so now we are creating an instance of there, and now let me just provide like buddy right here. Now which also means that we can still call this animal info method also on this derived class. We don't have any definition of this animal info class inside this class right here. We only have a definition of bark, but we don't have any animal info inside this class, but we will be still able to use that. And how we are going to be doing that, let me just write a buddy.animal info, and now let me just execute this, save my file and run there. And here you can see we are now still getting like animal name is buddy right here. Why in the world is that? That's because we are now borrowing the functionality of this animal, and this animal has this animal info method right here. So now we are borrowing this animal info method from this parent class to this children class. So that's why we can totally use this animal info class on this dog as well, which is the derived or the subclass. Okay, so this is how we are going to be borrowing the functionality from the animal class to the children class, and this is what we call a simple inheritance or a single inheritance. Not a simple, but this is what we call a single inheritance. There we go. So now let me just save that, and that was the single inheritance. Okay, Bruce Lee fans, now let's talk about the constructor overriding. So what is a constructor? You already know what a constructor is. this is a constructor right here. So whenever we inherit or borrow some functionality from the parent class to the child class, so we already know that all of that data which we are now passing inside the parent will be automatically available inside the dog class right here. Okay, but we can totally omit that, or we can totally override that inside the dog class as well. Okay, so you know what, this is a bit awful code. So now let me just remove every single thing from there, and now let me just recreate that same classes with a little bit more defined data. Okay, so I'm gonna just write like class animal, and now let me just define there, and we're going to be also creating our inheritance inside there. Let me just remove that. Let's just remove that, and now let me just provide like self. I don't know why I just deleted that. And now let me write a breed, and also size, and also the color and the speed. Okay, so let's just remove the end, and now let me just write like self dot breed, and it's going to be equals to the breed. And now let me also write self dot size, and it's going to be equals to the size. And now let me also write self dot color, and it's going to be equals to the color. And finally, let me just write like self dot speed, and it's going to be equals to the speed right here. Okay, now I'm going to just write like parent, come on, parent constructor. Let's just go back, and now I'm going to also just print like f right here, and the breed will be just self dot breed. And I'm gonna also write the size, and the size will be self dot size. And I'm gonna also write the color, and the color will be self dot, come on, self dot color. And I'm gonna also write the speed, and the speed will be self dot speed. There we go. So now let me just save my file, and this is our parent class right here. Okay, and now it's time to create our children class or derived class, whatever you want to call that. So now let me just write a class with the name of dog, which will be borrowing the functionality from the animal class. And now let me just write like def, and I'm going to define my own version of constructor right here. And here you can see we're using something called the super, but we are not going to be using this. So now let me just remove that right here. And here you can see we are now getting like the breed, the size, the color, and also the speed, but we are not interested in any of them. So now let me just remove that right here, and I'm gonna just write like animal name right here. Plus I'm gonna also leave this note for you guys. So what do I mean by a constructor overloading? So if you write a constructor on both classes, like for example here you can see we have a constructor right here on the parent class and also on the children class, so the parent constructor will be no longer available to the child class. Here you can see we are now overriding all of the functionality from the parent class, and here you can see we are now defining our own constructor right here. So now we are overriding all of that data right here. So like we don't need any of that. We want to provide our own definition for our constructor. So this is what we call a constructor overriding. And yeah, okay, so that's as simple as that. Okay, so now let me just write like self.animal, not this one, animal name is going to be equals to the animal name right here. Okay, and finally let me just provide like child constructor, and then I'm going to just write like print, and let me just write the name, and we are going to be writing self.animal name. There we go. And I'm going to also define a method like def bark, and let's just provide our self right here because this is important, and we are going to be just barking like woof woof. Okay, and now let me just create instances of both of them. So now let me just go back. This is the parent class and this is the children class, and now we are going to be creating instances of both of them. So I'm going to just write like buddy, and it's going to be equals to the dog, and now let me just provide a dog right here. And now let me just write like buddy dot bark. Okay, so now let me just save my file and run there. Of course we will get some sort of an error. Bark. Oh, B-A-R-K, B-A-R-K, what the hell is going on? Let me just save my file and rerun there. And we are getting some sort of an error, unexpected error. I don't know why we are getting there, but we are getting, oh, that's because of the indentation. So I'm going to have to remove this indentation right here. And also right here. So now let me just save there, and now it will work. So now if I just run my code, so the child constructor call, and now here you can see the name will be now set to dog, and we are now only getting woof woof. We are no longer getting like the breed, the size, the color, and the speed. All of that data will be only available for the animal constructor. I mean like for the animal class right here. So yeah. and we now totally override all of their data by just providing this animal name. So this is what we call a constructor overriding. So that was it about a constructor overriding, but in the majority of time we will not need that. A lot of time you will want to get some sort of a data from the parent constructor to the children constructor. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? And to do that, we are going to be defining something called the super. So what is a super? Super is a method which we use to call the parent constructor inside the child constructor. Okay, so that's it, baby, that's it. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to grab every single thing, I mean like all of their properties or perimeters which we are specifying right here. So I'm going to copy that, and now I'm going to just remove like my animal name, and now let me just, or you know, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to provide a comma, and now let me just define all of them right here. Okay, so we are going to be first of all defining all of their perimeters which parent is taking. So we are now defining that in the child class as well, and next we have to define the super. So we just have to write a super and we have to execute that because this is a method, and then we are going to be defining our dunder, or you can say the constructor. And now here we are going to also have to pass all of their perimeter as well. So you just have to pass there like twice, and yeah, that's it, baby. You don't have to do nothing else than this. Now let me just cut this out and save my file, and I guess I'm going to leave this line of code. Okay, so what we are doing is that now let me just go back. We are now borrowing the functionality from the animal class to the dog class, and we are now also taking the animal, the breed, size and color, and also the speed for this child class as well. So now we have to provide some sort of a values for these parameters right here, like animal, breed, size, color, and so on and so forth. So we are already defining a name for our animal, but now let me just provide some sort of a breed. So I'm not an expert in the animals, so I'm going to just write like, I don't know, as a breed, and I'm going to also provide a size. So I don't know, maybe 40 would be fine. And now let me provide a color, and the color will be blue, and I'm going to also specify the speed, and the speed will be 50. Okay, so this is how we are going to be providing that. Now let me just save my file and run that. And here you can see we are now getting all of that. So now let me just rerun that. So we are now specifying like the breed, and which will be set to I don't know, and then we have a size of 40, and then we have a color of blue and the speed of 50 right here. Okay, so this is how we are going to be defining a super inside the child class. Alright guys, so welcome to the second pillar of OOP. So in this one we're going to be discussing a polymorphism. So poly means many and morphism mean shapes, so many shapes, okay, or many forms, whatever you want to call that. So you can pause the video and you can read all of that stuff right here, but I'm not going to. Here, let's just back to our example right here. So we would have some sort of a two classes, like we would have a parent class and then we would have a child class right here. Okay, so now inside a parent class, we have a car, money, and house. And we also want the car, money, and also the house inside the children class as well. So we are going to be first of all inheriting all of that stuff from the parent class to the child class. So then if you want to use a polymorphism, which means like we can totally change the shape of the existing data which we are now grabbing from the parent class right here. So we now successfully grab like the car and also the money and also the house. But let's suppose you start some sort of a business and you bought a new car, for example. So now we are using a polymorphism. We are now changing the shape of the existing data with a new data. So now if you start a new business, so we can have more money or we can have less money. Okay, so we can totally change that. So in my case, I'm gonna just write like more money because that's a bit positive. So we can also buy a new house. So we are now inheriting all of that data from the parent class and we are now changing the shape of all of that data. So this is what we call a polymorphism. So now let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. We can achieve polymorphism in a few ways. So I'm going to remove every single thing from here. And first of all, we are going to be defining something called the method overriding. Okay, so let's just write like class, and now let me just write an animal right here, and I'm going to just define a method like make sound, and now let me provide a self right here, and now inside there we have to just write like generic animal sound. Okay, let's just go back and now let me just save that, and here you can see this is going to be our parent class. Inside this parent class we only have this one method which is just saying like generic animal sound. but now we are going to be creating a child class. Okay, so now let me just create a class with the name of like dog, and we are going to be borrowing or inheriting all of the functionality from the animal class to the dog class. So now what do we have to do? We have to create exactly the same method which we've created right here inside the animal class, also in the dog class as well. So let me just write like the name is make sound. So we are going to be also writing like def and then the make sound as well. And here you can see we are now getting there, but now let me just remove that from here. We are now creating that same class inside this dog as well. And now let me just change this functionality right here. So now in this case, for the animal class, we are now providing like generic animal sound, but now in this case we are going to be writing like print woof. Okay, come on, WOOF like that. And now let me just execute that. We are first of all borrowing or inheriting all of the functionality, and then we are changing the shape of our functionality. So this is what we call a polymorphism. Okay, so yeah, let me just create another class. So let's just duplicate that. And I'm gonna also create a class for the cat as well, which will be also inheriting from the animal. And once again, we're going to be creating the same class right here. Instead of writing a wolf, I'm gonna just write like meow like that. And now let me just save that. And now it's time to create a few instances. So I'm gonna just create an instance of dog and like just like that. And I'm gonna also create an instance of cat and as well. So now let me just save that. And now we are going to be calling that overridden methods right here. So now we created a method for what do we call for the dog and also for the cat, and it's gonna give us totally different results right here. So now we successfully created instances of that, and now let me just call that. So I'm gonna be using like dog, and if I just use like make sound and execute this, save my file and run there, and here you can see it's gonna give us woof right here. But if I just duplicate this line of code, and if I just write like cat and make sound and save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting meow right here. And why is that? That's because of the polymorphism. So now we are creating some sort of functionality in the parent class, then we are borrowing their functionality and we are now changing that. So this is what we call a polymorphism. And by the way, that was just a first way of a polymorphism, and this way is something called the method overriding. Okay, RIDING, come on, RIDING, there we go. Okay, so that was the first example, and now let's discuss something called the method overloading. So what in the world is a method overloading and why you should care about that? So now that we learned about a method overriding, but now let's talk about the method overloading. So the method overloading in Python involves defining multiple methods in the same class with the same names but with different parameters. This is also known as a compile time polymorphism or a static polymorphism. Okay, so you know what, let me just write some code and then you will get to know what I'm talking about. Let me just remove every single thing from here, and the first thing which I want to do is that I want to define a class and which will be a math operation. Okay, so now inside this class we're going to be defining this method like add, and first of all we have to define the self, and then we are going to be passing x and y. So we are not going to be doing anything crazy, but we are going to be just returning like x plus y, and there you have it. So now let me just go back and hit enter right here. Now we are going to be defining that same method, but in this case we're going to be defining a bit more parameters to it. So I'm going to just specify like self x comma y comma z in this case. Okay, and now I'm going to just return like x plus y plus z, and now let me just save this. So this is what we call a compile time polymorphism. Okay, so you know what, I'm going to just write like add two numbers, and it's going to be equals to like that math operations right here, and we're not going to be defining anything inside there, but I'm going to just write like print add two numbers, and I'm going to be using like dot add because we already defined this add right here twice, and we are going to be just specifying like I don't know, maybe 2 comma 3. So now let me just provide this, save my file and run there. So it's going to give us an error because you have to specify some sort of a value for the z as well. So now let me just do that. I'm going to also specify comma and provide a 4, let's suppose, and now let me just save my file and run there. So it's going to give us 9 right here. So this is the first way of writing this code, but I can totally refactor this code to a new class, but we are going to be defining the if and else statement. So I'm going to just write like class and calculator, calculator, just like that. And now we are going to be just writing like define add, and we are going to be writing like self a and b will be set to initially none. Okay, and now we are going to be checking like if b is none. So what do you want to do in that case? We just want to return a. That's it. And now finally If that's not the case, so we just have to write an else clause, and for the else clause we're going to be just writing like return a plus b. And now let me just go back and let's just write like calc. Come on, calc, and it's gonna come on, see, lc, there we go. It's gonna be equals to our calculator class right here, and we're going to be executing there. And now let's just call this add method inside there or on there. Okay, so let's just write a print and calc calc, there we go. And I'm going to be using like add, and if I just specify 1 to it, and here you can see we are now checking if b is none, then just gives us a right here. Okay, so now let me just execute there, and here you can see it's going to only return that a value right here. So that's why we are now getting this one. But if we specify more values than that, like let me just duplicate this line of code, and now let me provide a comma and 2, save my file and run there. So it's gonna now add both of these values right here. So here you can see we are now getting 3 right here as the result. So yeah, this is what we call the method overriding. Now let's talk about the final topic, which is called the final topic in polymorphism, which is called the duck typing. So what is a duck typing? Duck typing means that we don't care about what type of object we have, as long as it supports the method or behavior we need. That's it, baby. That's it. So if an object has a certain method or behavior, we can use it as if it were the type of the object we expect, even if it's not exactly that type. So I know that sounds a bit gibberish and confusing, but now let me just write some code, and then you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So what I want to do is that I want to remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to just write like class of dog, and let's just define my speak method inside there. So I'm going to just specify like speak, and now let's just return like woof. Okay, just a woof, there we go. And I'm gonna just duplicate there like a few times. So I'm gonna be creating yet another class for the cat, and cat will say meow. Let's just write meow right here. Come on, meow, there we go. And we're going to be also creating yet another class for the duck. So let's just create their duck right here, and the duck will just say quack, Q-U-S-C-K. And let's just save our file. Let's just go back, and here you can see we have these 3 classes right here, and inside all of their 3 classes we have exactly the same speak method, and we're now overriding there by just providing a meow, quack, and also the woof. Okay, so that's there. But now we are going to be defining yet another class gorilla, Gorilla. And now inside there we are not going to be defining the speak method, but instead we're going to be defining the walk method. And let me just put a self inside there. Come on, let's just remove that from here, and now let me just provide my colon, and let's just return grunt. Okay, so that's cool. But now let me just create instances of all of their classes which we just created right here. So we are going to be using dog, and then let's just create an instance for them. We are going to be also using a cat and create an instance for him, and also duck and duck. And finally we're going to be creating an instance for the gorilla, and it's going to be equals to gorilla. And now let me just execute there. And finally we're going to be creating some sort of a function that accepts the speak method. Okay, so this is what we are going to be doing. We are going to be creating some sort of a function that accepts any object with a speak method. So here you can see we have like a few objects. So we have a dog, then we have a cat, then we have a duck. So all of these have the speak method, which you can see right here. So here you can see the dog has the speak method, the cat has the speak method, the duck has the speak method. But in this case we don't have any speak method right here, but instead we have a walk method. Okay, so watch what happened. Let me just even create this function right here. Okay, so I'm gonna just create a function and give it the name of like make sound, and now let me just provide an animal. This will be the object which we are going to be specifying. So we're going to be just getting like animal and then speak. So we are going to be just executing this method on that animal. Okay, so that's them. But now what I want to do is that I want to just write a print and make sound. We are now executing this function which we just created right here. So we are now executing this function. What do you have to do? We have to specify the object to there. Okay, so we are going to be first of all specifying this object, then this, and then this, and finally we're going to be specifying this gorilla. Okay, so watch what happens. So if I just specify the dog, save my file and run there, here you can see we are now getting wolf, which is totally amazing. But if I just duplicate there like 3 times, if I specify cat, and then I'm gonna also specify the duck as well. So now let me just save my file and run there. So we are now getting meow, we are getting a wolf, meow, and also the quack as well. But Now let me just duplicate this line of code, and if I just provide a gorilla, and now let's just save my file and run there, and there you have it, baby. That will not fly here. Why is that? Because it is taking some sort of an object, and on that specific object we would have to have a speak method, and this gorilla doesn't have any speak method, so that's why we are now getting that error right here. So this is what we call a duck typing in Python. Welcome to another pillar of OOP. So in this one we are going to be discussing encapsulation. So what is encapsulation and why you should care about that? So you can pause the video and you can read all of these stuff right here, but what I want you to know is that encapsulation is just hiding the complexity and showing only the essentials. That's it, baby, that's it. You can pause the video and you can read through there, and you can also check out the purpose of encapsulation, and you can also check out the implementation of the encapsulation and so on and so forth. But that said, like, encapsulation allows us to hide the complexity and show only the essentials. So you know what, before we getting into the encapsulation, we have to discuss a concept called access modifier. So we are going to be discussing that, and trust me, in Python we don't even have a concept called access modifiers. But I'm going to show you how you're going to be using that. Now let me just remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to just place this comment right here. So first of all, we are going to be learning about the public modifier, then we are going to be learning about the protected one and also the private one. But now let's talk about the public modifier. So in Python there is no explicit public keyword. Just like if you are coming from TypeScript or Java, there are explicit keyword like public and private and protected, but in Python we don't have that result keyword, but we can use a convention to achieve that same result. Okay, so in Python here is no explicit public access modifier like in some other programming languages like Java and C++ by default. All attribute and method in a class are considered public, meaning they can be accessible anywhere inside our program or inside our class. Okay, so now let's just talk about how in the world we are going to be working with the public modifier. So I'm going to just remove them. So what I want to do is that first of all I want to create a class. I'm going to give it the name of like my class, and now inside them I'm going to just define my constructor right here. And now let me just remove that from here, and now I'm going to also pass the x right here. Okay, so what I want to do is that I'm going to just write like this. Come on, this attribute is public. And why is that? That's because it will be accessible in our entire class. So now let me just write like self dot x, and it's going to be equals to x right here. And now I'm going to also create a public method as well, which means like it can also be accessible in our entire class. So like this method is also public method. So I'm going to just write like def get x, and now let me just pass myself inside there, and I'm gonna just return like self.x and nothing crazy. So now let me just save there, and now underneath there let me just create some sort of object. So let's just write an object and then my class, and I'm gonna be passing like 10 as a value. And now I can just write like print object.get x right here. And now let me just execute this. So it's going to give us a result of 10 right here. So now if I save there and run there, so here you can see we are now getting 10 right here. And why is that? Because this variable is totally public, which means like we can totally access this variable inside our class right here. Okay, so here you can see we are now accessing that, which means like, yeah, they are public. And that was the first example. And you know what, let me just also show you like object.x, and now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now still getting that 10 right here. So that was the public modifier. But now let's talk about the protected modifier. Let me just place these comments right here, and by the way, let me just remind you, this is going to be just convention. We don't have any concept of protected and private and so on and so forth in Python, but we are going to be using some sort of a convention which will tell other developers that this specific property or method is going to be protected or private or public. So in Python, attributes and method that start with a single underscore like this are conventionally considered protected. This means that they are not intended to be accessed outside the class, but there are no strict informants of this. Okay, so I want you to keep that in mind. So if you want to make something protected, so we are going to be just writing an underscore, and they are not intended to be accessible outside from the class. You can totally access there if you wanted to, but they do not mean to be accessible outside of our class. Okay, so this is how we are going to be using their conventions. So instead of writing a attribute of public, so we are going to be just writing like protected. There we go. Okay, so now let me just provide my underscore right here. There we go. And I'm gonna also provide my underscore right here, which means like they are not accessible. So we are still accessing there, but you know what, let me just remove this entire thing from here. I'm gonna also remove that from here. So what we are doing is that we are now just making our x totally protected, which means that it shouldn't be accessible outside from our class. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and here if I run my code, and here you can see we are now getting this error right here. Oh, that's because we have tried what do we call it, this underscore, and nothing is stopping us by using this. So now let me just save there and run there, and here you can see we are now getting 10, but it will tell other developers that you shouldn't be accessing this variable because this is protected right here. Okay, so it will tell other developers that you can totally access there, like nothing is stopping you from accessing this variable, but you don't have to do that because it should be, or it's supposed to be, protected, and you don't have to access the outside from your class. So that was the protected modifier or protected access modifier. And now let's talk about the private one. And by the way, this is going to be still the convention. So now let's talk about the private modifiers. So in Python, attribute and method that start with a double underscore are considered private, just considered. This means they are not accessible from outside of the class. However, Python does not enforce this access restriction strictly. So I want you to keep that in mind. And now let me just remove these comments from here. And here what I want to do is that I'm going to just write like double underscore, and this is now what do we call it, this is now private. Okay, so now let me just go back. Okay, so now that we successfully made this as a private, but I want you to keep in mind that we can still access that if you wanted to. Okay, so what I want to do is that I want to define a function. So now let me just write like a get x, and we're going to be passing our self right here inside this. So now let me just return like self, and now I'm going to be just getting this private method. So this method, come on, this method is public, so that's why we can totally access this x right here. Okay, so yeah, we are already providing a 10 right here, but what I want to do is that I'm going to just remove that, and I'm going to just write like get x, and now let me just execute this, save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting that 10 right here. Why is that? Because we are now taking that as a parameter, and we are now passing the value of 10 to that, so that's why we can now totally access that. And by the way, if you want to access that, like accessing a private attribute, not recommended, but you can still do that. And how you're going to be doing that, you just have to write a print, and now let's just write the object. Now let me just use my class and then double underscore or dunder, and now let me just write my x, save my file and run there. Here you can see we are now still able to access that. So this is how you're going to be working with the modifiers in Python, or access modifier in Python. Okay, so now that we learned about access modifier, let's just get back to our main topic, which was encapsulation. So like hiding the complexity and showing only the essentials. So I'm going to just write a class, and let's just create a person class, and I'm going to just define my init right here, my constructor, and it's going to take a few parameters. So it's going to take like the name of the person, the age, and also the gender. And now let me just write like self.name. Come on, let me just make that as a protected, and it's going to be equals to the name. And this is, once again, this is going to be just a convention, not a hard rule. Okay, so let me just write a comment like protected attribute, attribute, there we go. And now let me just write a self, and I'm going to make this one as a private, so it's going to be equals to the age, and this is going to be a private attribute, attribute, there we go. And now I'm going to also write gender, and I'm going to also make it as a totally private. Okay, so let's just copy that, and now let me just place that right here. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to define a few methods. So now let me just write like a def and get age, and I'm going to be passing myself. And like once again, we can totally access that if you wanted to. So we are going to be just writing like age, and now this is how we are going to be getting our age or accessing our age. And now I'm going to be creating yet another what do we call it, method. So set age, and now let me just pass the self and also the age. And now let me just check if we have age greater than 0. So we're going to be just writing like self, and now let me just get the age, and it's going to be equals to the age right here. Okay, so now let me just make the as a totally public. If that's not the case, so what do you want to do in that case? Let me just write an else clause, and I'm going to just say like age should be, come on, should be greater than 0. Okay, so if somebody provides some sort of age, so then we are going to be setting that as a public. If somebody did not specify anything, so we are going to be just writing like age should be greater than 0. There we go. And now let's take care of the gender. So I'm going to just write like a def and get gender, and we're going to be passing our self, and let's just return the self, and let's just return the gender. There we go. And now let me just also create another method. So I'm going to just write like set gender, and now we are going to be passing our self and also the gender. Now inside there we are going to be checking if gender in this list, like we have a male, we also have a female, and we also have others. If gender is in this case, so what do you want to do? We just want to write like self dot, and we want to get the gender is going to be equals to the gender. But if that's not in this category, so we're going to be just writing like excuse me, we're going to be writing like print invalid gender. There we go. So now let me just save that, and let me just go back, and I guess we are pretty much done with all of that. And what I want to do is that I want to just create what do we call it, the instance of our class. So let me just zoom in a bit, and I'm going to just write a person is going to be equals to the person class, and for the name we're going to be specifying Hussein. For the age we're going to be specifying 20, and for the gender I am a female I am a male, so I'm going to specify a male right here. And now what I want to do is that we are going to be accessing the private attribute. So I'm going to just write like person, and now let me just get the name right here. Okay, so I mean like that was a protected, so now let me just get a protected attribute. So now let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see we are now getting the name totally correctly. Okay, so that's there. But now let's suppose if I try to access the age, so now let me just write like age right here, save my file, and now let me just run this. So it's going to give us an error like this is not allowed to be accessed. And now if you want to access that, so for that we are going to be just using like first of all the underscore, then our class name which will be the person. Now let me just access this edge right here. So now let me just save that and run that, and here you can see we are now accessing that private modifier or that private property, whatever you want to call that. Now we can also access this same edge by using our method which we've already defined right here, like get edge right here. So it's going to also allow us to get our edge. So now let me just print this out. So I'm going to be writing like person dot get edge, and now let me just execute this. So it's going to also give us that 20 right here. Amazing. And now we can also set our edge if you wanted to. So I'm going to just write like person dot set edge, and now let me just specify 30. And why am I doing that? That's because here you can see in the set edge, if the edge is greater than 0, so we are going to be just setting our edge to that new property which we are going to be specifying as a perimeter. And if that's not the case, like if we didn't specify anything at all, like if the edge is greater than, I mean like if the edge is less than 0, so we are going to be getting like edge should be greater than 0. So now I'm going to just use that, and now underneath there let me just get, or let me just copy this line of code and print there. Let me just save my file and run there, and here you can see my edge is now set to 30 right here. Now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to show you that how in the world we are going to be providing the negative value. So let me just provide like person dot set edge, and we're going to be specifying like negative value, I mean like -1, and here we are requiring like greater than 0. So we will just get like edge should be greater than 0. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just run there, and edge should be greater than 0. Amazing. Now what I want to do is that I also want to set the gender. So now let me just comment this line out, and I'm going to just write like person dot come on set gender, and we are going to be providing like unknown. Okay, so now let me just save my file and run there, and invalid gender. But if I specify like male, and now let me just save there and run there, oh, we are not getting anything. That's because we did not write our get gender. So do we even have a get gender? Set gender? Oh, we are setting there, but we are not getting a gender. Anyways, oh, there we go. So we do have a get gender right here. So now let me just call that, and I'm going to be just writing like person dot get gender, and now let me just execute there and print this out. So let's just save there and run there, and here you can see we are now getting the male right here. Okay, so what we are doing is that we are hiding the complexity and providing only the essential by using the access modifier, and this is what we call encapsulation in Python. Alright guys, so welcome to a new section. In this section we are going to be learning about the files and folder handling. Okay, so which also means that first of all we are going to be getting the information about the files, then we are going to be creating a file and reading the file, then the directories and so on and so forth. So now let's get into it. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to use the open method, and now inside there we are going to have to specify some sort of a name for our file. Okay, so I'm going to just write like users.txt, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to specify the mode. Are you trying to add the data, or you want to read the data, or you want to append the data? So in this case, I'm going to specify the mode or the flag of R. Okay, so that's what we have to do. So now let me just save my file, and now if I hover my mouse over to there, and here you can see it requires like file, mode, buffering, encoding, errors, and so on and so forth. So now let me just throw in some sort of a variable like info, and it's going to be equals to this method. And now let me just print out this info. Let's just save our file. And by the way, in this section, we're not going to be running our code by using the code runner. We're going to be running our code by using the terminal. So now let me just open my terminal, and I'm going to be using index.py, and here you can see it's going to give us an error. And that's because we are now trying to read the data from the users.txt file, but we don't have this file. Okay, so now let me just create that right here. So I'm going to just write like users.txt, and now we don't have any content, nothing inside there. But now if I run my code once again by using that same command, and here you can see we are now getting this information about this specific file. Okay, so our file name will be users.txt, and the mode which we are using is that we are using the read mode. We are now reading the content from our file. Okay, so that's that. And now let me just show you a few more things. So now let me just duplicate this line of code and comment this line out. We don't have to specify this mode if we don't want it to. Okay, so we can totally omit that mode, and we can just write this R right here inside this code. So now let me just save this file and rerun there. And here you can see it's gonna still gives us that same result right here. And by the way, let me just duplicate this line of code one more time. We also can remove this mode right here, and by default the mode will be set to the read. Okay, so now let me just save my file and rerun there once again, and here you can see still we are now getting their same information right here. So that's there. But now let me just remove all of that stuff from here. And now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to just write like info.name, and now let me just save my file, and now let me just run there. And here you can see it's going to give us the name of our file which you're using. So now the name of my file is users.txt, so that's why I'm getting this users.txt right here. So now let me just duplicate there. I can also write the mode, like which kind of mode are we currently working with. So now let me just save there, and now let me just rerun there, and the mode is now set to R, which means like we are now trying to read the data. So now let me just duplicate there. We also have a method called the readable. Readable. So now let me just execute there, and it's gonna give us the boolean value, like can we read the data of this file or can we not. So now let me just rerun there, and here you can see it's gonna give us true right here. And why is that? That's because we are now able to read the content of this file, so that's why we are now getting true. If you weren't able to read the content of this file, so we would be getting false. So yeah, that's that. Now let me just duplicate this line of code. We also have the property of closed, like is our file closed or not. So now let me just rerun there, and here you can see it's going to give us false right here because our file is not closed. So that's that. Now let me just remove every single thing from here. So what I want to do is that I want to remove this users.txt file from here, and I only have this index.py file, and inside there I don't have nothing. So the first thing which I want to do is that I want to show you this write method. Okay, so to show you that, we are going to be first of all writing like users.txt, and you can just write like apple.txt. You can write whatever you want to write, and you have to specify some sort of extension at the end. So I'll just write like I don't know, maybe users, or you can write a data.txt or something like that. So I'll just stick with these users. And now for the flag or for the mode, I'm gonna set that to W, which means like we are now writing some sort of a data for this file. Okay, so I'll just throw in some sort of variable like users.info or users info rather. And now you know what, let me just save this file, and as soon as I run this code and watch what happened, I want you to focus on this area right here. As soon as I run my code, so if I just write like python index.py, and what are we getting? We are now getting this users.txt file. So now let me just open there, and here you can see this is totally empty, but we are able to generate this users.txt file by using the python this W flag right here. Okay, so now let me just delete that one more time, and now let me just rerun there, and here you can see it's going to regenerate that for me. And now the next thing which I want to show you is that how in the world we are going to be writing a content or some sort of a text for this file or inside this file. And to do that, we're going to be using users info, and then we're going to be using this method called write. So it's going to allow us to write some sort of a content or data to their specific file. So I'll just write like I'm writing this text, this text to my file using Python. Okay, so now let me just save there. And yeah, that's gonna be it, I guess. So now let me just save my file, and now in this case let me just remove this users.txt file, and now let me just run my code once again. And here you can see, first of all, if this file is not already available, so it's going to create that for me. And now if I open there, so what are we getting? We are now getting that same text which we are now providing right here inside this write method. Okay, so this is how we are going to be creating a file, and this is how we are going to be appending, or this is how we are going to be writing a text for our file. And you know what, let me just remove that from here, and now let me just give you yet another example. So I'll just write like I don't know, maybe friends list or something like that, and it's going to be equals to like open, and now let me provide like friends.txt, and we're going to be writing some sort of a content for that. And now let me just write like some sort of a friends array. So I'll just write like Jordan and Alex and also Michael, there we go, and also Hossein, FRIEN, different lists. And now inside there we're going to be using the write line method, so it's going to allow us to write only one line of code, okay, or append only one line of code. So now let me just write this friends right here. So we have friends, which we are now getting right here. Okay, so we have this array, or not array, but we have this list, and now we are appending there with this file. So now let me just save that, and here watch what happened as soon as I run my code. So if I just write like python index.py, and here you can see it's going to first of all create this friends.txt file, and now let me just open there. So it's going to give us there Jordan, Alex, Michael, and Hussein. But now if I want to get a spaces, so now let me just remove that from here, and now if I want to get a spaces over there, I'm going to have to use the escape sequences. So now let me just provide escape and then the end. So now let me just save my file, and now let me just rerun there. And as soon as I rerun there, and now let me just go ahead and check this out, and here you can see we're now getting a new line. There we go. That was a lot of talking, but now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be reading a content from our file. Now let me just remove every single thing from here, and I'm going to also remove this users and also this friends, and I shouldn't have to delete these users. Let me just recreate that one more time. So we have a users, and then, or instead of writing a users, I'm going to just write like data.txt, and I'll just write like hello, my name is Hussein 2.0, and now let me just save that. And now the question is, how in the world we are going to be reading the data from this file inside this Python file? So to do that, we are going to be using still that open method. Then we have to specify the file name. So I'm going to just write like users, not users, but data.txt, and we're going to be reading the data. So that's why I specified the mode of R. Okay, so now let me just write like data, and it's going to be equals to this method. So now if I use like print data, and now let me just save that and run that. So it's going to only give us information about the file. But now if you want to get the data, so for that we are going to be using a method called read. So now let me just write like dot read, and now let me just execute, read, and now let me just execute this, save my file and run there. So here you can see it's going to give us all of that content which I currently have inside this data.txt file right here. So that's amazing. But in some situation we would have a lot of data. So now let me just remove that from here, and now let me just replace that with this data right here. And in some situation we would have a lot of data, and if you want to get the chunk of that data from the file, so how can we go about doing that? And to do that, we're going to have to just specify the chunk size right here. So like in this case, if I only want to get this hello, so I'm going to have to specify this 5 right here. So if I specify 5, and now let me just rerun that. Let me just rerun that. And here you can see we're now getting this hello right here, which is amazing. And if I specify like 10, save my file and run there, and it's going to give us like hello it's. And that's because we have hello and then it's an AI version of Hussein. So yeah, that's amazing. But now we also have a method called read line. So now let me just remove that from here, and we can also just use like read line, and now let me just execute there. And as soon as I run my code, so it's gonna only read one line of code, or one line of text rather. So here you can see it's gonna only take the first line, and it's gonna show us the result based on that, which you can see right in here. So now let me just cut that from here, and I'm gonna also remove this empty space from here. So now in this case, it's gonna give us this line of codes, or not a code, it's gonna give us this line of content. So now let me just save that, and now let me just run this out, and here you can see this is what we are getting right now by using this read line. So it's going to only give us one line of text from our file. Now let's talk about how in the world we are going to be copying the data from one file to another file. So we have this data right here, and I'm going to also create a new file. I'm going to give it the name of like more data.txt, and now in this case this more data.txt file is totally empty. We don't have any content, nothing inside there. So now let me just make that side by side so you guys can see everything a bit better. Okay, so now let me just remove that from here. So we don't have anything inside this more.txt data. So what I want to do is that first of all I'm going to have to read the data. So now if I want to read the data, so I'm going to just use like data, and then we are going to be using like open and then data.txt, and we are going to be using the R flag inside there. Okay, so the first thing which you have to do is that we have to read the data. Okay, so we are going to be getting like content is going to be equals to like data.read. So now let me just execute there, and now if I just print out this content, save my file, and now let me just run there. Come on, python index.py, and it's going to give us all of that information which we currently have inside this data right here. Okay, so it's going to give us all of that information. So that's the first thing. Now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to copy the content and we have to place that inside another file. So like write to more data.txt file. Okay, so that's the next thing which you have to do, and to do that we are going to first of all get that. Okay, so now we are going to be using like more data, and it's going to be equals to open method, and we're going to be providing like more data.txt, and now let me provide a w right here in this case, because in this case we are now writing a data to our file, so we have to write a w in this case. I'll just write like more data.write, and now I'm gonna just append this content from this file which we are reading right now, and now let me just place it right here, save my file, and I'm gonna also remove this final line of code, and now let me just save my file. And now watch what happened. As soon as I run my code, I want you to just focus on this area. Okay, so now as soon as I run my code by using python index.py, so what are we getting? We are now getting this result right here, and we are now copying this content from this data.txt to this more.txt file right here. So yeah, that's amazing. But now finally let's talk about how in the world we are going to be creating a directories or folders, whatever you want to call them, and so on and so forth. So now let me just remove that from here, and I'm going to also remove this data from here, and let's just zoom in a bit. So once again we have this index.py which is totally empty. So the first thing which you have to do is that we have to import the module called OS or operating system, because in this case we are going to be interacting with the operating system, like we're going to be creating some sort of a folder. So that's why we need this OS module. The first thing which you have to do is that we have to get the current working directory. So we're going to be using like print, and let's just use our operating system module. And now if I write a dot, so here you can see we have a lot, and I mean a lot of method right here which you can see, but the one we are interested in is the get cwd, which means like get current working directories. Now let me just save my file, and now let me just run this out. So if I run my code, so what are we getting? We are now getting the current working directory in which we are currently working on. So I'm now inside a C, then the users, then Hussein web dev, and then I'm inside a desktop, and now inside a desktop I have this try folder, and now currently I am inside this try folder right here. So that's amazing. Now let me just remove that from here, and now the next thing which you have to do is that we have to create a folder, okay, by using a Python. So how in the world we are going to be doing that? We are going to be doing that by using our operating system module. So we are going to be using like os dot, and then we are going to be using mkdir, which means like make a directory or make folder, whatever you want to call that. And now inside there we have to specify the folder name. So in my case I'm going to just specify like movies, and now let me just save my file, and as soon as I run my code, I want you to just focus on this area right here. So as soon as I run my code, so what are we getting? We are now getting this movies folder right here. So now let me just delete that, and I'm going to just specify like something else and now let me just save my file and rerun there, and here you can see we are now getting this something else folder right here, which is amazing. So that's them. Now the next thing which I want to show you is that in some situation you would also want to get a folder inside another folder. So now let me just show you that. So let's suppose we have like packages, and now inside there we would have another folder of like more packages or something like that. So how in the world you're going to be creating a nested folder inside the folder? So now let me just remove them, And you know what, if I just use like movies, and now inside these movies I want to get like, I don't know, maybe adventure or something like that. And now if I run my code, here you can see we are now getting the error like you cannot create a subfolder by using this syntax or by using this method. So to do that, for that we are going to be using another method which is called the make dirs. Okay, so we are going to be using like make and then dirs, and this make dirs will allows us to create a subfolder inside the first folder. Okay, so now let me just save my file, and now let me just rerun that and watch what happens. So if I run my code, so what are we getting? We are now getting the movies folder, and now inside this movies folder we have this adventure folder right here, and I can go crazy if I wanted to. So now let me just remove that from here, and I can just write like adventure, and I can just write like 1 2 3 and 4 and so on and so forth. So now let me just save that, and now let me just rerun that by using python index.py. So here you can see, first of all, it's going to give us the movies folder, then it's going to give us the adventure, then we have a 1 2 3 4 and so on and so forth. So now let me just remove all of them. So this is how you're going to be creating a folders by using Python. So what I want to do is that I want to create a folder like mkdir, and let's just remove all of that crap, and I'm going to give it the name of like games. Let me just save my file and run there. And here you can see it's going to give us that games folder right here, which is totally empty in this case. And now the next thing which I want to show you is that how in the world we are going to be changing the directory. So the first thing which I want to do is that I'll just write like print and then os, then get cwd, which you just saw a few seconds ago. So now let me just save there and run there. So what are we getting? We are now getting this try folder right here. But now if you want to go inside this games, which is already available inside this try folder. Okay, so how in the world we are going to be switching from one folder to another folder by using a Python? And to do that, we are going to be using like os, then dot, and then chdir, which means like change the directory or change to a folder, whatever you want to call this. Now inside there we have to specify the folder name in which you want to switch to. Okay, so I'll just write like games, because in this case I want to get into this games folder. So now let me just save my file, and I'm going to also copy that and place it right here. Save my file one more time, and now let me just run my code by using python index.py. So what are we getting? We are now getting like, this was the first result, we were here, and now we switch to this games folder right here. So this is how we are going to be switching to one folder. I mean, like, this is how we are going to be switching from one folder to another folder. And yeah, now let me just remove that from here. And now the next thing which I want to do is that how in the world we are going to be renaming a folder name. So here currently this is set to games. So now if I want to rename that to like something else, so we are going to be using like os, then dot, then we have a rename method right here. So I'll just write like games, what you want to change. So now in this case I want to change the folder name of games to something else. So now I'll just write like, I don't know, one of the worst app, which is TikTok. Okay, so I'll just change that to TikTok. So I want you to focus on this folder right here. So as soon as I run my code by using python index.py, and I want you to focus on this area. So if I hit enter, and here you can see it's going to rename that to TikToks right here. Okay, so that's that. But now the next thing which I want to do is that I want to show you like how in the world you're going to be deleting a specific folder. So now let me just write like os.rmdir, which means like remove a directory. And now inside there we have to specify the directory name. Okay, so I'll just write like TikToks, and I want to delete this TikTok, so that's why I'm gonna have to specify this TikToks right here. So now let me just use python index.py and say bye bye to the TikToks. So that's there. I'm gonna just recreate that TikToks folder one more time, and now inside there if I have, I don't know, maybe one file, so I'll just write like index.py, or you know what, index.html or something like that. And let's suppose if I try to remove this folder right now, it's gonna give us an error. So if I just use like python index.py, and this is a different warning, I wasn't expecting this one. So now let me just copy the entire name, and now let me just place it right here. And if I rerun that code, still we are going to be getting this error right here, like the directory name is not, the directory is not empty. Like you have some sort of a content inside this folder. You have to first of all empty out this directory, and then you are going to be deleting this. So now let me just empty out, and now let me just delete that and say bye bye to this TikToks right here.
And in some situation we would have a nested folder, like we have a remove, come on, not remove, but we would have some sort of a movies excuse me. And now inside this movies we would also have another folder like I don't know, action or something like that. And now if I want to remove like all of them, so for that we are going to be using another method which is called remove, come on, remove dirs, which means like remove directories. So I'm going to specify first of all like the first folder, which is a movies, and then the nested folder which we currently have inside this movies. So now let me just provide this, save my file and rerun there. So if I just use like index.py, say bye bye to all of them. So yeah, that was a lot about how we are going to be creating, reading, updating and deleting the folders and copying the folder and the modes and so on and so forth. So we learned enough about in this video, and I'm going to see you in the next video. Bye bye.